Hey, Mixed, what's going on, man? I'm fucking with stuff right now. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I'm just trying to. The game itself doesn't fit nicely on OBS, so I'm gonna have to do like a display capture kind of thing. But yeah, I think I'm just about ready to actually start it. Thanks for popping in, dude. Chat looks move chat. Um, yeah. Owen, big dog. That it. Yeah, this game here, it's a great like second monitor game. My big issue is I have a second monitor. Oh, there's probably can't. Right, well, here we are. We're officially started. I had to look up like a free YouTube tutorial. Oh, okay, there we go. Hey, mixed nuts. I noticed there was an ad. Um, uh, up. Yeah, this is it's a weird game to be fair. We're just gonna be kind of hanging out. I figured I'd go through some of my watch on YouTube and hang out with people if someone wants to come in and do a little chit chat. I need to find a world to do my chinchilla hunting. That's very grind. Good to go. Place is always fucking here for. I think you only need a couple more levels in Hunter. Yeah, two more levels in Hunter, and I can go do something a little more interactive. That's just kind of part of the grind. What is kind of go down the list and find something. Soul Wars. Yeah, half the battle right now is just trying to find a spot. Uh, something on.
Do more with the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. More perfect shots with 200 megapixels.
Ooh, there we go.
More
That's
nature to discover with Google Lens. More nights to light up with epic nightography. More finding hidden gems with Google Maps. And more poses to strike. There's more in your world with the new Samsung Galaxy.
Ah yes, the Isle, home to thousands of survival players. And today's journey started like many others.
There we
I
go.
spawned
We are
in.
all
My chances
set up.
of
We're gonna
survival
start-
are equivalent to the Hunger Games
Gonna start
themselves. So of
hunting our
course the first things to do
chinchillas.
was to fill up my dietary requirements. Mountain ash and wild potato root. So by the riverbanks and swamps. Sounds like there's carnos over here. That would not
Oh,
be a
shit.
healthy choice to go over there. My first encounter though was luck, because this carno only just missed me. Frozen in place, I waited patiently. Oh, I was so close. Okay, let's get out of here. Being at night time, I could get around quite easily, small and undetected. Goddamn carnos down there. Smothering it too. There was a large tree. It was perfect camouflage. I might just have to wait around here for a bit until they move on. I'll just grow in. Scouting at the riverbank, 4 fully grown carnivores, looking for their next victims. Like, a tenno has no hope against that. 4 fully grown carnos. Let's just hope that they haven't picked up my footsteps or anything. I should be good. It wouldn't be long, and soon the carnos would move on. I should travel to the swamps, but not exactly sure how to even get there from here. I'm not going to drink here because I did see a crocodile down there too, so I
This game
refuse to
looks
drink at this
too.
part of the river. There was something lurking in the water. Little stego over there, being attacked by a little Utah. What about a little Carno? I tried to help the little stego out, but there was only so much I could do. He's bleeding, so I'll chase him. Keep him burning some of that stone. Try to get a kick on him. I can't do anything. I can't catch him. I just tried to defend him a bit. I need water. Got him. Got him, got him, got him. No! A Utah raptor was on the hunt, and he had a lot more growth. I banned him. I'm running away. There's nothing I can do to help him. This is survival of the fittest. And I plan on surviving. Sorry, Stego. Your days are over.
I want to see this one for a little bit now. Star Citizen looks sick. It seems like a game that you'll need like a supercomputer to play though.
In 2023 and the past 5 to 10 years, I'd personally say the MMORPG genre has been in a state of stagnation. For a long time, it hasn't really been the hype genre. MMOs aren't really considered cool by the younger generation, and for the past 2 years, whenever I've made my end-of-year MMORPG tier lists, whether it's been community voted or subjective opinion, nothing has made it into the S tier. In fact, looking back, when was the last time we truly had an S-tier MMORPG for its time? You'd have to easily go back 15 years to when MMOs were at their peak popularity to find such a game. A few that come to mind would be Vanilla WoW, TBC WoW, and Wrath of the Lich King WoW. RuneScape was definitely S-tier from 2005 to 2007. EverQuest and Ultima Online would also probably be
EverQuest, holy
considered
shit.
S-tier for their time.
I remember
And
that
there's
one.
probably many others such as MapleStory, Lord of the Rings Online,
remember
Guild Wars
MapleStory
1,
too, that was
Dark
kinda
Age
fun.
of Camelot and Age of Conan that were also easy high A tiers during their time of release when the MMORPG genre was at its most popular. During my recent MMORPG tier list though, there was one MMORPG that I overlooked. An MMO that I didn't put on the list, and if you play it in a certain way, it's got potentially thousands of hours of replayable, highly engaging content in which every play session is an adventure. Ironically, it could be the best MMORPG to play in 2023. But before I elaborate further, a quick word from today's sponsor. Hero of Aetheric is a fully fledged mobile MMORPG adventure on both Android and iOS that's inspired by classic turn-based RPGs. In this game, you journey through the lands of Aetheric alone or with up to 4 friends in co-op, as you uncover a sprawling world full of secrets to discover. Choose from 3 starter classes, the Mage, Thief or Warrior, and start the journey of customizing your character by gaining XP to unlock over 100 classes and specializations, such as the Summoner, Druid, Dragoon, Time Mage, and much more. Hero of Aetheric is also packed with exciting loot and tons of unique drops of various rarities and quality, with some gear having unique passives and actives that can completely change your playstyle, making this game perfect for build crafters who enjoy experimenting with creating a unique character. There's over 100 classes to unlock, over 500 spells to learn, and thousands of gear pieces to collect, making this a game with endless possibilities when it comes to character expression. Hero of Aetheric also has regular updates adding new enemies, raids, systems and loot to the game, as well as also being completely free to play from beginning to end. Zero pay to win, hundreds of hours of content and zero intrusive in-game ads, which is extremely rare for a mobile game. So click my link in the description below to download Hero of Aetheric for free now, and use promo code PEON to receive an Adventurers pack during character creation. Download now. So what is this elusive MMORPG that I somehow didn't add to my MMO tier list? Before I tell you, I want you to hear me out, because after playing this game myself for a week or so, and immersing myself in the content created around it, I unironically think this is easily in the top 5 best MMO experiences you can have in current year, and I'd potentially consider it to be S tier. Okay, are you ready? World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore. Now before you dislike this video for me clickbaiting you, hear me out. WoW Classic easily has the most satisfying leveling experience out of any MMORPG in the history of the genre. The leveling has always been the best aspect of vanilla WoW that people remember the most fondly. This is due to a number of reasons, but the biggest in my opinion was that the world of Azeroth was the main character of the game. The world in vanilla is larger than any other version of WoW. Every play session felt like an adventure. The path you take to level up wasn't always clear. There was plenty of quests that could kill you, and the entire process felt like one epic journey. Now that's all well and good, but back when Classic Era WoW initially released, everyone just spammed dungeons, mages AoE grinded, people bought gold, and generally modern meta mentality had people rushing to endgame and not really having that same feeling of an epic journey like back in the day when we were young, filled with wonder and happy to experience everything for the first time. WoW Classic Hardcore actually makes WoW Classic feel like a completely different game, and in 2023 as far as MMORPG experiences go, it feels completely unique compared to anything else on the market. First, let me briefly explain what WoW Hardcore is. Basically, if you die once, you delete your character and start again. No trading, no grouping in the open world, no bubble half for paladins, no asking for buffs or help, and each dungeon you can only do once, but only if you group with other hardcore characters. Basically a self-reliant mode that for a long time has been enforced with the Hardcore add-on and by playing on unofficial hardcore servers. Hardcore has been a community that's been around for a number of years at this point. However, in 2023 it's really blown up in popularity thanks to streamers and content creators bringing more attention to it. This mode has become so popular that most of the top WoW streams on Twitch are hardcore streams. It's incredibly entertaining content to watch, and recently it's become so popular that Blizzard have announced that there will be official hardcore servers coming soon, which will have a few cool additions such as Duel to the Death, as well as a few other differences from the unofficial mode. What makes WoW Classic Hardcore so unique in 2023 is that it's the only MMORPG out where the main goal is to reach max level. Once you've hit 60, you've basically beaten the challenge, and any additional content you do post 60 is an optional bonus. This is in contrast to other MMOs where the leveling process and sense of progression associated with it feels very temporary, somewhat meaningless, and just something you go through the motions of doing as a rite of passage until you reach the real content at endgame, which usually consists of raiding or PvP. Due to the fact it takes a long ass time to reach level 60 in Classic, usually somewhere between 150 to 200 hours of gameplay, the prospect of dying and starting again is extremely painful. This makes you play the game differently than if there were no stakes involved. In Classic Hardcore, you basically do everything you can during the leveling process to min-max your chances of survival. You level professions that you wouldn't normally level, you're making use of first aid, always making sure to have potions on you, you're staying alert in the zones where random elite mobs patrol around, and if something goes wrong in a dungeon group, you're halving the fuck out, leaving the idiots who pulled the entire room to fend for themselves. Due to the increased stakes, watching content about WoW Classic
Actually
Hardcore
pretty
is
cool.
extremely entertaining, and recently I found myself binge watching multiple leveling series, people streaming the game, and hardcore death compilations. The content is super fun to watch because part of you wants to see the streamer die to see their reaction. You tune into each YouTube episode wondering, is this the episode where they die? And you watch the hardcore death
Damn,
compilations with the
jumped.
benefit of hindsight, looking at what people could have done differently to survive, as well as hear the pain in their voices as you witness hundreds of hours of
God,
progress
that's never
be
good when you're
deleted
fucking
in an
running away
instant.
like that.
The best part is, even if you do die, the whole experience does feel somewhat replayable. If you beat the challenge on a Horde Warlock, next time maybe try an Alliance Druid, maybe switch up your professions, try different zones, or add even more challenge. The only other MMO that has something that feels somewhat similar to what Classic Hardcore offers is RuneScape with its hardcore Iron Man mode, which is also really popular and arguably the best way to experience RuneScape in current year. Something I find interesting with the popularity of both Classic WoW Hardcore and RuneScape's Iron Man is how these modes both feel incredibly fun to play, mainly due to how all of the accomplishments are your own and there's absolutely zero pay to win involved. They operate outside of the realms
just
of
pay your
modern gaming
subscription and then
monetization, where
everyone who
farming
sees
gold
you
is
knows
basically
that you did
meaningless
that all
because
by
most
yourself.
MMOs sell it on their cash shop or don't punish RMT. If you want something, you need to earn it yourself. If you see someone that's at max level wearing epic gear, it actually means something. Deep down, I think that's what a lot of MMO players want to get back to. The feeling of going on a long, epic journey where everything you've achieved has meaning. You feel attached to your character, and you know the guy standing next to you also went on the same journey to be here with you. So should you play WoW Classic Hardcore? I think everyone should definitely give it a try, whether it's for the official servers coming soon or the unofficial servers. The main difference between official and unofficial servers will be that the unofficial servers you can appeal certain deaths, such as disconnect deaths or griefer deaths, provided you have evidence, whereas with official servers, if you die to something that's not your fault, I can't see Blizzard implementing a mod team that you could appeal to. For this reason and the fact that I sometimes struggle with disconnects, I'll be playing on the unofficial hardcore servers to appeal those inevitable disconnect deaths. Otherwise, if Blizzard did have an appeal process for bullshit deaths, I'd probably wait for official servers. Regardless, I've already started working on my own leveling series for Classic Hardcore, which should start releasing soon, and personally, I've had a blast playing it so
honestly
far,
does not
so keep an
sound
eye out for that.
fucking
It's nice
bad
to
at
just
all.
log into an MMO
Sounds
and
like-
have
it
the
sounds
leveling
like
be the
fun.
most enjoyable and rewarding
never
part of
played
the
WoW,
experience.
but
For those of you that have been following
it's
the
one of
channel
those
for
games
many
that I've
years,
always wanted
you might
to
remember
play,
my
just never
Iron Man
did.
Challenge series I did almost 8 years ago at this point. Classic Hardcore has given me a similar kind of feeling, but on steroids. To this day, I still have PTSD from dying on Iron Peon to a weirdly OP troll in the hinterlands at level 32, as well as dying at level 47 on my druid to an elite quest.
Sup, y'all? It's me, it's your boy Asmongold.
I also remember watching
your boy.
Asmongold's Iron Man challenge from around the same time, and looking back, it was quality content to follow.
I remember, it's like, back in the day, like, you'd be leveling up your character thinking you got the biggest dick in the world, and then you go to the Murloc camp, and you find out you don't even have a dick at all.
Seeing as the MMO genre kinda struggles when it comes to entertaining content compared to other gaming genres on YouTube, I wonder if hardcore leveling challenges in various games is the way to go. Perhaps there's many other MMOs that can be experienced this way. How about Death equals Delete for Age of Conan?
That's something that I like about about that the Isle. Like a dinosaur, and like once you're dead, you're fucking dead. Not anything. Spend 8 hours growing your get jumped. Gotta play better next time. it's an interesting way to go.
Lord of the Rings Online or even the original EverQuest. Classic Hardcore is much more enjoyable than the Iron Man Challenge ever was though, because you've at least still got that sense of progression from gear upgrades, whereas the old Iron Man Challenge you could only wear white gear and not choose any talent specializations. Let me know what you think about Classic Hardcore, as well as the potential for MMOs being designed more around the journey to max level in the comments below. Do you also agree with me that Classic Hardcore is potentially S tier, or at the very least high A tier? Will you be trying out the official Hardcore servers when they release? And would you like to see me experiment with a Hardcore leveling series not just for WoW Classic, but potentially other MMOs? Help us out with a like for the algorithm gods, and also to bless my Hardcore character with good luck for his journey ahead. Social media on screen, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Meet Displate Lumino. The new generation of illuminated art is here. With built-in OLED lights and a futuristic
that
finish.
actually looks pretty sick.
Bring the imagination home. Immerse yourself in light and motion. And experience art like never before.
Nobody wants to play a dead game, and that's even more true when it comes to MMORPGs, as half of the content in these games straight up don't exist if there's no players to group up with or compete against.
So much of a
So in this video we're going to list the most played MMORPGs going into 2023, the MMOs that receive the most updates and are most likely to maintain a solid population throughout the year. For this video I will not be using any of the data from the website mmopopulations.com, as this has to be one of the most misleading websites I've ever seen, and the data makes no sense. Look here for example, this donkey website says that Ashes of Creation has 30k daily players, when the game literally isn't playable. It says New World has between 250 and 450k daily players, when we can see the data on Steam charts that it's nowhere near this number. Most MMOs don't actually disclose player numbers, so I'll be using various other metrics to help me rank the games in this list. The most important thing though is that all of the games mentioned in this video have a large enough population size for you to fully experience the game, join guilds and beat the content. Mate, what are you doing in my video? Go back to where you came from.
Hey, what about my world?
What's wrong with it? Aren't you from a children's game?
That is not true. Hero Wars has vibrant graphics, cool gameplay, and a user-friendly interface.
Okay, let's give it a try. Hero Wars is an idle RPG with a character for everyone, from cyborgs to aliens, vampires, and of course, furries. I've been playing it for a bit now, and I've just assembled my first full team. Next, I'll unlock Chaba. He's an awesome tank who literally devours his enemies.
It's all about like, oh, you gotta get the 5-star,
or else she can switch between DPS dark form and healer light form, which makes her useful in any situation. Bonus points for the sexy outfit. Hero Wars is a relaxing game that you can play anywhere, anytime. It's very easy to start playing, but it's also a skill to build effective team compositions to counter your enemies. For example, Mojo the Shaman can't heal Darkstar the Elf as efficiently as the good Grandma Martha can. Hero Wars is a world with 6 unique modes, 300 plus guild war servers, and 100 million players. Before I forget though, here's a question for you. Where can you get 30,000 coins, 600 emeralds, and 5 awesome heroes to start dominating in Hero Wars? The answer is in the link in the description below. Play Hero Wars now. Star Wars The Old Republic is a theme park MMORPG with a tab target combat system that released all the way back in 2011. Since then the game's had 8 notable expansions, with the most recent one, Legacy of the Sith, releasing in February 2022. SWTOR has done a great job of maintaining quite a steady player base over the past 10 years. The game is reviewed extremely well with 89% positive reviews on Steam, and the game has a lot of content. Expect a mix of both PvP and PvE with group dungeons, solo dungeons, raids, quests, PvP arenas, battlegrounds, PvP Galactic Starfighter, outfit collecting, daily missions, events, a main story with multiple choice dialogue options, and player housing in the form of strongholds. When it comes to player numbers, no exact numbers are published, but based on a few stats, I'd personally estimate SWTOR has a concurrent player base in the region of 10 to 20k. Certainly enough players to find groups to experience all the content, but it's undoubtedly on a decline. If you want to fully experience this MMO, I'd say do it sooner rather than later, as this game might not make this list in the future. EVE Online is the oldest MMORPG on this list, and it's still going incredibly strong to this day. Thanks to EVEOffline.net, we're able to see accurate concurrent player numbers in real time for each of the game's servers, and as of making this video, EVE ranges from between 20k and 35k players online at all times. Very impressive for an MMO that released all the way back in 2003. Over the years, EVE has received so many updates that it doesn't even look like a 2003 MMO. It's highly regarded as the #1 space sandbox MMORPG, and the game has a rich history with stories of legendary battles where players lost millions of dollars worth of spaceships. EVE Online is a very niche MMO, you'll either love it or hate it. Luckily, it's free to play though, so there's no barrier to entry if you want to find out if it's a game for you. RuneScape 3 is another MMORPG that we have accurate concurrent player data for, and it usually ranges between 20 to 35k players online at all times. For those of you who are unaware, there's two different versions of RuneScape, Old School RuneScape and RuneScape 3. RuneScape 3 is the least popular of the two, but still popular enough that it's receiving regular content updates, and is likely to be around for many years to come. RuneScape 3 is a very different game to Old School RuneScape. Different combat system, more updated graphics, animations and effects, different skills and quests, it's more heavily monetized, and overall it feels like a near completely different game. Personally though, I think RuneScape 3 is still quite a good MMO, and where it shines the most in my opinion is in the fully voice acted quests, which are some of the best in the MMORPG genre, and the sense of progression you get from leveling your skills. It's a chill MMO that can be played on your second monitor, and it's no surprise to me that it's made this list.
Albion Online is a sandbox MMORPG in which you write your own story instead of following a laid out
graphics on this look great. I hear it's
explore a vast open world.
Someone was saying that
everything you do has an impact on Albion's player-driven economy.
This game
Every
here,
piece of equipment is crafted by resources gathered by players.
someone was saying that game here, like if you're out solo, you just get fucking ganked all the time by like a bunch of clans. And if you're not a part of the clans, like you can't even travel between areas without getting like fucking attacked and have to pay tolls and shit. Oh, dude, that's terrible.
Where you can build a home, grow crops, and raise animals.
I like the idea of growing crops and raising animals and having like a little homestead though.
And oceans.
And the game looks so good.
Play together. Take part in massive player versus player battles and claim your piece of the world. This is Albion Online.
Always wondered if Old School counts.
Guild Wars 2 is one of the easiest to recommend MMOs out there. It's the perfect game to drop in and out of multiple times throughout the year, due to progression primarily being horizontal and not vertical. Whenever you come back to the game, it's easy to pick right back up where you left off, and you never feel like you're behind. As for player numbers, there's no disclosed information about this. The Steam chart numbers are useless since most people use the launcher, and the number on mmopopulations.com is just pulled from thin air. Personally, I'd estimate Guild Wars 2 to have between 30 and 50k players online at all times. If you go to guildwars2mists.com, you can see that there's a number of EU and NA servers that are straight up full, as well as multiple that are listed as very high. Anecdotally, whenever I play this game, even at 3 AM, you still get 50 player groups forming for the map meta events very quickly. The game just feels populated. As for content, Guild Wars 2 has an amazing ongoing main storyline, dungeons, raids, equalised PvP arena, large-scale world vs world battles, fashion collection, the best mount system in the MMORPG
That's
genre,
sick. Look
and
at that
epic
fucking dude
map-wide
going.
meta events which usually end in a giant world boss fight. Definitely a game that's still worth playing. New World is an MMORPG that released in 2021 with a peak of 1
I'd try it.
million players. Shortly after launch though, the game's player population plummeted for months due to numerous issues such as game-breaking bugs, poor game design, a lack of content, and a damaged economy. Thankfully, since the Brimstone Sands expansion that released in October 2022, New World has clawed its way back from mixed to very positive reviews on Steam, and its player numbers have soared from 13k average concurrent to around 50 to 60k. Due to the fact this game is only available on Steam currently, the Steam charts numbers are an accurate representation of New World's actual player numbers, which isn't the case for most MMOs on this list. If you've never played New World before, this is an open-world action combat MMORPG with one of the best gathering systems in the MMO genre. A solid crafting system, voice-acted main questline, classless combat system, PvP in the form of open worlds, arenas and battlegrounds, and PvE in the form of event world bosses, dungeons, and elite mob open-world farming spots. I predict New World will go from strength to strength with each update, and this time next year will probably have even more players than it does now if it continues to release positive updates. Elder Scrolls Online has been one of the most played MMORPGs ever since it released back in 2014. It's an MMO that receives frequent updates, it's reviewed very positively, and receives plenty of coverage from content creators on YouTube. As for content, it's got stuff for both PvP and PvE players. You've got Cyrodiil, which is a massive open-world PvP zone with territory control and siege mechanics, battlegrounds, duels, solo dungeons, group dungeons, raids, crafting and gathering, player housing, an immersive main story for each zone, as well as world events. This game basically has something for everyone. Elder Scrolls Online falls into the theme park MMO category, with an action combat hybrid system which some people find to be quite polarizing due to animation cancelling and weapon swap mechanics. As for player numbers, it's hard to get an accurate concurrent player count because this game is available on multiple different platforms and launchers. It's on Steam, but most people play through the ESO launcher, and it's also available on PS4, PS5, Xbox One and Xbox Series XS. I'd personally estimate ESO to have between 75 and 100k players online at all times across all platforms. Most importantly though, the game feels populated when you play it, and it's easy to find groups and guilds.
This game, you're not ready for it.
Oh, I am not ready for it, apparently.
Old School RuneScape is the most popular of the two RuneScape versions, with between 57k and 107k players online at any given time, depending on the time of day.
Of course, half of them are bots.
OSRS is a game that I personally love, and it's an MMO that you can literally spend thousands of hours in to try and max out your account to experience all of the content. Old School RuneScape also has, in my opinion, the most top-tier content creators on YouTube out of any MMORPG,
Settled is
with
so
Settled's
sick.
Swampletics series possibly being one of the greatest MMO video series ever made. Old School RuneScape is all about creating your own goals. It's a sandbox MMO where you choose what stats you want to level, what order you want to tackle the quests, and what restrictions, if any, you want to place on yourself. I've heard from many people that playing OSRS as an Iron Man where you can't trade with other players or receive help is one of the most satisfying MMO experiences you can possibly get.
Which is kind of crazy,
and it's something
because
I plan on trying out myself.
It's playing a
really
multiplayer
soon.
game.
OSRS is available
yourself.
on both mobile and PC, and even in 2023, it's a super easy game to recommend. This isn't just nostalgia talking, by the way. It's objectively one of the best designed MMORPGs ever created. Albion Online is one of the most successful MMORPGs to come out of crowdfunding, and since releasing cross-platform on mobile, the game's player population absolutely popped off. The latest numbers we have is from June 2021, where the game reached 271k daily active accounts, and since then the game's had numerous massive updates which could have caused that number to go even higher. When it comes to daily concurrent player numbers, I think a fair estimate would be between 60 and 120k players online at any given time. Whenever I play Albion Online, I go to a main city and there's so many players that not all of them even load in. This is because the game has one mega server, so everyone from Europe, North America and Asia are all playing
everyone's
together.
just on the same fucking
Now this is
server?
great for the purpose of having a thriving economy and a world that feels rammed with players. But depending on where you live, the ping can put you at a disadvantage, with servers located in Washington DC. Albion Online is a true sandbox MMORPG. All of the gear in this game is crafted by the players. There's certain areas of the world that have full loot PvP, and players can even buy the crafting stations in the city and get a tax kickback whenever somebody uses them. Over the years, Albion has added so much variety of content to the game that there's something for everyone.
That's actually kind of cool.
Solo PvP, group PvP, high risk PvP, zero risk PvP, and the same can be said for pure PvE players. I'll cut my rambling about Albion Online here, but TLDR, it's a highly popular MMO that has something for everyone, constant, massive updates, and it's definitely worth playing. Black Desert Online. Love it or hate it, this MMORPG is absolutely huge. The only data we have for this game is the Steam chart numbers for NA/EU on PC, but that doesn't take into consideration that most people don't play it from Steam. The game's available on PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, as well as multiple regions such as Korea, Southeast Asia, Russia, Middle East, and South America.
That looks different
Across
than what I
all
was thinking.
platforms and regions, I'd have to estimate that Black Desert Online has at least 100 to 175k players logged in at all times, possibly even higher. BDO is a Korean sandbox MMORPG with the best action combat system in the MMO genre. In this game, you'll spend a lot of time mob grinding, PvPing with other players for your grind spot, leveling your life skills, building your worker empire, and trying to figure out the best way to make money on your 2,000 plus hour grind to maxing out your gear. At endgame, you'll be partaking in PvP node wars, castle sieges, dungeons, boss challenges, praying to the RNG gods for a tier 10 horse, or decorating your instanced player house for ERP underwear parties. Is BDO still worth
slow down
playing?
there, bud.
Honestly, that depends on two things. One, have you got anything better to do? And two, how big is your bank balance? Lost Ark is the most popular top-down MMORPG by far. This game exploded on Steam when it released in the West in 2022, reaching highs of 1.3 million concurrent players. And that's not even mentioning Korea, where the game is also absolutely massive. Since launch, Lost Ark's player numbers have dropped, with one big reason being the devs constantly trying to combat bots, which some players claim account for 50% of the numbers we see on Steam charts. In 2022, Lost Ark saw 260k concurrent players on the Korean servers alone following a big update. So all things considered, I think globally across all servers, a conservative estimate without bots would be that Lost Ark has between 300k and 600k real players online at any given time across all servers. NA, EU, Korea, Russia and Japan. Now that number could be higher, but I think it's reasonable to put Lost Ark as the number 3 most popular MMORPG. So is the game any good? Yes. As much as some people slate Lost Ark for being pay to win, I think by Korean MMO standards, the pay to win isn't nearly as bad as other games. In fact, I think you can fully enjoy Lost Ark completely free to play, or just with the optional subscription. As for content, the game has a ton of horizontal progression, collectibles, completionism, equalized PvP arenas, the best isometric action combat system in the MMO genre, some of the best raids in the MMO genre, fashion collecting, daily bosses, minigames, mounts, and player housing in the form of strongholds. The game actually has even more stuff than that, but TLDR, yes, it's worth playing. Final Fantasy XIV. It's extremely difficult to even estimate the average concurrent player numbers for this game for the following reasons.
This one,
the Steam
actually,
chart numbers
fucking
represent
sick.
a tiny fraction of the player base that actually play via Steam. The game is available on PlayStation 3, 4 and 5, as well as being available in multiple regions, and we have no official numbers by the developers in regards to how many people actually play this game daily. Given the fact that Final Fantasy XIV made $511 million gross revenue in the year during the Endwalker release, we can roughly estimate that the game has between 2 to 2.5 million monthly subscribers. The game has a $12.99 monthly sub fee, they sell various services and cosmetics on the MOG store, and the new expansion costs $40 to buy, so with a little bit of napkin math, I think those numbers are somewhat accurate. To break this down further into concurrent players, each server in Final Fantasy XIV can handle a maximum of between 6,000 to 10,000 players online at any.
It's like, what, if you're spending $12.99 a month, you have to also buy the game itself, and then on top of that, it's a $5 expansion. That's like, for that I just buy game on Steam. That's, I don't know.
Any given time.
Supposed to be broken.
The game has 69 servers across multiple regions, so a maximum concurrent player count of between 400 and 700k players online at any given time seems reasonable. During the Endwalker expansion release, a lot of the servers had login queues in the range of 15 to 20k, so at its absolute peak, the game had well over 1.5 million people trying to play the game. None of this really matters though.
Really?
What really matters is that Final Fantasy XIV is a highly social, active MMORPG where you'll easily be able to find guilds, groups, and people to hang out with at any time of the day.
Like, the thing with Final
if
Fantasy
you're a fan
is
of
that,
cat
like,
girls and trying to nice
it
guy your
always
way into the
hits.
pants of another guy
Like,
role
they
playing
do
as a
such a
female
good job with
character,
that game.
then there's no better MMO out there for you. People generally consider Final Fantasy XIV to have top tier raiding, top tier story, top tier fashion, and top tier roleplay. If you're a PvP player or fan of sandbox MMOs and don't care about story, it might not be the game for you though.
When you're free to test your limits, you can push yourself to new heights.
The last time World of Warcraft published official player numbers was back in 2015 when it hit an all-time low of 5.5 million subs during the Warlords of Draenor content drought. Now that was 7 years ago at this point, but with the release of WoW Classic TBC, Wrath of the Lich King Classic and Dragonflight, interest in WoW seems to have had a bit of resurgence in recent years. A lot of old veteran players returned to the game for classic servers, but stuck around and transitioned to retail when they burned through all the classic content. Anecdotally, all of my WoW friends returned to the game for Dragonflight, which seems to be one of the most well-received expansions in years so
I heard
far.
it was okay.
Additionally, someone made an estimated WoW Classic population chart by extrapolating data from raid passes, which puts the classic population at around 500,000. We don't truly know how many players WoW has in total, but it's probably somewhere in the region of 4.5 million subscribers, with 1 to 2 million daily concurrent players. World of Warcraft doesn't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon, and as of making this video, Blizzard recently released a roadmap for the current expansion for the first time ever. Blizzard and World of Warcraft have been generating a lot of Ws recently, and community sentiment around the game seems to be quite positive. If there was ever a time to play World of Warcraft, now seems like the best time in years to jump into it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But that's it for the most played MMORPGs heading into 2023. I really did my best to give some somewhat realistic player population estimates during this video, as the data that's constantly
This video has something really exciting thanks to the fact that the last video on this topic struck a chord with you, the MMO population, amassing nearly 1 million views so far and even gaining the attention of Jagex, developers of RuneScape. Jagex then reached out to me and said, hey, we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have while making the next video. That was the kind of behind the scenes insight I could not refuse. So in this video, you aren't just getting my analysis on why these MMOs have managed to thrive where others struggle to survive, but you're also getting the developers' thoughts thoughts and insights as well. I asked Jagex easy questions like, why do they think old school RuneScape is thriving while other MMOs are dying? But I also asked them hard questions like, why do they think old school RuneScape is doing so much better than the game that created it, RuneScape itself? And perhaps the most interesting question I asked was about the bots, because every time I mention RuneScape in one of these videos, there's always a ton of people who say the entire population is bots. So I wanted Jagex to tell me what percent of their population
Like how
was
it's the
bots.
same fucking camera roll.
Old school.
What I didn't see coming was that they didn't dodge the question. They answered it head on and then proceeded to share never before revealed information about bots in RuneScape and the measures they're taking to combat them. So strap in, this video gets incredibly interesting. In this video, I'll go over why I think old school RuneScape is succeeding where others are failing, and I'll compare my answers to those that Jagex gave me. I was curious to see if we would arrive at the same conclusions or completely different ones, me, an avid MMO consumer, and them, the developer of one of the most successful MMOs of all time. Let's dive in, but first things first, why I made this video. You need to understand that it doesn't matter which MMO we look at, it's always the same graph, a general bleed of players over the past 5 to 10 years. This makes the incredibly rare MMOs that have defied this trend all the more impressive. Whether we're looking at World of Warcraft, BDO, EverQuest 2, Lord of the Rings Online, Elder Scrolls Online, SWTOR, or even the sibling of old school RuneScape itself, RuneScape 3. The trend is always the same. They are always down over the last 10 years. This isn't to say those MMOs are by any means dead, but the fact that it's such a consistent and widespread problem does at the very least indicate that it's incredibly difficult to maintain, let alone grow, the population of your MMO over the better part of a decade. Which is why when two MMOs manage to buck this trend, I want to know why. What are these two MMOs doing right, and what are the other MMOs doing wrong? The two major MMOs that presently escape this trend are Final Fantasy XIV and old school RuneScape, two games that couldn't be more different, frankly, which actually helps in my opinion, because we can look for what they have in common to pinpoint what they're doing right. Why is it that this MMORPG, with its high fantasy, flashy cinematics, and complex battle rotations, and this MMORPG, with its simple combat, old school progression, and shall we say less than impressive graphics, are the two MMOs bucking the trend? They are so incredibly different, but what is it that they have in common that allows them to thrive where others have struggled to survive? But first, sponsor. Okay, so you probably heard about Hogwarts Legacy, the most anticipated release so far this year. This brand new Harry Potter game allows you to explore the School of Hogwarts and the surrounding areas like never before. Jump on your broom and find every secret hidden away in this beautiful world. But did you know about Kinguin, an online store that has tons of deals for gamers to buy all the games they want to buy? No? Well, let me tell you all about Kinguin, the sponsor of today's video. If you click the link in my description, you can easily browse the Kinguin store for deals on Hogwarts Legacy. But Hogwarts Legacy isn't the only game you can buy, of course. You can search for any game you want, like the incredibly popular Dead Space remake that recently came out. Just search for the Dead Space remake at the top of the screen, then choose from one of the many options that pops up and add it to your cart. Once here, you can enter my promo code for a discount. As you can see, Kinguin has very competitive offers for gamers just like you so that you can shop and save with ease. For peace of mind, it's worth noting that Kinguin also has a fantastic 24/7 support team to help you with any issues you might have with your purchase. Be sure to use the link down in the description below, as well as my promo code, which is on screen right now, for the full discount. Thanks for listening, and let's get back to the video. First, a brief history of old school RuneScape and how it came to be for those that don't know. RuneScape originally launched in 2001, the game would see extraordinary growth, seeing more popularity in its prime than nearly any other MMO that's existed in history, except for World of Warcraft. But in 2012, after watching the game trend down for 6 years, the developers set out to make some big changes to RuneScape. Those were a tumultuous 6 years, where RuneScape had lost a lot of players and added a lot of microtransactions. The community felt like the game was losing what made it special. It was losing its simple combat, its simple monetization, its identity. It was turning into something that was less RuneScape and something more like every other MMO. So the community begged Jagex to create a version of RuneScape that was more like the RuneScape they fell in love with. To do something that no other games were.
I stopped playing after Evolution of Combat. For some reason, like, it was gorgeous. The game looks something about it. I just didn't that type of game. You know, it was very World of Warcrafty. Maybe it was just like the young hipster in me. I was like playing World of Warcraft, I'm RuneScape, so I just do it and old school.
Really doing at the time. The players wanted Jagex to rewind time on the game, and to Jagex's credit, they found a version of the game from 2007, dusted it off, and polled the community on whether they wanted this version of the game to be released as its own game. The community voted yes, and this
old school RuneScape now is not what it was. But I think that's for the best. Yes, so bad. I was a kid remaking an account every time I had to log in because I only played like on my cousin's, once a month. So I kept forgetting my damn password.
polling system was then used to decide on all major changes to old school RuneScape moving forward. Old school RuneScape would launch in February 2013 based on a 2007 version of RuneScape, which coincidentally or not was also near the peak of its popularity. And because all major changes to the game would be decided on by polls given to the player base, old school RuneScape would quite literally be a game made for the community by the community. So that's how old school RuneScape came to exist. But what is it doing that is so different from the rest of the MMOs out there to cause it to consistently grow its player base every year since its creation in 2013? Well, a lot actually. I mean, look at it. It is unabashedly old school. Some would call its graphics horribly outdated. Others would say they have a nostalgic charm and simplicity to them. And to be fair, both sides are right. It's an incredibly unique MMO experience, which is definitely one of the things it has going for it. If you look around at all the other MMORPGs, you won't find anything that looks or feels like old school RuneScape. There's something distinct and instantly recognizable about the art style. You know a RuneScape screenshot the second you see one. Other MMOs are running away from their past. Old school RuneScape is running towards it, and this has paid off in spades. But in my opinion, the biggest thing old school RuneScape does different from all the struggling MMORPGs out there is monetization. Do you know how many microtransactions RuneScape has? None. Not a single one.
I mean, like, you can still buy bonds and stuff. That's pretty much a microtransaction.
Can you tell what drives
I guess it's more so
honor, curiosity.
It's more so buying gold,
power,
but you're buying gold from
lust.
Jagex, not from a sketchy
In
website.
the first year since the release, we introduced
What is this?
tournaments, new PvP system,
Cool.
guilds, 4 bosses and dungeons.
Come on, do the damn
and
thing.
more is about to come.
Okay.
Our game is not about becoming just anyone. It's about
it's like a turn-based.
being yourself. Welcome to Broken Ranks. Play now.
Okay, interesting. Probably won't.
You can't keep getting away with it! You can't keep getting away with it!
In an era where more and more games are trying to go quote-unquote free-to-play, in order to justify the addition of endless microtransactions, RuneScape is fine to simply have a sub. Now,
just buy a
the
skin,
great
you're
thing about
fine.
subscriptions is not that you have to pay them, but that you don't have to pay for
farming.
anything else. By choosing this form of monetization, the developers are not incentivized to make their game objectively worse, simply to pressure you into buying a solution for a problem they created. That is the problem with microtransactions in MMORPGs. It's not
I like
that
the
the
way that
developers
was
are trying
phrased.
to make some extra money. It's how. Their monetization efforts are so painfully short-sighted and uninspired. They always default to making the game worse so that they can sell you a way to make it better again. Why would any sane person expect any other outcome than a bleeding of players? Sometimes the developers intentionally make your inventory too small so that you have to buy a larger one. Sometimes they will artificially slow your progress behind time-gated currency to make you buy more. Sometimes they will intentionally make everything you find look lame or unattractive so that you are incentivized to buy a cosmetic to fix that problem. Worst of all, it's rarer and rarer that the developers are choosing only one of these systems to self-sabotage. Oftentimes they are choosing all of them and
everything.
more, leaving us, the player, to experience a game that is not only fundamentally flawed, but intentionally flawed. We are left with the option to buy all of these solutions or to try to play through them and endure the discomfort. This is doubly bad because these are all things in the game that could have and would have been positive, happy juice-inducing moments in an MMORPG. Not only are the developers adding a negative interaction, but they are also losing a very strong positive interaction. The joys of earning a really cool cosmetic or finding a massive inventory upgrade are lost, and worse, they are replaced with the grimy feeling of pulling out your wallet to have access to a feature that was very clearly stripped out of the game so they could sell it to you. And guess what?
Yeah, you buy the whole damn game. Couple expansion. Now you get the pre-order bonus, you get the original game, And then if you want everything else, it's Best Buy exclusive.
The developers
the good old
successfully make
days.
their game less fun as a result, and not surprisingly, players leave time and time again. The impact these microtransactions have on MMOs is consistent. Having a subscription isn't very unique. Lots of MMOs try to have subscriptions and still bleed players. The game still has to be good, but it is so much easier for your game to be good when you're not intentionally looking for ways to make it bad so you can sell the solutions. Old school RuneScape does not sell cosmetics. Instead, you go out and earn the best cosmetics. They don't sell level skips. They pace the game appropriately to begin with. They don't sell pay to win. There's enough of that in real life, and games are where we go to escape real life. In other words, the game is complete with nothing carved out of it for the sake of microtransactions. And I think this is the key to old school RuneScape's success and its ability to not only retain players, but grow.
See, but Jagex, I'm pretty sure Jagex makes so much free. Like, I don't know. I feel like with all those, because people still buy all of those, even though old school is a more popular, they're still making money off of old school, right? Because bonds and stuff like that. So there is a little bit, not a pay to win maybe in old school, but like a pay to advance in old school. Because like what, most of these skills down here, that costs money, that costs money. That costs money. That definitely costs. A bunch of these skills you have to buy. Not like with real money. So it's like buying, 4 bonds. I've done that before. I bought, a 5-pack of bonds, put them on the grand, got a few mil out of it, and then went and bought whatever I was training. So like, they're making money off of that, but all of like the loot boxes and shit from Cape 3, they've definitely made, especially from whales and stuff. All you need is a few. Not as bad as like Diablo, I'm guessing, but
But this is just my opinion as an avid gamer who consistently tries new MMOs, only to quit when I get to the point where the microtransactions just become too much. When I hit that point where the things I would normally do have been replaced by a credit card swipe, or my progression has slowed to a point where I can't proceed reasonably without opening the cash shop. I log off and I don't log back in again, and judging by the numbers, so do most of you. But what does a developer who has been playing and working on one of the most successful MMOs of all time think after nearly 20 years of experience with the game? I chatted back and forth with ModSween and ModGoblin in the Discord for a bit, and because our schedules couldn't line up, I sent them some questions to have them answer and record and send back to me. So that's what you're gonna see here and my reaction to those. First things first, let's have ModSween introduce himself.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Alec. Old school RuneScape players will know me as ModSween. Firstly, look, I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to talk to you and your viewers about old school RuneScape. A bit about myself. I first started playing RuneScape in 2004 when I was 11 years old.
Wow.
I first joined
Holy
Jagex
shit.
in 2015, working in the customer services team, then eventually moving into community management for old school RuneScape, and now I'm working in marketing for old school RuneScape.
With introductions
Do they
out of the
still
way, I
have a
got straight to
customer
the point and
service
asked Alec,
team?
if you had to choose one thing and point to that as the reason for old school RuneScape success, what would it be? This is what he said.
Choosing just one thing is so difficult. I don't want to. There's so many things I would like to say. Maybe I'll cheat a little bit later on, but for now I think I'll just say how community driven and player driven we are as a dev team. We talk to players about every change we make. You can find us on every social media platform. We're on live stream at least once a week. There's in-game polling which controls the flow of content coming in as well as the type of content coming in.
Okay, so to sum that answer up, it sounds like he attributes the success of the game to the community, both the effort that the developers put into keeping in touch with the community and the content that the community creates for the game. It's a lot more of a campy answer than I was expecting, given that I went with monetization, but he brings up a great point. Another thing that old school RuneScape does that no other MMOs do is pull the community on every major change or addition that is made to the game. I didn't peg this as the reason for the old school RuneScape success over the years, but I definitely agree that it is part of it. I can't think of a single other game that's being developed this way. Literally every major change change to the game has to be approved by the players themselves. Take, for instance, microtransactions. They are unlikely to be added because theoretically they would have to be voted for by the community. Can you imagine if the MMO you're playing had to ask you if they could add a microtransaction before they added it? Would you vote yes to having them sell you a solution to a problem they made? Or would you vote for them to fix the problem that they made?
I wonder if the RS3 community would vote for additional microtransactions or specific microtransactions. Because, like, from what I understand, it's kind of a Western idea to not like microtransactions. But over in, like, Asia, Korea and China, all those areas there, microtransactions are just, like, a part of what you're buying into with the game. You know, because it's like you work a whole bunch, you don't have the time to sit there and grind out, you know, what's it? Almost 3,000 Chinchampas just to get to a specific level so that you can go do another aspect of content. For them, it's like, no, I'd rather just put $20, buy level 80 so then I can go do the thing that I want to do, because I only have a limited time of play every day. You know what I mean? So it's not as frowned upon in different areas outside of the Western world. I think that's interesting. Yeah, but like I'm curious if they would go along and actually, if they're gonna go along and actually, they would vote
instead of selling it to you. With that in mind, maybe pulling the community aspect is more of a reason for the game's success than I first considered, so we'll circle around to that again later in this interview. But first, if you're enjoying this video, please be sure to like and subscribe for more MMO content like this. Alright, now we're coming up on some of the toughest questions I asked Alec about old school RuneScape. These are the ones that companies typically would like to avoid answering, but Alec impressed me. It's been very interesting to compare old school RuneScape to other MMORPGs and look at how it compared to them. But now I was going to change the focus and pit old school RuneScape against its sibling RuneScape, because this is where I think the most interesting comparison of all lies. We've all been to a point.
This is you. Wait, no, this is you. And you want to conquer the world of Albion? Here's what you have to do. Craft a pickaxe, gather some more, smelt the ore, make a set of armor, craft it. Huh? No, now's not the time for fishing.
In our lives where we get to a metaphorical fork in the road, maybe when we decided what we would major in school or what job we would apply to, and we have to choose one path in our life or another without ever knowing what would have happened if we chose the other one. All we can do is wonder. Jagex doesn't have to wonder. It hit that fork in the road and it chose both paths. We have old school RuneScape, which is what RuneScape would have been had it stuck to its roots and avoided microtransactions, and we have RuneScape 3, which is what happened when they tried to evolve RuneScape into a more modern MMO with many more microtransactions to keep up with the shifting MMO landscape. We have two versions of the same MMO existing in the same market at the same time, so it's quite easy to see which one made arguably the right choices. I knew very well that this would be a difficult question for Alec to answer because anything he says might be misinterpreted as a bash against RuneScape 3, but he did a really good job of navigating the answer and delivering one with substance.
Okay, so what I'm going to say next might sound really simple, but bear with me, I think it makes sense. I think old school is just old school. There's nothing else like it. We're not trying to be like any other game. We are who we are. It's a unique game.
Yeah, you're leading into it.
Game. There's no MTX. It's recognizable. It's easy to understand. It's really difficult to master. Now, RuneScape 3, it kind of carved a different path for itself, right? It made a shift more toward other MMOs with action bars and abilities and stuff. Now, I don't think that's a bad thing. It does what it does really well, and it's a thriving game in and itself. Last year was awesome for them. Lots of new dungeons, lots of new quests, a couple of skill rewards.
One thing I really, really, really miss, which I think would be very enjoyable on old school, is dungeoneering. I know a lot of people hated dungeoneering, but dude, I would spend so much time going through those little dungeoneering areas. And I think that was a free-to-play thing too. Like, there was like stuff only members could do within the dungeons, but I loved it so much. And I think maybe it just gave me the sense of what like raids would be for higher level characters, but you can do it at just about any level. And I loved it. I loved it so much.
works, new training methods, new rewards, new equipment, and all that. So I think, as simple as it sounds, old school being old school is the key distinction for me.
I completely agree with Alec here. I think one of the main reasons old school RuneScape does so well is because it's incredibly unique. You will not find another MMORPG like it. It's not ashamed of how old it is and how old its systems looks. It's proud of it. The players revel in that old school feel, and anytime they want to experience that old school feel, they can come back and play old school RuneScape again. And there's another interesting observation to be made here. Not only have we witnessed old school RuneScape's success from 2013 to now, but also one of the other most popular MMORPGs in the world right now, WoW Classic, which just had its Wrath of the Lich King expansion. 2 of the top 5 MMOs in the world are currently held by classic versions of existing MMOs. Think about that for a second. Clearly, there is still an appetite for the way older MMORPGs handled things, whether it be their simplicity, their monetization, their rewards, or maybe all of these things. The demand is there. Old school RuneScape recognizes that, and it's embracing it. Next, I asked him what he thought about the subscription model existing in an era where more and more games are trying to take the microtransaction route instead. Old school RuneScape is a sub-to-play MMORPG with what amounts to a small free trial. There is a limited amount of content that you can try without buying the subscription with either real money or in-game gold. As you can see here, the areas in red are the areas you would need to buy a bond, also known as a subscription, to access. Here's what Alec had to say.
It's quite a simple answer I've got, but I think it's just the perfect fit. A subscription model is just the perfect fit for old school RuneScape. In your last video, you said that old school RuneScape was a numbers go up game. I think there's a lot more to us than that, but I think you're also quite accurate. But with a game like that, it's really important to respect the time that players put in, and that's what a subscription model does, versus an alternative type of model. I've seen players discuss our membership subscription approach, and unanimously they seem to come to the same conclusion that we do as well. Now, in marketing, I've got one simple goal really, to just tell as many players about old school as possible. We're a subscription based game, so for me it's easy. Just try and get as many players as possible, and that's how we'd be successful.
He touches on something important. When the primary mode of funding your game is subscription based, it forces the developer to make a good and complete game above all else. The goal when your game's revenue is derived purely based on the number of people playing it and nothing else is to make sure the player is having fun and nothing else. The goal when your game is monetized with microtransactions shifts from making sure the player wants to keep playing the game to making sure the player wants to spend money in the game. The question of what they can do to keep you around starts to come after the question of what they can do to get your wallet out. When keeping you around stops being the priority, player retention plummets and the game's population dwindles. This is exacerbated by the fact that the average MMO's monetization team is incredibly unimaginative. Here's a challenge to the MMO monetization teams everywhere. Sell me something that I wasn't already able to earn.
Well, especially because in old school, you can buy your subscription with in-game currency. You don't necessarily have to buy what's $7.99 is it? I don't know. I've never bought I have, just it's been a while, but it's been a while since I bought a bond from actual cash. But the fact that if you want player retention, right? If you can keep people in the game playing the game and allow them to unlock 90% of the world with your bond system just by actually playing the game, I think that's huge. So I like what they're saying there. Dig it.
In old MMOs. Sell me something that wasn't a memorable experience in old MMOs. I challenge you to come up with a transaction that doesn't cannibalize some piece of the game's content. If you're not coming up with transactions that don't cannibalize the content, you're actually bad for your MMO's long-term health. And this is why you're investing in a bad game. The top 3 MMORPGs out there right now, every single one of them is subscription-based. That monetization method has so far been the only one that is...
Well, the one issue with subscription-based, though, is if you have to take a hiatus, you're paying a monthly subscription, $7.99, $12.99, whatever it is. You're paying a monthly subscription, and what if I'm just so busy that month I can't utilize it? It makes me feel like it makes the player feel, it's not just me obviously, but it makes the player feel like you're spending money on absolutely nothing. You're not getting a return on your investment, You're investing time and money into this game for the payoff of for the payoff of feeling accomplished and whatever. other than that, like I feel like that's a pretty low con as far as the subscription-based model goes.
Able to incentivize developers to ask themselves what is best for every player in the long term, as opposed to asking themselves what is best for whales in the short term. Next up, I asked him to talk about bonds, because I talked about the WoW token system from World of Warcraft in the last video with a bit of criticism.
WoW token is.
Dude, this is a horrible gaming experience.
Horrible game. What's your problem? Horrible gaming experience.
I don't have time to research upgrades for this thing.
What are you doing?
If you don't know what the WoW token is or an old school RuneScape bond is, it's basically an in-game currency that you can use to pay your monthly sub. You can use in-game gold to buy a WoW token or an old school RuneScape bond, and then you can use that token or bond to pay the next month's sub, thereby playing your MMO for free. That part is great. The downside of the WoW token and the old school RuneScape bond is that on the flip side, players can buy these with real life cash and then sell them to other players for in-game gold. Effectively, it legitimizes the buying of in-game gold with real life money, which I'm never a fan of. So here's what Alec had to say about bonds in RuneScape.
You also mentioned bonds, and I don't want to shy away from that because I think it's an important exception and distinction that you mentioned. My personal opinion, as a player and also, you know, working at Jagex and old school RuneScape, I think they complete the subscription model. It gives an option for players who otherwise might not be able to subscribe using real money. And once you've progressed your character a fair bit in game, you'll probably find that maintaining your subscription just in game without spending anything in real life is actually quite easy. It doesn't take too much time. And the only other thing I wanted to say as well about monetization, subscription stuff, Iron Man mode in both RuneScape and old school RuneScape, I think is probably the purest way of monetizing in any game or any MMO, to be precise, right? You can't interact with other players, there's no trades, you're limited to what you can buy, you can't buy bonds, you can't buy anything else, that type of thing too. It's just about overcoming challenges by yourself. So Iron Man mode, subscription based completely, that's a really pure way of monetizing MMOs. I'm a big fan of what we do and how we do it.
It is really
I
done
personally
well.
probably won't ever be a fan of being able to exchange WoW tokens or bonds for gold in game, just because I feel like that's a slippery slope straight to pay to win. But I'm totally on board with letting players convert their gold into a sub if developers want to go that route to allow more players to access their game. But the reality is, old school RuneScape is a game that has 0 microtransactions, not a single one. In RuneScape, even if you bought all that gold, you still have to go out and do every quest in the game.
Yeah,
to
you still have
use
to put in the
flex
work,
quest
even if
cape. You still have to go out and kill.
Because like fuck, you could buy 10 bonds, sure, put them on the Grand Exchange, get, are they going like 6 mil each right now? Yeah, that's fine, but it's not going to complete a quest for you. It's not going to give you the ability to wear rune armor. It's not going to give you, it's not going to reach those milestones for you. You know, I like I said, I think that's another like small price to pay. You know, if there is going to be a way to trade your money for advancement in the game, it's a non-game breaking way to do. So I think the bonds are as much of a quote unquote microtransaction-y kind of thing that old school is going to get. I'm okay with that, honestly. I dig it.
Some of the most difficult bosses in the game to get things like the Inferno Cape. Cosmetics in old school RuneScape really
your bond's
mean
not getting
something
you that.
because every notable cosmetic is earned in-game by playing the game rather than through a microtransaction. They are worn like badges of honor, just like in the old days of MMOs when you saw someone running around with a really cool weapon or a chest piece or a mount. You knew exactly what they had to accomplish to have that. And most importantly, it inspired you to want to go do the same thing. And that's what I miss most about old MMORPGs and the days before microtransactions, when every cosmetic or mount told a story and inspired you to go out and find your story. Alec also brought up a great point about the Iron Man system, allowing you to experience the purest form of the game, where you can't even sell bonds for gold. So if the bond system was a deal breaker for you, they have you covered. That's a really good point, and I'm glad that he mentioned it. Now I wanted to dive a little deeper into the impact of the polling system on old school RuneScape's success because it's incredibly unique. If the community does not vote in favor of a change, the change does not happen. This is a fascinating way.
And on top of that, yeah, you need to the community needs to vote on any major changes to the game. But on top of that, you need overwhelming support to make that change. You need 75% of the people voting on that poll to be in agreement for that change to happen, which I think is a great way to do it instead of going like, 50-50. If you have one more vote than the other side, then the game's going through. We saw that with what was it? not sailing. It was a different skill that they wanted to add, and they brought it up so many times. I think it was like warding or something like that, where like they just couldn't get that overwhelming support for the game, so it never happened. The developers put a lot of work into making that update and really tried pushing for that new skill, but they just could not get the support. So they just went they trashed it. They probably don't trash it. They probably have it like saved in some file in case it comes up again. But I definitely really like that. You need like the overwhelming support to actually make the change.
To decide on how to add content to an MMO, but of course it comes with its own set of challenges. For instance, what if the devs come up with an incredible idea and the community just doesn't see the vision? So I asked Alec, aka Mod Sween, if there was a poll in his heart of hearts he felt would have made the game better if it had passed. And here's what he said.
To be honest, I can't think of one thing that would have been truly great for the game had it passed in the polls. I do believe that our players recognize what a great change entails and then votes accordingly. Stuff that has failed in a poll before, a lot of it ended up being reworked and reshaped based on player feedback anyway, and the stuff that wasn't just probably wasn't right for the game anyway. So there's nothing that I look at and think, you know, damn, if only that passed, if only we did that, or if only players voted for that, where would the game would be now? So there's nothing like that. To an extent, on the smaller scale, the Divine Spirit Shield was a reward that we proposed for a boss fight. But at the time, I think it was too powerful for the game. Players voted no. I think I voted no even. That said, now, after a lot of years of careful managing of power levels and power creep, it would probably fit quite nicely, but not at the time we offered it. And then looking at the 3 new skills we polled and they all failed, I don't look at any of them and think, you know, damn, they would have made the game great or greater. But that said, I'm really hopeful for the new skill we're working on now. In December, we had a green light poll for a new skill. Players came out and there tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands even, and voted yes. So we're in the process of that right now.
Will be added to the game. Polling structure. Passes will follow the revised polling structure closely with. Ew. Where's my chin? Okay, so it doesn't say.
I think this is going to be a good opportunity, and at this moment, I'm really hopeful that players recognize the great opportunity there and kind of come on board and help design it with us. But yeah, to your question, I can't really think of anything.
I didn't quite get the answer out of him that I was hoping for with this question. I felt like he really played it a little safe with this answer. There's no way a passionate developer had
got a technical background.
Yeah, he's like, there's no way there's not a single poll that you're like, fuck you guys. That would have been great.
One idea that they were super excited about that didn't make it through a poll, right? But I can also see why he wouldn't quite want to tell an entire community they were wrong about a poll. If there was a poll you think should have passed for the betterment of the game, let me know down in the comments. I'm really curious about this one. The polling system fascinates me, so I asked him about the fact that they used the polling system to not only add a new raid, but to design it piece by polling the community on every aspect of the raid. This is what he had to say about that experience.
Yeah, you're spot on. That is how we polled it. So we polled the raid, and then we spent some time working on and polling the rewards. That's quite a new approach, a new way of doing things with designing content this way. So historically, we've polled like a huge array of rewards to accompany raids and accompany boss fights all at the same time. But what this new staggered approach did is let us get the seal of approval to start working on a raid, which is a huge effort, and then spend time to properly work with the community on what rewards they'd like to see. After all, I think it's safe to say that players, you know, unanimously want a new raid because raids are cool. That's a given. But rewards are a bit more of a delicate matter. Introducing new weapons and introducing new armors, it affects every other encounter in game. It affects training methods. It affects prices of other equipment. It disrupts the economy to an extent, and so on. Now, in terms of what surprises, initially we were really careful with power creep. I mentioned power creep earlier, but we were really careful with power creep because players told us that it's important to be careful, and we're players too, and we don't want to, you know, massively change the game overnight. Not massively, but it really quickly became quite apparent that with something like a raid, there was an expectation of having powerful flagship weapons and armors coming into the game. So I'd say that was a half surprise in itself, seeing the way the community reacted and wanted, you know, really powerful stuff. So this design process of rewards kind of occurred in 3 stages. Initially, we had our design pitch, then we had a bit of a revamp, and then we had the final proposal, which was pretty much an overhaul of the stuff we'd offered. Now, our first proposal, we were trying to offer really interesting and unique progression in terms of, weapon progression and power scaling and stuff. It wasn't quite horizontal, but we weren't going the, hit bigger numbers level of rewards. Now, this proposal wasn't disliked by any means, but we quickly recognized that it fell quite short of what players were expecting. I mentioned, right, looking for flagship stuff to accompany raids. So then we gradually and ultimately did go with the hit big numbers rewards, and players really, really liked it. All the proposals came with DPS graphs and stuff like that to help players make the most informed decision around voting. And this isn't even including the appearance of the stuff, how it looked. Our artists routinely show their design progress. So if I point to the Masuri armor set, which is like the new best in slot ranged armor set, it looks really quite different from when we first pitched it to players. Again, quite a surprise, because the original pitch, the original design proposal, it looked really unique.
I mean, that's not a huge difference. I do like this a lot better.
A lot of subtle but really distinct stylings from anything else that existed in game, and then it turns out players wanted something else. They wanted something that looked a bit more traditional, looked a bit more powerful, looked a bit more MMO type armor.
That looks a lot better.
Spikier, that kind of thing.
As he describes the process of building the raid, you can really see how the final product ends up being in line with the community's expectations. The community even went as far as policing earlier proposed additions that would have caused too much power creep. It's actually really interesting to see that the players would deny themselves overpowered weapons for the betterment of the game. I mean, that's what you'd hope they'd do in theory, but it's cool to see that it worked out that way in practice as well. In the end, the community wanted desirable upgrades, but they didn't want to break the game. After hearing about old school RuneScape's community's restraint when it comes to the polls, I'm all the more impressed by them. I'm not sure I could rely on other MMO communities to reliably vote to do what is best for the game instead of voting what's best for themselves. In a lot of MMOs, we see a vocal minority have an oversized impact on what changes are made to the game. Their voices are louder than perhaps a sometimes silent majority, and this polling system actually seems like the perfect way to counter that problem. So I asked Alec if he had a great example of the vocal minority asking for something that didn't end up passing the poll, despite the fact that they thought everyone else wanted it.
So we try our best to listen to the entire player base, which can be quite a challenge at times. We found that some players, despite our best efforts of throwing polls and surveys and stuff at them and live streams and being active on Discord and Reddit and Twitter, some players don't really want to engage. They're happy just playing the game. So I guess you'd say that's our silent majority. Now, we're trying to encourage like a wider base of discussion because I think that's best to help shape new content. We had some success recently. I mentioned the new skill poll back in December. That had nearly 200,000 unique voters participating in that poll, either voting for or voting against, which is just unreal. But to your point about, looking at data and identifying what content smaller groups of players might want at the expense of others, I think I've got a pretty good example just from just a few weeks ago. So PvPers are a minority of our player base. We know that most players don't PvP or don't want to PvP, but I feel that PvPers have a really long and storied history of RuneScape, and I'd hate to not see them listened to, but that can't also be at the expense of our wider player base, which I think is what you're getting at, that kind of thing. So a few weeks ago, we reworked some PvE encounters in the Wilderness, which is our PvP zone, and those reworked encounters and environments and boss mechanics and rewards as well, like new weapons, that has been really successful. Players of all types, PvPers, people trying to kill the bosses, people in between trying to kill bosses and fight back against PvPers, collection hunters, they're all really enjoying it. So I think there is an example where you can make a vocal minority happy in a way that benefits the entire game, but it takes a lot of compromise and it takes a little bit more design time. So as long as you're okay with that up front, then there's no reason to shy away from that.
He brought up some really interesting points in his example about how the PvPers would be a natural vocal minority. I see this in almost every MMO that has both PvP and PvP in it. All too often, the developers end up neglecting one side or the other, and more often than not, it's the PvPers that are getting the short end of the stick. This is where the polling system could very easily be a double-edged sword. The developers might want to help the PvPers, but with the PvPers being so outnumbered, it might be very difficult to get a poll to pass that would allow that. In the end, he says that compromise is key and that they were able to work something out that everyone was happy with. So let me know down in the comments below, RuneScape PvPers, how's the bullying system working out for you, being that you're the minority? I'm curious to see your answers. Another thing old school RuneScape is pretty unique for is I think that it's the most popular MMO I know that facilitates what I will refer to as second screen content, or content that you can sort of let autoplay itself. In RuneScape, as long as you interact with the game every so often, you won't get kicked, and there are some tasks that your character will automatically perform. For instance, if you stand AFK in an area and something spawns and attacks you, your character will automatically fight back with whatever weapon you have equipped. Doing so will level up that weapon and any other relevant stats. This AFK skilling lets you progress in the game while working at work, or in my case, while editing a YouTube video, and it's something a lot of old school RuneScape players love about the game. So I asked Alec if the second screen content was something that they made intentionally, and here's what he had to say about that.
So I think there's a little bit of irony in that I'm chatting to you right now and I'm in game at the moment doing some AFK fly fishing, training my fishing level. But look, we don't design content to be second screen, but what we do is recognize that there's a nice balance to be had between game content that requires not much click intensity and in turn gives you, lower XP rates and things, and content that requires a lot of click intensity and in turn gives you higher XP rates. So most skills in game have methods with low XP, low click, and high XP, high click, with a lot in between as well. Now, for every player like me who's AFK fishing outside of the city of Prifddinas right now, there's somebody else immensely talented, playing really intensely like a beast, and then getting, outrageous XP rates. Right. So I think it's all about balance.
It's an interesting type of content for sure. It kind of gives you the ability to be productive in life while also getting a little taste of that endorphin rush that you get when you know your character is progressing. It's just a tiny bit easier to get your chores, your homework, or your work done when you know your character is still progressing in spite of that. Like Alex said, you do progress much slower while AFK skilling than you do while actively playing the game. I do wonder what the size of the impact of AFK players is. It's not botting. They still have to be around and interacting with the game from time to time to keep things going, but as long as they are interacting with the game every so many minutes, they still count as a player. Would you be logged into your MMO more if you could progress at a fraction of the normal speed for being semi-AFK in the game? Would this demotivate you from actually playing it, knowing that you could be progressing while AFK? It's an interesting topic that gives me more questions than answers for now, but this brings us to our next topic, which is a very...
There we go. Another ad.
The all-new Doritos Cool Ranch Papadilla from Papa John's.
Popular one when talking about old school RuneScape. I was very straight with Alec and I said, look, every time someone talks about the success of old school RuneScape, myself included, the comment sections always filled up with people claiming that the entirety of the RuneScape population is nothing more than bots. In my opinion, there's a lot of reasons that this can't be true, but I asked him to give me his best defense of the validity of the RuneScape population to combat or to correct this common opinion. To my surprise, Alec actually answered this question head on and gave us information that they've never shared with anyone before. So listen up.
Yeah, so bots and old school. I think I'm gonna have to be marketing man for a second. Firstly, I think we're just like any other MMO in that we're a target for cheaters. Now, I'm not trying to shirk responsibility or trying to deflect or anything. But when games like MMOs have opportunities to make money from player economies, or they've got really hefty achievements in, like we do, to flex, then there's motive for cheaters. I think every MMO has issues. I think every MMO sees them vary in intensity with bots and cheaters, whether they're targeting gathering nodes, or they're gold farming or gold selling, or they're cheating in other ways like multi-boxing or using add-ons and cheat plugins and that type of thing too. Every MMO faces that to an extent. And no disrespect to other games, all I'm doing right now is just saying that they face the same challenges we do. And ultimately, it's all just an arms race. It's about us trying to tackle something. Cheaters.
That's a really good way of putting it, an arms race. Because like every anti-cheating system you put in the game, the cheaters are looking at that and saying, okay, well, how do we work around this? And then Jagex is sitting there saying, all right, well, they're gonna figure out a way around this. So let's try to get ahead of them. And it's just like a back and forth. And realistically, a certain amount of bots in a game is probably pretty decent for the game as a whole. It sounds a little counterintuitive, but like the reason why we can get some of these resources and quest items and all this other stuff at whenever we want, you go to the Grand Exchange right now, get anything that you would need, and it's if the bots weren't farming it, green dragon hide, fucking expensive. You know what I mean? All kinds of shit would be like crazy expensive. But every night before the bots log off, they dump all their stuff and they tank the price of a bunch of things. And yeah, it's not the best, but it's kind of a give and take. It's kind of like a deer population, right? You don't want so much deer that it's a problem, but you still want a few deer because they're still part of the natural balance of the world. But if they get overpopulated, then everything kind of starts getting worse. Running out in the middle of the road, eating your farm. But yeah, arms race is a really good way to put it.
Is adapting, we're adapting, they're adapting. They've got incentive and motive to carry on doing what they're doing, and we just have to carry on trying to stop them as best we can. But okay, I'll talk about the issues that Old School faces in particular. So if I take the past weekend, like the weekend just gone, as I'm talking to you right now, we had about 135,000 concurrent players logged in at one time. That's with no major release. That's just a random weekend. I'm pretty happy with that. Concurrent also meaning logged in at one time and not total during the day, which is a much higher number of players. So in terms of getting an accurate look at bot numbers as percentage of our players, it really depends on how we get that number. We could use number of accounts reported by other real players to be botting, or we could look at ban metrics. Now, looking at either of these two methods, it's a single digit percentage of players who are bots. Now the range varies, that's why I'm going to say single digit, some low, some higher in that range, but yeah, single digit percentage of players who probably are botting. So of that 135,000 players I mentioned earlier, the vast majority, almost all of them, are real people and they're real players. But that's not me saying, oh, we're perfect, it's not a problem. That's not true. Right, we try not to let them get away with it. We do care about it quite a lot. Our anti-cheating team, in addition to the percentages I just said, they also gave me some cool stats from 2022. During last year, we banned 4 million accounts for botting, and we removed 15 trillion GP, which is our game currency, from real world traders. Real world trading being the terminology we use for RMT, which other MMOs tend to use. But if there's anything I do want to leave this answer with, it's more to just put my hands up and say, well, look, we're not perfect, but we are really getting better at it. In the past week, literally the past week, our data team working with our anti-cheating team have made really good progress on improving methods of automated detection. That's detection, not punishment. It's probably too soon for me to share details, but I'm really hopeful that we can talk to our players about this really soon. It looks super promising. We're also clamping down on people buying gold and buying items, which is it's about us trying to stem demand and then in turn, hopefully removing the incentive behind people doing the cheating in the first place. But looking longer term into the future, I think the answer lies in just implementing better tech solutions, continuing to improve on the authentication measures we're putting out at login. And this is a bigger one, right? But maybe we need to start having conversations with our players about integrating anti-cheating software.
Back that up just a little bit because we have an ad in process. I don't know if anyone who is watching is subscribed or not, so we're just gonna pause that because this is a really interesting point. If I assume if anyone's watching and they're not subscribed, they'd be interested in this answer because like bots in Old School RuneScape are such a big, like it is probably the most common topic talked about in Old School. So we got 30 more seconds, and then after this video, ooh, I need a bio break. I want to get through this video before I take a break. So, let's hold up here for a little bit. I only got 1,000 chins to go though before I hit 80. So I'm very excited for that. Where am I at as far as this is? But we're making 62k an hour in XP. Oh, here we go. All right, ad is done. I just wanted to wait till the ad was done to finish this conversation with Mod. What's his name? Mod Sven. But yeah,
that's it. In the past week, literally the past week, our data team working with our anti-cheating team have made really good progress on improving methods of automated detection. That's detection, not punishment. It's probably too soon for me to share details, but I'm really hopeful that we can talk to our players about this really soon. It looks super promising. And we're also clamping down on people buying gold and buying items, which is it's about us trying to stem demand and then in turn, hopefully removing the incentive behind people doing the cheating in the first place. But looking longer term into the future, I think the answer lies in just implementing better tech solutions, continuing to improve on the authentication measures we're putting out at login. And this is the bigger one, right? But maybe we need to start having conversations with our players about integrating anti-cheating software. Now that's a more controversial discussion to have. It's good, it works, but some players dislike how invasive it can be. But is it worth it for the greater good of the game? I'm not sure. I think it's worth a chat we should have with our player base as well. You know, just talking about what we can do longer term and what that will require from our active players as well.
I 100% agree with him that bots exist in every MMORPG. Hearing the sheer number of bots they've banned is astounding though. At an estimated 4 million bots banned last year alone, that means they're banning 10,000 bots every single day. That is insane. A developer that is banning 10,000 bots a day is definitely not sitting idly by and letting bots run rampant. That sounds more like a developer that is fighting them on a daily and weekly basis. It sounds like Jagex is also considering ramping up anti-bot measures in their war against bots and looking for ways to make it harder for a bot to create an account. That's always the hardest part of free-to-play games. When there is no barrier to entry, when there is no cost to create an account, there is nothing stopping botters from creating thousands of accounts every day because nothing is lost when they are caught. If the game had cost as little as $5, that would be costing botters $50,000.
He died.
He died
as he lived. A total sucker.
Well, total sucker, yes,
a day. You can see how even a small box price goes a long way to curb large-scale bot operations. Final Fantasy XIV allows players to play the game for free up until level 60 and handles this problem by severely limiting the amount a completely free-to-play player can interact with the community. They can't initiate whispers, they can't shout, they can't send friend requests, they can't make any significant amount of gold per day until they have spent some amount of money in the game. This prevents them from spamming chat with gold selling messages or doing all the things that we know RMTers to do in MMOs these days. This method of combating bots has worked really well in Final Fantasy XIV, and I kind of wonder how it would work in old school RuneScape. But I digress. I think the most interesting thing Alex said was that the metrics all suggest the percentage of the community that is botting is in the single digits. That is very respectable for a free-to-play game. And if we look at Google Trends, we see there is a massive amount of real people seeking out old school RuneScape content. The bots in the game are not Googling guides for the tutorials and watching YouTube videos. So despite what some players want to believe, old school RuneScape is still massively popular and by my guess is still at least the third most popular MMORPG in the world right now. And remember, it's been growing since 2013 and just might continue to do so. How popular will this MMORPG get? Will we see it make it all the way to the top spot? I'll definitely let you know if we do. Next, I asked Alec if he had any final thoughts, and here's what he had to say.
There's a lot of emphasis on kind of building a sandbox for players and creators to, you know, play in, right? I will gladly die on this hill, but I think the content creation scene around old school is the best of any game. The variety, the storytelling, the skill mastery, the ways that our content creators interact with one another, genuinely believe it's second to none. Now, I'm going to be quite cheeky. If I can recommend some content to your viewers, obviously after they watch this video, don't leave the video right now. I would say to go and check out Soup, his Gillenor game series. It's long form content that pitches a lot of different creators against each other, like a reality TV. Swampbletics for
Settled's my dude,
immense
man.
discipline,
that man
emotional highs and lows, real roller coaster stuff. RS Chronicles for a good idea of what's going on with the game now, and Eevescape, his battle royale. If you're keen to see some great PvP content. Now, all of these have amazing production quality as well. And there are so many
They do a really
more.
good job.
If I didn't mention you, I'm really focused on YouTube here. Check out the Twitch directory as well. But if I didn't mention you, I'm so sorry. There are so many talented creators to get through. But I think that's a really good starting point
shout out from
the
a
old
dev.
school content creation scene. Like, I've really enjoyed
Only
chatting to you.
366,000.
And again, I really appreciate the opportunity to
still,
talk to viewers about old school RuneScape. If there's one thing I can say before I leave is that give old school RuneScape a chance. Look beyond the visuals if you know visuals are your thing. I think at its heart you'll find like a great game with a great community, with a really pure sense of gameplay and monetization. So try it out. Old School RuneScape's turning 10 later this month, which is huge. And it's even though we're turning 10, I think we're just getting started. We're really starting to hit our stride. We've got a really, really talented team. We've got new leadership in place, and it's all about empowering players at the moment. So I hope you come on a journey with us. I joined Jagex in 2015, like I said earlier, and I'm probably the most excited and the most positive that I've ever felt about the game right now. So yeah, look, thank you. Thanks for your time. Give Old School RuneScape a chance.
To that I say thank you, Alec, and thank you, Mod Goblin, for bending over backwards to help me make sure I met my deadline on this video. These guys were not just developers, but also very clearly gamers, and you could feel that in the way they spoke about the game. If you enjoyed this video and hate microtransactions, be sure to like and subscribe for the algorithm gods and for more MMO content. I want to also give a special shout out to my YouTube members who kick in $5 a month to help this channel give the highest quality content I can. If you want to become a YouTube member for access to an exclusive Discord channel, behind the scenes footage, and more, click the join button below in this video.
Have a little
if you
bit
ever
of
want to
bio
talk
break,
about MMORPGs while I'm live, come visit me over at twitch.tv/LuckyGhost. Sincerely, thank you.
Check out, who is this? Check out Lucky Ghost. I'm actually going to give him a subscribe, like on the video. That was really good. I'm more and more finding an interest in like the production quality of YouTube videos. Very exciting, but I'm going to take a quick break here. We will be right back. I'll leave, oh, here we go. Oh, man, I'm goofing everything up. All right, hold on. Where's the, I want to go. I'm going to turn on some music. Yeah. Awesome. We'll put the be right back screen on, and I'll see you in a bit. We are back and ready to go. Turn that music off again so we can keep going on. Yeah, so I need some more stuff to watch. Climbing to the top. I think yeah, that's what we watched there. I've been watching a lot of this dinosaur game here. What's going on YouTube? Set back up here though. Oh man, you guys are gonna see what I'm viewing on YouTube. Probably not a shit. We can spectate a cheater. Sounds fun. Going. That's by the Lucky Ghost guy. Might watch that. Oh yeah, May got a bunch of buffs on over. That might be it. Damn, 4 minutes. Oh, Bronze Bingo.
For an effective defense against
one,
erosion and cavities, I recommend new Pronamel Active Shield.
Subscribe to
For
Emong?
2 times stronger defense against erosion and effective
Oh, brand new
cavity
video,
protection. New Pronamel Active Shield is a game changer.
Avatar: The Way of Water is now streaming on Disney+. This family is our fortress.
Oh, I heard that movie looked really good. I remember when the first Avatar came out, it was supposed to be like the most expensive movie ever like made. The budget on the movie was fucking wild.
Avatar: The Way
And I think
of
they actually
Water,
made money on
rated PG-13,
it
now
too.
Streaming on Disney+.
All right, we are back with another spectating Bronze Bingo. Today we're going to be spectating a Bronze Bastion / Symmetra is what we're going to be spectating here. For anybody wondering what the question marks are, those are things that we know that chat will have to guess what those are. Pretty curious to see how this goes. We don't watch too much Bastion or Sim. I see a lot of Bastion in a lot of the Bronze games. So
Oh yeah, Bastion just puts out so much damage.
Very curious to see how this Bastion plays, because like I said, we see a lot of Bastion in a lot of these spectating games, so it's going to be very interesting to see that. Will we get a Venn diagram on? That is the question. I'm very curious on that one. So we'll find out.
Just so oppressive when you play them.
Here. We got an Ashe, Lifeweaver, Bastion, Mercy, Zarya comp. If you're loaded into your game and that's what you're coming out of spawn with, are you happy with that? Are you excited for that when you're playing?
Not in Bronze.
We'll see how they go. All right, it's time. Here we go.
Yeah, immediately go into fucking recon
I
mode.
like your positioning here. It definitely is
Yeah.
a positioning on the map that could work.
Look at that.
Who was on point on their team. What did I miss?
Some damn Junkrat.
How is there a Junkrat here? What did I miss that there's a Junkrat on point? Wait,
Those
what?
guys
Wait
are
a second.
fucking. They're
Wait a
Houdinis,
second.
man.
No, we're going back to this Junkrat here.
They're a bunch of fucking wizards. Where's he going? Hmm. What a fucking psycho.
I was wondering how the Junkrat got all the way over there. You've done this on Ica Wall before? It works so well? I mean, we're about to find out, because I was just curious.
Yeah, because
What a play.
no one probably
Triple
even knows
mines
he's
to
fucking
start.
there.
Also, is
Oh,
anybody
he's
gonna
getting a
look at the
whole
point?
ass tick.
No, there's no way.
No way.
There is no way. No.
He got 2 full
No, there's
ticks
no
without
way.
without anyone
There's
even
no
seeing.
way. No. No way.
Talk about
I
a
am sorry, but if
C9.
nobody turns around. Don't tell me. Okay, somebody finally turned around. It was the Lifeweaver.
Oh jeez, you're fucked.
Who wins this? We have a 1v1 for the point. Who wins this? Who wins it? Oh my
That
All
is
right, I'm gonna be
that's
honest
so
with you. I think
ridiculous.
we have something for this chat, and I feel like this is a good opportunity to play this because if there isn't, you know what? We're just gonna let this go right at the beginning of the video here. Zombie Food made this for chat. Everybody knows what's coming right now. If you like the song, it's actually I think we'll have a link in the description on Zombie Food who had made this one. Just get ready.
Oh, that's a good scene. They could have touched. That's actually good. And that's part of the reason why you want to hold on point sometimes.
Just to go along with that one, are you ready, chat? Because we didn't have it in the last bingo video. Are you ready? Not only do we get that swell treat of a song, are you ready? Here we go. The team doesn't get on the objective when they could have, which results in them not winning the round / not contesting the point due to them not getting on the objective, which would result in a victory for the team, which would have resulted in a victory to be able to hold that first point, which would have given them a lot more time to be able to hold that. But unfortunately, because the Junkrat did a triple mine over the top rope over there to be able to go over to the point, it ended up coming down to a Lifeweaver having to 1v1 a Junkrat, but Lifeweaver's hitbox is huge. Therefore, Junkrat was able to win that 1v1, and due to the team not recognizing they were on the point, didn't turn around in time to be able to go to the point, get there, prevent the Junkrat from capturing the point, and be able to keep the first point, which actually, if you keep the first point there, gives you a little bit more time on the clock to be able to hold going in the second. But unfortunately, due to not getting onto the point, the team wasn't able to do that, and therefore, because they weren't on the point, the other team captured the point, which gives them more time to attack, which could result in a much longer game or a victory for the other team based off of what we just saw.
Oh, this guy's fucking hilarious. Call me Kevin.
Breathe in and know that vaping nicotine can actually increase feelings of stress.
Yet some companies get rich telling you it's a stress reliever.
So let's call it what it is. It's a breath of stress air.
Breath of stress
Let me
air.
ask you
That's a good
something.
one.
What do you normally look for in body wash? Do you look for clean ingredients? Native body wash leaves your skin feeling soft and hydrated.
All right, check that off.
Nah.
And we're also going to do how do they get to the points that survive that, because I can't believe that. All right? That sound good? DPS exactly where they're supposed to be? You know what? We're going to count that Junkrat as that. Good call. Anything else? We got a treat already. We got a treat already. Oh, Cuber's going to have a blast with that one. All right, what a start. Frontline support. I'm not going to count the Lifeweaver there as frontline support. Let's be honest here. Is Lifeweaver going back to the point from a triple mine Junkrat really a frontline support at that point? You know what I mean? That's not frontline support at that point. No, how is that frontline support? The team's up here. Frontline would be right here. That's not frontline support. It's a backline Junkrat. All right, let's head over to Cat Boomer 1 here and see how it goes. I like how they're still playing it.
Ooh,
the
nice.
What do we like to see?
Oh, under 1,000 left.
Yep, so far everybody's just taking
There
a
we
nice
go.
1v1 everywhere. I like how your positioning gradually just goes to you ending up over like on the other side of them. What in the? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you're in a bad spot there.
Okay, now that is a frontline support. All right, we can check that off right now. See, that is frontline support. All right, where's the see? And Ana is up here by themselves trying to
That is such a good
1v5 the
content
team,
idea
while everybody else,
of doing a
course,
bingo board.
is on the objective. Now, can I count this as everyone's on the objective? Not yet. If we don't have it later on, will we count it? Probably. But right now, we can wait till later. All right, let's keep going. Will we get a Venn diagram Bastional? Will we start getting this? Be careful of like, you know, it's all good. Here we go. It's all time. It's all time. Here we go.
Here it is.
It's Bastional time. Ooh, that was actually a good Bastional. You got on the limb,
got
too.
one too.
I don't, not Venn diagram in that one.
It's.
What
Oh,
in the
that's
1v1 is this?
Ooh, God, that's dangerous.
Do you think Anish will be able to nano boost in game herself? I mean, I think people have wanted that. I think you can do a deathmatch. I love the positioning right now. It's kind of just like, yes, I'm going to be over there somewhere. Like, that's the position. It's like, I'm just going to kind of go there and have some fun. Oh, that's the cart. Is it ult domino time? There isn't enough ult yet. Woo, this is something.
Well, yeah, no one's fucking fought.
That was 3 ult? Yeah, but I wouldn't count that yet.
Okay, yeah, just right in the middle. Send it.
Oh, yeah, you're tanking.
Send it.
I love, like, when you go into turret form, you just become the tank.
Yeah.
You become... Oh, I like that.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
Wait, what the? Moira orb? You become the tank.
Fucking Moira. Uh-oh. Oh, where are you going? Dude, he just W-keyed.
We're going to go back just a second here. Team didn't go for the high ground when the high ground and defense is really good. You ended up fighting below. They used your ults on you. So we have that one there. All right? Second of all, I want you to see this point of view, and I've talked about this before. Let's watch this play.
A buddy of mine, Mr. Cole, has been doing VOD reviews for Over, and it's actually it's pretty good stuff because, you know, obviously his community will submit video VODs and like that. So kind of break it down, and you never really notice how often bad players, including me, because I am by no means a good player, but, you know, like newer players or bronze players will sit there and go right up front, behind the tank, behind the point, in front of the tank, in front of the point, and you know, way in front of his supports where they can't even see him, and then they're like, dude, how did I die there? And it's like, well, yeah, because you're trying to 1v5 the entire team. There's not many characters at all that can do that. I actually need to get that box called. Good run. Real good stuff there.
From this team's point of view, are you ready? Watch. Just watch this.
Look at him. Look at him go.
Okay, did you see I'm just
no
saying,
cover.
You see what that looks like from the other team's point of view? You're like, I'm going in, I'm taking. Also, we have a zero limb ult in the background there from a Junkrat. You're not getting anybody with tire. Remember, you're not the tank here. You can do a good amount of damage output, but you're not the tank.
Yeah, you got great damage, and honestly, you have real good armor.
Some of your pushes, because then you can fall
still need
over
cover.
and go back to spawn real quick. All right?
And I mean, he's pocketed by the Mercy too, so like that really helps out. Yeah, whenever recon pops, oh, get him. You got it. Oh, better tracking. That ram would have been dead. Another one. What?
I'm sorry, but what are these good Bastion ult locations? What's going on here? I'm gonna need you to spam that button, okay? I feel like ever since we started talking about the Venn diagram ult, all of the Bastion ults have been good now. You said you're furious after that? That's what I'm saying. Why aren't people just spamming the button? Uh-oh.
Yep.
I think what I love about this team fight right now is, like, the team comps. Okay, it's supposed to be. What in the? Where are you?
How did you even get over there?
Hey, how's it going, everybody? What?
Bounced him right in the middle of him. That's hilarious.
These point of views. You're having a blast right now.
That's one thing about Bastion is that even if you're doing, like, you just get yourself in so many stupid situations sometimes, because there are situations where you sit there and you're like, oh yeah, I have so much DPS that I can just sit there in front of someone and tank them, and then next thing you know, you get Junkrat bombed into their back line, and
Wrecking Ball got 3.
Yeah, you're just going up, aren't you?
What in the...
Oh my god, he got the
It's kind
fucking
of like
kill
what
too.
you do is you spawn, and then you just run at the team, go into turret form, and hope they just kind of... I like the melee attempt on the Junkrat 20 feet away.
What he tried doing was jumping.
Guys, Tom, going in!
But he presses B
there
button.
we go!
Gee.
Hey guys, today I want to share my experience using the Mask and Glow Pro face for 2 weeks.
What the
I've always
fuck
struggled
is
with
on your
acne and uneven
face?
skin tone, so I was excited to give this a try. After just a few days,
Yeah.
I noticed a significant improvement in the texture and clarity of my skin.
No,
Light
show the
therapy
mask
has really
again.
helped
The
me
thing's-
improve my skin and
Good
brighten my
lord, that's
complexion.
terrifying.
Now, after 2 weeks, I can confidently say that the mask.
What you're doing? Well, that's an easy one. Someone is randomly AFK. I'm actually gonna go with this. The ability used before or after it should have been used. I'm gonna use that for the your like frontline turret play that you do sometimes, where you kind of just go in, and the missed nades. That way we kind of can just forget on that one. Anything else here I'm missing? Anyway. Whoa, nice shots. We can watch that one more time. You watching this tracking right here? Wait a second.
That was good. You saw the tracking.
Nice job. Come on, Venn diagram out. It doesn't.
Beautiful.
Why are these ults? These ults are good.
Yeah, oh, jeez.
That
Just
wasn't
behind
Venn
him.
diagram? Okay, listen. Okay, you know what? That is a Venn diagram. We're gonna. Okay, you know what? How about this? Okay, let's talk about the Venn diagram ult for a second. It is
Yeah.
a Venn diagram. All right. What I started with when I was talking about the Venn diagram ult. Here, let me show you.
It seems like that would be an Orisa ult.
Like, it's not like, yeah, exactly. We have the textbook Venn diagram, which is where the Bastion will kind of spam the ult at once. So we kind of went with the Venn diagram on that one. I'm not saying this isn't a Venn diagram. And I want it to be known here that Chad has decided this is a Venn diagram ult. But if we're going by textbook, Venn diagram ult is when you just spam all the buttons at once, and it creates like a Venn diagram, but not like a Venn diagram. Does that make sense? Doesn't count? Okay, now we're saying it doesn't
Good
count.
editor.
Just to
Man,
make
I need
sure here,
myself
we're
a
all
fucking
on the
editor.
Same page here. We're all on the same page here. This doesn't
Telling you,
count,
I fucking
right?
hate editing videos. Like it's cool
You know what,
editing
as of right-
videos and like learning how to do it. Damn, it takes up so much time, dude. So much time, and I can't have it.
Right now, I'm just gonna let the YouTube comments and chat discuss this one. We're not gonna count it right now. We're not counting it right now. You know what? In about 20 minutes, when we don't have any more else like that, we're gonna count it. But right now, we're not. Just you know what? We're not. Not happening. Don't worry, we might come back to that later.
Yeah. Fuck.
Listen,
I
by the
keep messing it
definition
up.
of what a Venn diagram is, that's a Venn diagram. Also, what did I just, what the? But like the way that we envision the Venn diagram out, and we can figure out a new way to explain it, is when Bastion just spams the
I keep going it
all
too
at once.
early.
You know what I'm saying? Which created the Venn diagram, but it wasn't like the actual perfect Venn diagram. Okay? All right. Anyway, let's continue on. What is going on here? Is this team fight still going?
This is the longest team fight
Such
in
a
Overwatch
decent discussion about this Venn
history.
diagram out there. We're still in the same team fight. What in the?
They're holding them really well here, though. I would have held off on that mine. I mean, he got 2 kills out of it, so I guess good mine. I can't stand playing ball.
Long team fight? Oh yeah, true. That team fight went forever. Is there? Oh, a team fight that takes a really long time. All right, there we go. Okay, here we go. Okay, listen, we need to talk about this very quickly. With this Bastion gameplay, try not to just run at their team and be like, you know what? I have turret form. Good luck. Because I have limited damage reduction. What are you going to do about it? Well, what's happening most of the time is you're going back to spawn almost immediately. So, I would recommend a little bit of a different play style on that, I'd say. You're playing more like a tank, exactly.
Oh, I had a couple games that I wanted to submit for my buddy Mystical.
It's El Domino time, by the way, Chad. Just so you know, it's El Domino time.
Oh yeah, it's coming.
Oh, well, if you hit that right click there, I actually would have gotten the Junkrat. Oh, here comes Rat!
Oh, that was really close though.
You almost had it. Come on, this team fight is still going. The other one was long. And your team would have 4 ults. You should win this. You should easily win
They're
this.
holding really well here though.
Oh,
Ooh, watch out for that.
That's 3 ults. No, don't do it!
What are you doing?
Don't
What are you doing? Oh my god. No.
Oh, we got the ult. It's the El Domino.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's Valk time. It's
Damn.
Ball time.
That was
Mercy
it.
went for the res. It did not work. That would have counted. Run to the team. Run to the team.
What are you
time.
doing? Oh, with the switch? Are you serious? What?
Maybe you wanted to go to the point, but your team can get to the point. What in the world is...
That was a terrible switch. You almost had Bastion ult too.
Maybe...
Oh my god. No way.
Can't believe what a treat that was. Jack, look at the Blaze chat for half decaf with the 5 gifted. Thank you, half decaf. That was perfect timing. What in the world was that? Oh, okay. Let's just go check the bingo cards very quickly. I'm gonna be honest with you. I forgot what I told Cuber was. I don't even know what I put for that question mark, so we'll just figure that out later. Woo! All right. Anything here we're missing? Ultimate Domino. That happened. It just happened at the end of the match there. Granted, we had a whole thing there. Everyone was on the objective. I agree. You got that one. Line of sight and heals. Oh, I can say one thing about line of sight and heals.
I'm looking for something different. Yeah, I want to. I guess really what I'm looking for is like another video essay. Big Twitch announcement. Oh yeah. That was a bunch of changes for Twitch are coming, aren't they?
Order any KFC sandwich online till July 2nd.
Like as far as like stuff referring to like ad space on your stream and logos and stuff like
Bringing up
that.
Twitch's big problems is like bringing up my mustache.
Okay, what's
Tired of hearing it.
Whoa, hey, yo,
A huge announcement that Twitch
Can't see my
made
game.
that
I'm
people are
punching
quite upset
chins.
about. How upset? Well, Tips, the leader of OTK,
What is up with his
said if
mustache?
this
What's going
change
on?
goes through, OTK will be leaving Twitch, which is crazy because they are one of the most viewed organizations on Twitch. Also added the CEO, pretty bold move. And if you just search up Twitch right now and go through all of Twitter, people aren't happy. It's impressive how Twitch manages to make the most dogshit changes imaginable. I don't say it lightly, but I think this is a legitimate situation where streamers should consider boycotting Twitch. Twitch is changing sponsorship guidelines to be so restrictive that it makes it impossible for streamers to even advertise. Okay, well, let's first address what the fuck everybody's talking about. And it
Wait.
all started with a single article posted by Twitch about branded content guidelines. Maybe the most boring, dry article you could imagine, has somewhat made the entirety of Twitter implode talking about Twitch. But what is the actual content of it? It started with point 1, which is branded content disclosure tool. Basically, now when you do a branded stream, you have to disclose it, which is a law in the US of A.
that doesn't
at the
sound
very
too
least,
crazy.
and is a good thing. You should know when
Okay,
you're watching
Overwatch.
branded content as a viewer, and if you check this little box, then it'll be embedded into the stream. Great, easy. Point 1, not a problem. But like most shit
doesn't
sandwiches,
sound
it's
too
not the
crazy.
top layer of bread you have to worry about. It's what's in the middle, which is point 2. prohibited brand sponsorship formats. We recognize that streamers want to collab with brands, but as outlined in the TOS, we maintain the exclusive right to sell, serve, and display ads on Twitch services. This means that you may not insert, embed, or burn in pre-recorded ad units into your live streams. What does that mean? Well, they gave a nice little infographic. Somebody worked really hard at Twitch to make these graphics. They look really good, but they made a lot of people upset. So let's go through it. Here are the formats permitted for ads that streamers might want to run on their Twitch channel. You can do panels, which is like the thing below. It's basically the description. Nobody actually reads. You can showcase products. Fair enough. You can include links or maybe have like a pinned link or a Moo bot that posts the link occasionally in the chat. You can discuss products and be like, wow, check out my very cool Nintendo Switch Joy-Con. It has drift still. I don't know how that's legal. And you can play sponsored games. Okay, great. That's all fine. But what are the non-permitted ones? The ones with limitations? The ones that started the shitstorm that has caused Twitter to lose their mind? Well, the first one, logos on stream. On-stream brand overlays are limited to 3% of screen size. This is crazy.
Okay,
I've
why
never
is it
even
crazy?
heard of this before, especially the limitation of 3%. Partially because that is weirdly specific. I don't even know what 3% of a screen is. Luckily, some other people found out what it is. Turns out this is 3%. This is it in square form, this is it in banner form, and this is it if you were to put it on the side. It is fucking tiny. It is literally smaller than my webcam. It is not a large part of the screen. So that would impact a lot of banner ads that people regularly do on their Twitch streams. And then the second one is the one that people are very stressed out about, which is that streamers are not allowed to insert video ads directly into their streams. So this is basically like you are sponsored by Campbell's Soup, and then you play a Campbell's Soup ad while you are streaming for 60 seconds, and then it's back to you jerking off, watching the button, whatever the hell's going on. And they said, no, that you cannot do that.
That doesn't sound too crazy to me. And like I'm an idiot when it comes to this stuff. I don't really know a lot about advertising and what is great. That doesn't seem too crazy to me. Like that being said, I don't work with sponsors, obviously. So maybe I just don't have the experience with it. I mean, like Ludwig, and he showed Asmongold. Asmongold's massive on Twitch. So I guess it affects them a lot more in that sense. But even then, like big streamers that I've watched, they don't have a lot of like if you're subscribed to someone, right, and then they have a, you know, you're paying Twitch to not watch ads on that channel, right? You're paying the streamer to not watch ads on their channel, and then on top of that, they'll do a video ad, or you see like a thing over in the corner about an ad. It seems like that doesn't sound too crazy for Twitch to say, hey, don't be doing that. That being said, if you're not subscribed, oh shit, I'm just like picking up my boxes. That being said, if you're not like hanging out with a streamer that you subscribe to, Twitch has those same ads anyway. You know, so it's like, I don't know. It's just weird. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me.
And then there's a couple additional ones saying, hey, you can't do banner ads, which I guess would also fall under the 3% anyway. And then you can't have any burned-in audio ads, which I've never heard about. I guess that's like if you're doing a podcast maybe, and you have like a podcast ad read. Apparently that's also not allowed to happen. So,
but just burned in, you could still talk about the ad read.
All of these things just outright banned, and this is the main thing people are.
I may
upset
not
about.
insert audio ad,
which I think is pretty fucking dumb by Twitch, because this is the main way that people who run huge events are able to make money, including me. That's how I make most of my money. Now I'm on YouTube, so it's not as big of a problem for me. But for my Mogul Chess Boxing, here's a baked-in mid-roll ad from Cash App.
Oh, I see what he's saying.
Taco Bell breakfast. Fluffy eggs, sausage, and a crispy hash brown. It's how everyone should wake up, and that's why you can
that makes a little
have
more
a free
sense.
breakfast crunch wrap.
Offer valid
So like if
every
you're doing an
Tuesday
event,
in June.
right?
You can have a crunch wrap.
Must be a loyalty
Stop
member and
yelling, dude. So that's what he's saying there. like within his, 5-hour long event, and he had a big old thing, right? So within that, like any event, you have to get funding from somewhere. Unless you're like Mr. Beast or something, and you just got money, you got fuck you level of money. But even then, he has ads. I guess he has ad reads. He doesn't have embedded ads like actual commercials. So I guess that I can see where that can be a point of contention.
That is all it is. It's a total baked-in ad that would not be allowed under the current Twitch guidelines. Similar to the KFC ad that we recorded that aired during the Streamer Awards. Another ad that just wouldn't be able to be aired, which is part of the reason they pay the big bucks, those big sponsors, to be able to make events like that happen in the first place. And somebody on Twitter, Brian, said, the more I think about it, the more insane this is. Literally no event can run on Twitch under these guidelines. Tournaments, league, charity, all of them violate these in so many ways. So I looked into it.
Okay.
And he's right.
I see what you're saying.
Literally, this is a Twitch Prime Gaming, or I guess an Amazon Prime gaming banner giveaway. This is an ad right here, and it is well over 3% and breaks the rule of inserted, burned-in display ads. That's not allowed under the current guidelines. Now, I fully believe that Twitch is probably trying to target some specific groups of people, and they're not going to blanket punish everyone across the board. But they could be punishing individual creators. Now, part of the reason I believe this, and I guess we'll break this into two groups here. People who are going to give Twitch the most charitable interpretation, and people who are going to give Twitch the least charitable interpretation. Now, if we're going with the latter, if we're going with the least charitable interpretation, this means Twitch is going to outright cannibalize every single ad that anybody was trying to do, any individual creator, any esports organizer, and make them do it through Twitch exclusive.
So I guess the big issue is that Twitch is trying to take away an individual creator's ability to kind of make money off of Twitch. They want to control how much money the creators make on Twitch, because they also have like exclusivity things where like you can't duo stream or stream whatever it is. Okay, that I can see that. But also, like, isn't it like, it's at the end of the day, it's Twitch's platform, right? Like, they make the rules, and content creators just have to play by the rules. I'm curious if Twitch is like, are they the only ones that do that? Like, are there other, like, does YouTube have similar restrictions, or what's it, Rumble? Which I don't know if anyone's on Rumble. I'm sure the population on Rumble is bigger than I think, but yeah, I'm curious if other streaming platforms have a similar
evidence. Like when they tweeted out a month ago, we're testing new experiences to connect streamers and brands by making sponsored streams work better for our community. So they already have things in place to improve their ad sales to their creators, and now they're removing the other options for creators, so you have no option but to do all your ads through Twitch. That's the least charitable. What's the most charitable? They're getting up to date with a lot of the rules that other websites have in place, including YouTube. Embedded third-party sponsorships in ads in YouTube content. YouTube creators cannot include promotion, sponsorships, or other advertisements for third-party sponsors or advertisers in their videos where YouTube offers a comparable ad format, including, but not limited to, pre, mid, and post-roll ads, aka you shouldn't be allowed, according to YouTube, to have a 60-second ad that you burn into your video that talks about, I don't know, Nintendo Switch Joy-Cons and how they have bad drift. Apparently that wouldn't fly. But if you've watched YouTube for more than a week, you know that does fly all the time.
Yeah.
So I think it's some sort of policy that YouTube puts in place to punish groups of people that might be cannibalizing too much of their ads.
Hey, Dimension, what's up, my dude? How's it going? We're hanging out, hunting chinchillas, and watching. I don't know if you've heard about this. There's a big Twitch announcement. I guess something's happening on Twitch as far as like advertising with sponsorships and stuff like that. I guess they're cracking down. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. But yeah, we're just hanging out, watching some YouTube, and playing some RuneScape. What are you up to, man? We'll get this box and then we'll hop back into the video.
Sales because they're doing it at scale rather than punish creators. And this is a more charitable interpretation because this basically means Twitch's new guideline falls almost exactly in line with YouTube's guideline. The only caveat I'll say is logos. This one seems
logos
crazy
on
still to me.
Stream.
And Twitch can also prove me wrong. This is a time will tell scenario. If in a month from now Twitch is taking down every single
with the
creator
new
who
PC.
does have a burned-in ad, a 60-second mid-roll ad, or who does have a banner.
Yeah, so apparently what's going on is Twitch released a bunch of new guidelines for sponsored advertisements on your Twitch. So, they're saying you can't have a burn-in banner or anything like that on your stream, which personally doesn't sound too crazy to me. But then Ludwig here, he mentions that situations like when people do tournaments or events, a lot of the times they have to get sponsors to run those events. So that kind of eliminates a lot of those types of situations for community involvement. And what it seems like overall is, from what, and this is coming from Ludwig, who's like a massive guy. Everyone knows Ludwig. Everyone knows Asmongold. I guess he had a big old thing about this. I actually want to find his video. He is really interesting to watch. But I guess the consensus is Twitch is trying to monopolize how creators can make money outside of Twitch. So it's like, banner ads burned into your stream, or videos and stuff like that can't be more than 3% of your total screen size, and stuff like that. No logos on stream, no inserted burned in video ads. And from what from what Ludwig's saying, it just seems like it's just Twitch trying to monopolize what kind of advertising revenue comes in and out of Twitch, which is an interesting thing. It has nothing to do with me. I don't have what's the word? Ad revenue coming anywhere. You know what I mean? But yeah, just an interesting thing. I guess it's going active sometime this year.
Then this is not at all what YouTube is doing, but in writing, it is the exact same. In practice, it could be a whole lot different. This thing, still crazy to me. I don't know where this 3% came from. It seems oddly specific. It seems way too punishing. But I am hoping that this is Twitch's way of trying to target a group of people who is taking up too much of their ad sales because maybe they're doing it at scale, and less so a way to specifically target individual creators who are doing ad sales, who are trying to make money to make ends meet. Because at the end of the day, that is most Twitch streamers. Most Twitch streamers aren't the top 0.0001% that you think of when you think of Twitch streamers. It is people who are just making enough to live or have a good
Twitch takes
side
like what,
hustle going.
70%?
And this brings me to the bigger point here, which is that Twitch has a PR problem. At its core, that is Twitch's biggest issue. Nobody is going to give.
Yeah,
Twitch
well, that was my idea when they said channel logos. Like, you can't be more than 3% of your screen. It's like, whoa. But I think it's like logos in the sense of like if you're sponsored by Campbell's Soup, from what an example that Lud. A lot of big streamers have sponsors. As far as I know, Twitch is trying to make sure they get all the ad rev. Yeah. Don't get a portion to, well, and like my thing about it is at the end of the day, like, it's Twitch's platform, and their rules are set, and you got to play by those rules before you can really make a big ol' stink about it. And like also, if you're, let's say you drive for a NASCAR team, right? It's weird parallel, but it makes sense to me. That's kind of how my brain, and I could be completely wrong on it. But if you drive for a NASCAR team, yeah, you're driving the car, but the company that owns the team owns the car. And if you just start placing your own advertisements on the NASCAR, then I could see them getting a little upset about it, you know, because they have specific ad spots for sale on that car. Does that make any sense, or am I just kind of talking out my ass here? I feel like it makes sense, you know. I feel like a lot of the big creators, like you mentioned, are pulling so much ad revenue outside of Twitch, and Twitch is like, hey, listen, we can't be sustainable on that, so we need to crack down on, more than likely, the big creators that are doing that kind of stuff. So yeah, it seems like that's going on there. And I guess I just found out about it right now.
Interpretation for anything they're doing, because they have done nothing but make bad decisions over the past 2+ years. Not only make bad decisions, but the way they announce these decisions is always articles that they post at 4 a.m.
Yeah, it was like a
that are
Twitch.
cold,
It was
dry,
a
that don't actually answer the
Twitter
questions
thread.
people want to know. They even have an FAQ at the bottom of this huge article they posted, and all of the FAQ is about the branded content announcement, aka point 1 of the 2 points, the branded content disclosure tool. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Yet every single question is about branded content and disclosure, with the exception of one all the way down here, which is, what do you mean by burned in ads? And it just clarifies that you're not.
Maybe Amazon just needs to start funding Twitch. They got enough fucking money to. I'm sure. Well, and like I've been hearing a lot of discussion about, you know, if once YouTube gets their shit together as far as their streaming content, if they're going to be the dominant platform. Like right now, Twitch has almost all of the streaming content, the streaming market share. But on top of that, when you look at YouTube, right? YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world, right after Google. So when you're looking at discoverability and growth, a lot of people are saying that, a lot of people that I've seen at least, are saying that streaming on YouTube is even though it's a smaller market share right now, within the next, you know, few years, their market share is going to grow and grow and grow. And we've seen people like Ludwig and I guess now Asmongold and that whole OTK community company, whatever they are, they're talking about switching to YouTube as well because of stuff like this with Twitch. Like I said, I don't necessarily have a dog in the race as far as branded content and sponsors and stuff, but it's an interesting kind of thing to mention. I'd be down to stream on YouTube, but I don't care for the way that some of their live interactions are set up. Like, yeah, I totally agree with that. The streams that I've seen on YouTube, and maybe it's just because like I like the format of Twitch. I understand the format of Twitch, and it feels kind of safe and cozy versus going to YouTube. I don't think any big Twitch streamer doesn't use YouTube. Well, and that's another thing. If you're streaming on YouTube, then you have direct access to all of your YouTube videos that you create. Twitch doesn't, like, yeah, you have VODs that you can watch, and you can have like highlights and stuff like that. But if you're going to watch a bunch of videos, you go to YouTube for it. You don't necessarily go to Twitch to watch videos, like, you know, produced content like that. So I think that's one of the other arguments on saying YouTube is just better set up to handle streaming at scale. Yeah, interesting stuff.
Not allowed to have any mid-roll ads. I feel like it would be a lot better if Twitch were to be more personable. And they just got a CEO who is doing interviews with VTubers who seems a little more hip. So why not have like a sit-down conversation and say, hey, these are our new guidelines. This is why we're doing it. We're trying to keep up to date with other competing websites like YouTube or whatever it is. It would feel a whole lot better if the message came from a human who seems like they care rather than an article shoved into the anal cavities of 4 a.m. only to be posted by some Twitter journalists like Zach and then talked about by every streamer known to man who hates the small little read they did about it. I don't know. It just seems brain dead that they haven't figured that out by now and they haven't changed it. But that's where we currently sit with Twitch and with their new announcement. Time will tell. I am hopeful, always optimistic, that Twitch is not going to go out and attack every single individual who has a sponsorship that breaks these rules and that it's for some other reason, but it's Twitch. So they might just do that. And I think they're further and further pushing people to competitors like YouTube or even Kick or even Rumble, where it seems like a lot of creators are signing by the day. We'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. But that's another huge Twitch drama. That's why everyone's mad. And hopefully Twitch, come on, man. You know, let's
man.
Let's pick it up. Let's pick it up. All right. All right. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. Subscribe, everybody. Goodbye. See
Well, and like Ludwig also, he's got a little bit of beef with Twitch as well. So like that's okay. Yeah, even Moist Critical is saying Twitch is dead, which like I don't think Twitch is dead. Twitch isn't dead. That's kind of a crazy thing to say, but sports drama. But yeah, I guess that's kind of the big situation there as far as clickbait for sure. I mean, Moist is good with the clickbait. Dude, I've been watching so many videos on that the Isle game. It looks so sick. And like it looks so sick, but it seems like you need a supercomputer to play it because it's really detailed and there's a lot going on. And the stuff that I've seen about it is like there's like rubber banding and dropping frames and stuff if there's like a lot of people in an area, but also like you get that anyway. It's definitely still on my wish list. Iroh is the pinnacle of masculinity. All right, you got
the day
me.
has come. The day you had a meeting with
Yeah, this is basically what I've been doing for the past 2.5 hours.
And smelled chili. Used your debit card and didn't space out on your PIN number.
Integrity, loyalty, patience, authenticity, humility.
I mean, when Kicker came out, there was a huge migration there. Okay. As far as I know, everyone is starting to come back to Twitch again. Ooh, interesting. Anytime people... Oh, yeah, interesting. I think at the end of the day, it's because there's so much market share. And why would you go exclusively to YouTube when Twitch is an option? Like, so you can stream on Twitch, but still produce videos for YouTube. And like when you think streaming, you think Twitch. Play it, but okay, so streaming it and playing it is where the game kind of went off the rails. Yeah, that's what I was kind of afraid of. I'd like to stream it. Like at this point, more often than not, if I'm gonna play a game, I'm gonna stream it. You know, yeah. Damn it, I'm fucking this up. I only got 793 Chinchampas to catch, and then I can move on to something more exciting. But for now, we'll hang out with Uncle Iroh.
Humor.
But I like the idea, just on the Isle real quick. I like the idea of a creature survival game where you're kind of just like thrown into nature and you just got to deal with it. I like that idea of a game, and I found like there's a bunch of other ones too. But it seems like Isle is the most kind of put together and accomplished. The rest of them are like real buggy and
Strength, wisdom, love. It is rare to find all of these qualities present in a single character in any story. It is rarer still to find them in a character who struggles, who suffers loss, who has to grow and change. Rarest of all might be finding such a character in a cartoon, a show targeted at and
like this guy's
children, yet still beloved by viewers of all ages for its heart, its incredible character arcs, and its meaningful storytelling. Uncle Iroh is an incredible example of masculinity because he exemplifies these essential virtues. To live out these virtues is to embrace full, authentic masculinity. Masculinity is not merely defined by being strong, confident, and assertive, but rather is well-rounded and balanced, understanding that there is far more to manhood than power and bravado. I should mention that masculinity is not the opposite of femininity, but rather it's the opposite of boyish immaturity. These traits and virtues that I've listed are not unique to masculinity.
I agree with that.
Women living out these traits display authentic femininity. That's not to say masculinity and femininity.
Yeah, to me, Twitch has the market cornered on streaming right now. Right now, it's set up too well and it's too unfriendly or user friendly for the most part, even for new people. Yeah, it's very easy to understand and know exactly what's. There's so many integrations for games and literally geared towards interacting with your community. That's what I like. It gives a ton of ways to interact. Ton of ways to interact with your viewers. Yeah, I agree with that for sure. I like Twitch. I feel like there still is something to say that YouTube is just going to work on kind of the format, and once they get something that's different enough to Twitch that works and is kind of an upgrade, I think it's almost a matter of time before YouTube starts kind of gaining a portion of that market. Because, like, fuck, Google is such a massive company, you know? So accustomed to typing on a flat laptop. Yeah, the keyboard's different, man. Oh, that's great. The keyboard's a lot different.
Two instruments
I'm so excited for your computer, dude.
I'm a man with a man's point of view.
You definitely put in a lot of work to get that, and I'm happy for
it. Well qualified to discuss. If this video does well, maybe I'll get my wife to write a counterpart video for TOF.
If YouTube can get a decent streaming platform up to, for sure, taking too long to type anything. Yeah, yeah, because you have to like relearn how to type. Oh, Dairo's in. What's up, big dog? How you doing? We're talking about Twitch drama and hanging out on YouTube. Actually, let's see. What's it? I think I had that Asmongold video like in my watch later, but I just let my YouTube run for a while. So as Twitch. Yeah, I'm done. Oh, he just said, okay, wait, so this one says he's done. That was, we'll watch this one here. Oh, that's just 48 seconds. Yeah, we'll check that out. Uh-oh, I'm gonna lose my boxes. How the hell are you gonna put an ad on a 30-second video?
If this deal goes through, obviously they have until July 1st to start enforcing it. I will actively start looking for a non-exclusive deal on another platform. I think
he's a little much.
Person who's a streamer should do the exact same
thing. Yeah,
thing.
That's not exactly what
I decided to take like literally a few days off, not even a week. I was like, I'm just gonna chill for a bit before the expo, spend some time with myself. I have not spent 72 fucking hours off of this goddamn platform making content.
My dude's pissed.
Blizzard fucks barbarians. Like, I'm not even talking about one nerf. It was like 7. Then I wake up early. I didn't even want to wake up. It was like some fucking type of what's the word for it? Like some kind of crazy like telekinesis, telepathy, like remote viewing, crazy magic shit. That I woke up at the exact moment that Twitch decided to kill their own website. I'm losing my fucking mind, and I'm laying in bed getting mad. Like, you guys ever read Twitter in bed and get mad about it? Well, that was me. I just got done doing that. So it's a sixth sense, it's clairvoyance. Yes, I can't believe this. And so I wake up and I read this fucking bullshit. And I want to talk about it, and I want to talk about the implications of it. Because
let's
a
go.
lot of people
Talk about the
aren't seeing
implications.
the bigger picture. And we're about to take a look at the whole thing.
Let's look at the whole
Twitch has
thing.
new branded content guidelines. So that means any sort of sponsored stream. And I want to dispel the illusion. We're gonna probably have to repeat myself 5 times about this. I want to dispel the illusion that Twitch is doing this for the viewer.
Yeah, laptop
Twitch
streamer
is doing
tag
this
gone.
so they can maintain a complete monopoly through the new system that they're planning on implementing to allow streamers to connect with brands. So what they're doing is they're removing things like, take a look at this, burned in display ads. Do you know why they're trying to remove this? It's so they can do it themselves and monopolize the profits at over 50% from the content creator. So if you think that, oh, it's because Twitch wants us to have a better experience, get the fuck out of here. Go back to fairy tale land with rainbows and unicorns. Absolutely fucking not. They're doing this. They're making things that are completely innocuous. Like, oh, we all agree that, let's see, what's some of the things that they shouldn't advertise? Oh, I don't know. Guns, maybe. You know, a lot of people are from the U.S., so that's not a problem for them. You know, like scams. Oh, let's see, like ICOs, get rich. But they literally say that they don't want you to advertise get-rich-quick schemes. Well, by the way, I'm sorry to say, but Twitch is a get-rich-quick scheme too, so get the fuck out of here. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about everything else. Drug treatment centers. Yeah, you don't want anybody to seek treatment for overdose. Absolutely not. And this is what I find to be the cutest thing out of them all, is alcohol. What is the fucking logic in not allowing political content or cannabis, that's weed, pot related content, but you allow alcohol? In no fucking universe
low-key, that's kind of a fair point.
cannabis more dangerous or more deadly than alcohol. And I am so fucking sick. I never smoke weed, and
His energy is like stressing me. Like, he's so mad. Okay, so what's it? Can't read that. Harmful products and services, illegal products and services, certain gambling, so specific gambling situation. So like a lot of the videos that I've seen, he isn't necessarily mad. But sometimes like when he's got this energy, it's like, oof, okay, what's going on? You might have to slow down a little bit because he can go on some rants sometimes. But yeah, what? Additionally, we do not allow, okay, weapons, political content. So, okay, political content, is that just branded political content or just like can't talk about anything political? And at that point, it's like, what do you consider political? Because now everyone considers everything political. But he is big enough. Yeah, yeah. You just need to get more mad in rants. You need to work on your rants, and then you'll get massive. You know, Jarl's got some good rants. But yeah, we'll go through this again.
never drink alcohol, by the way. I don't do any of these things, so this has no point of personal gain for me. Smoking weed, people can do
Bro, I
that,
can
and
rant.
it's totally fucking fine. It doesn't hurt them. But alcohol kills millions of people. It ruins lives.
Facts.
It causes drunk drivers. Well, to be honest, drunk drivers cause drunk drivers. There are many alcohol.
That's a based take right there. Drunk drivers cause drunk drivers. Absolutely. And just on that point there, if you're drinking, you have a 50% increased likelihood of murdering someone or getting murdered yourself. Now, that might just be in the US, I'm not sure. But yeah, alcohol is actually really fucking dangerous. As I sip my vodka tonic, I'm just afraid I'm going to say something that isn't okay or sounds not okay. You know, that's a huge concern. And I definitely get that. I try not to give a fuck, but at the end of the day, deep down inside, there's a little part of me that's like, you probably shouldn't say that. They're gonna come after me.
Enjoyers that enjoy it responsibly. I saw that on a commercial, and it's completely
I saw it on
fine.
a commercial.
But guess what? There are a lot more that don't. I think alcohol is a poison, and I think the entire world would be better off.
You should
if
not give your
nobody
enemies
drank it
alcohol.
ever. That's what I think. But I'm not going to make a fucking rule against it. And you know what else? I wouldn't make a rule against cannabis either. And you know what's so fucking disgusting? Because you can easily say that the reason why they're doing this is to be compliant with legal reasons, right? Of course. But what about political content? What about drug treatment centers? What the fuck are we talking about here?
That is a weird one.
What
The drug
universe
treatment centers.
is promoting a political idea that a person believes in? In what universe is that more corrosive than alcohol? And before you say that, oh, what if it's a Nazi? There's already a thing about hateful products and services.
Yeah.
Let's not bring in the extremes to talk about an obvious reality. This is insane. Rip Hassan. Hassan's not taking sponsorships for politics. He does it for free.
Okay, so it is actually sponsored
this is not Rip
content.
Hassan.
Because I was thinking hashtag Rip Hassan also, but yeah, he doesn't take political sponsorships, so he wouldn't fall under this. So you can still talk about political things and have that as your content. You just can't take like, so if like the DNC wanted to sponsor my stream, I couldn't do that. I try to be I try to censor myself too much. I just try to avoid topics that are too hot. I don't want to get canceled because I look at something different than someone else. I mean, I think I'm a pretty decent person. You're a great person. I think I'm a pretty decent person. I just know if you disagree with the wrong people, you can get into hot water. This might be a hot take. I genuinely believe from the things that I've seen and following this cancel culture, and it's a lot of people want to say that cancel culture is just a thing or whatever. But everyone does it. It doesn't matter whether you're left, right, in the middle, up, down. Like everyone has some level of cancel culture, and cancel culture is part of human society in general. We've always had some level of it. But I genuinely believe that, especially in today's day and age, you're only canceled if you let people cancel you. Sure, you can get kicked off of platforms or whatever, but there's always somewhere to go. Which, is that the right thing to do? I don't know. What's it? I know. Here's one of those touchy subjects, right? Alex Jones. Not a huge fan of him. He got canceled. He was like the first big one to like really get canceled off of social media, all this other stuff. He lost all his channels. He still has a fucking website. He still has like a Reddit page. He still has all these other areas where his followers can go to him. And at that point, what you created was just a really tight-knit echo chamber for just his ideas in his little cult there. So it's like, oh, all right, well, sure, you canceled him, but in that, did you actually do anything? Not really. So I don't think canceling anyone, you only get canceled if you let people cancel you. Because even then, like a lot of these people, if they get canceled and then they'll apologize. And yeah, we need more sound clips. But like, yeah, if a lot of these people, they'll get canceled, right? And then they apologize for it, but it doesn't matter. Your apology means nothing because it's not seen as genuine because you already did the thing and you've already been canceled. Also, I think cancel culture hurts more than it helps us. I genuinely believe that as well. I need more of his nuts. He's got the best sound clips. But yeah, that's kind of where I land on the whole cancel culture thing. I'm not worried about it. One, because I don't have a viewership, so like, what are they gonna do? Take away nothing? Fucking 0 divided by 10 is still 0. But yeah, that's that whole.
Think about
Continue
this for
on.
5 minutes. So anyway, it's not helping anybody. Like, and this is a thing again. This is why I had to go live, because I see people saying, "Haha, rip Hissan." No, it's not. It's not going to do anything to him. He's a fucking multi-millionaire living in a $3 million. You guys hear about that? Yeah, I think everybody has by now. Living in a $3 million socialist mansion, which, by the way, I completely support. And they think that they're going to get it. Oh, we got Hassan. No, you didn't. This has nothing to do with him. I'm losing my fucking mind. It's not going to affect him at all. So anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself, and I'm probably going to do that for the majority of this. Let's talk about what happened. Less than
what happened? Let us know.
You know, it's a little bit ago. Twitch came out with a update to their branded content guidelines, and they made massive rulings about what you can and can't do sponsored streams for, and different types of ways that you can do a sponsored stream that will be no longer allowed on Twitch starting on July 1st. This is not effective immediately. It's starting on July 1st.
Number
Music's
13
loud.
on
I'm going
Trent.
to turn it down just a tad bit, okay? Anyway,
So
so
much.
let's go ahead and let's talk about what some of these rules are. This is the actual. We're going to look actually at the post itself, and we're going to look at it. So branded content will enable automated disclosure message on your stream, and stream archives shown below. It says includes paid promotion. This is something that's present on YouTube. Now let's talk about what's okay about this and what's not. So these are the things that you're allowed to do. You're allowed to have branded panels. You're allowed to showcase products in the background. You're allowed to have links to sites that promote other things. You can discuss and unbox products, and you can play sponsored games. These
Sounds
are
cool.
so you can only have a logo on your stream that is less than 3% of the screen size. Now I wonder. So
that one there, Ludwig also mentioned that like he had an issue with that too, because like 3% of your screen, you can, yeah. So like 3% of your screen is like right here in like a square, and then for a banner it's like right here. And that doesn't seem like a huge spot, but I guess if you're making money off of, I thought Twitch already did the branded. Well, that's the thing. Twitch has their own banners and branded content kind of advertisements, but if you're subscribed to that, then you don't get them. Right? So if I'm subscribed to you, right? And if you wanted to have a sponsor and you had a little banner here, or like a banner here, or like a side kind of banner, right? I'm paying for your content and I'm still seeing ads. You know what I mean? So it sounds like that's what the idea is, and why it seems like Twitch just kind of wants to monopolize that advertisement revenue coming in, because Twitch doesn't make money off of your little banner up in the corner, or your little embedded thing. I guess that's what I've gotten from it, at least. You know? But at the end of the day, that doesn't seem so crazy to me. Maybe it's because I don't deal with sponsors, but I feel like the NASCAR analogy that I made earlier makes a lot of sense. Like, you know, we're driving Twitch's NASCAR, so they have control on what advertisement goes on their car. We don't get to just say, hey, I like Apple, so I'm going to put an Apple sticker on your NASCAR. Like, we're using Twitch's platform, so it seems like it makes sense that they determine what advertising looks like on their platform. And yeah, from what I understand, they take a large portion of it, anywhere from 50 to 70%. So I'm not sure, but you know what I mean there.
So what happens if like somebody at Twitch is using a monitor resolution that's different than the streamer's monitor resolution? Like, let's say they're using a 600 by 800, or they're on mobile, so it has a different ratio, And then does the streamer get banned because it's 4% on their screen
don't
and
think anyone's getting
3%
banned.
on the streamers? Like, what happens?
Probably get a
here?
warning.
So it's just such an insane thing. It doesn't matter what the fuck. It doesn't matter, exactly. The idea...
What's that? I mean, I don't mind having a banner or logo. Gotta make sure I get my box. Banner or logo. You know, I hate paying for ad-free YouTube than watching a video where there's creator puts... Fair, yeah, where a creator puts an ad that they did. On the other side of that, I know that's how they make their money, so I just skip the ad. You know, I have more and more stopped skipping ads on YouTube. Especially like if I find a creator that I like and their videos have good production value, I'll watch their ads. And like low key, some of the ads are really like ads are getting really entertaining also. So I don't mind watching ads. It kind of sucks when like, you know, you're a minute into the video, you get an ad, and then they have, oh, now I want to talk to you about Raid Shadow Legend. You know, it's like, all right, well now you're sucking me out of 2 ads. Hey, Jorge! What's up, my dude? What's going on here? We are playing some RuneScape. I'm catching chinchillas, and I got to get 716 more before I can do something a lot more interesting. And then we're watching Asmongold here talk about the new Twitch advertisement guidelines. So he's real pissed off about it, and he's saying that him and the whole OTK crew is possibly switching to YouTube because they do not like the new ad guidelines. So we're kind of talking about that, man. Welcome in, love to see ya. But yeah, that's kind of that whole situation. Yeah, yeah, and distracting Dimension from getting his stuff set up. But you got hours before it, man. We're good. We're good before we stream together.
Content creators, and it allows Twitch to once again monopolize the space of monetizing their platform on Twitch. And I really...
Real quick, I want to throw some shout outs. We'll get Dimension a shout out. He is part of the reason why I even started streaming. We got a real funny story. We talked about streaming so often years ago. Not really so often, but we talked about streaming for a while. He finally took the plunge and started streaming. And that kind of gave me some confidence in streaming myself. Yeah, we're the reason we both started streaming. There we go. And I'm gonna give a shout out to Yo Jorge. He is a really cool dude. Plays a lot of Overwatch. And he's a fun guy to talk to, really personable. And we catch him on the channel sometimes as well. I gotta get a second monitor is what I gotta, because this whole switching to the laptop just to give shout outs. Oh, you were playing Paladins. Okay. So kind of branching off a little bit from Overwatch. Dude, the Overwatch Twitch viewership dropped, man. Last time I saw it, it was like hovering around that 12,000 viewers when it was easily sitting. Oh no, I lost a box. Damn it. Oh, I'm gonna have to go back down and grab another. Fuck a duck. But yeah, Overwatch has really dropped in viewership. So yeah, check out Dimension and Yo Jorge. We'll be on Dimension's channel a little later. Fuck, I gotta go to Varrock. We'll be on Dimension's channel a little later doing shit, what's that? Lord of the Rings. What's it called? I said it earlier, Dimension. Adventures in Middle-earth. Yes, we'll be playing Adventures in Middle-earth later. So that's one of my favorite games right now. It's so fun. Oh no. Alright, I got to I don't want you guys seeing my pin. Hold on. Black box, and we're gonna take this black box and put it right here. Perfect. Okay. You can't see that. I hope you didn't see that. Okay, yeah. Not that I have a whole lot in my... Sit that there. Yeah, you'll be lurking a bit. Have a good time streaming, bro. Thank you, Jorge. Always appreciated to have you around. That's it. Decided to finally take the plunge, start streaming because I saw the start of the podcast. Yeah, the podcast. Ooh, dude, we got good stuff coming on the podcast soon. We're actually gonna take a few boxes. I don't have a Feldup Hills teleport. Yeah, we have another guy that's kind of hanging out with everyone's here. Everyone's here and everything's amazing. Hello, Scott Dog. See, he heard we were given he heard we were given shout outs, so he wanted to get in on the action. What is up, dude? We're playing some RuneScape. Oh, nice. We got 2.4 mil out of that, 1.4 mil out of that. Wonderful. We're sitting pretty. Yeah, Dimension, would you be able to give Scott Dog a shout out for me so I don't have to go around and do a whole bunch of stuff? Oh wait, let me get my Utubby back on. What are we looking for? We want a Feldup Hills teleport. Buy 10 of those. Oh shit. All right. Yeah, I guess I can. Yeah, dude. Oh, it is riveting gameplay here. But yeah, Scott Dog, you might be interested in this as well. We've been watching Asmongold here talk about the new Twitch guidelines. I don't know if you've seen anything about it. You just want 10. I guess there's a lot of stuff about branded content that the big streamers are real upset about. So that's kind of what we've been hanging out talking about right now. We can put the diamond in there. I don't need a pie. Don't need a and honestly, we don't need all this teleport. Varrock Telly down here. Hey, Telly down here. Telly here. There we go. Yeah, so apparently a bunch of people are upset about, oh, did someone steal my spot already? God, this place is congested. Oh, you aren't even hunting chins. Hold up. It's like in the way. I might be on a completely different spot than I would like. So, yeah, apparently it sounds like a big deal. It doesn't necessarily affect me or like Dimension or anything because we don't really have sponsors. But yeah, the big streamers are real upset about it. But we're gonna pop back into the video here and kind of get some more insight on what's going on. Yeah, yeah, Dimension. Yeah, if you see anyone Dimension that like we know and we hang out with and stuff like that, we'll shout them out. Have a whole Dimension behind me. But so yeah, you don't need a bunch of sponsors. You got the whole Dimension. Like me. I see how it would upset these huge streamers start losing money. Well, one thing that I was watching Ludwig earlier, he was talking about how if you do events or tournaments and stuff, a lot of the times you have to get sponsors for that to actually make the production value worth it to actually make money on it. So that was kind of one of his big stress points. And I was like, okay, that actually makes a little bit of sense. I can see that being an issue. But yeah, while I'm looking, perfect. Nice, got my spot back. We'll pop back into the video real quick. And exactly, and because I don't work with sponsors, I would have never thought about something like that. But yeah, we'll pop back in here and see what's going on.
Really want to say, can somebody please find me the tweet of, in response to people's concerns of the of Twitch making these advertising and these monetization updates? This was maybe like 6 months ago, of the person who was like the product manager at Twitch talking about how this wouldn't affect personal existing streams, because I wanted to find that. Pretty important, and your voice is powerful. Go live on Asmongold. Neither of that matters. What matters is the YouTube video.
Ludwig's fucking
Streams
stacked,
are,
man. He's got fuck you level money.
transient. They're over, and nobody cares about them after they're over. What matters is the YouTube video. Who gives a fuck about the stream? And I already tweeted about this, etc. Why shouldn't they get money? It's their platform. Well, it's simple, because there's other platforms that don't try to steal money in that way from content creators anyway. That's the reason why. And it's also, I think that they're already making money in a...
That was a question that I had watching Ludwig's video, is do other platforms have similar regulations on the ad revenue, ad kind of spaces? Like, I know, like, it's basically Twitch's probably has the biggest market share. Hey, that's 79 Hunter. Yeah, 700 chins to go. Twitch probably has the largest market share, followed by YouTube, I'm guessing. TikTok is getting into live streaming, but then also there's like, what's it? Rumble is one, and I'm sure there's a bunch of other ones as well. I'm curious if they have similar guidelines as far as ads go.
So why would you stream on a platform that tries to encroach on your own content and take things away from you and make things, by the way, this is what's so crazy about this, is that burned in video ads.
Mixer, they were a
Here
Twitch killer.
Streamers may not insert video ads directly into their streams. So that means, do you remember that sponsorship that I did with Dungeon?
Well, like saying something's a Twitch killer is like saying, oh, you know, this new search engine's gonna kill Google. You know what I mean? Like, Google is the largest search engine in the world, and YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world. And they're also Google. You know what I mean? So it's like, to say something's a Twitch killer is kind of crazy.
and Dragons, theoretically, I wouldn't have been able to do that, because that video, I was showing it for a sponsorship. And the problem that I have with this is that there's actually no logical reason for why this is problematic, that content creators can't do this. And I actually want to talk about the reason why Twitch is doing this. The reason why Twitch is doing this is because they're trying to create their own product placement platform and their own product placement catalog, similar to how bounties are and things like that. And what they're doing is that they're making competing types of advertisements against the rules, so Twitch can have a complete monopoly over the way that people monetize platform on their website in a way that they've never had before. Yeah, they want to take a cut out of all the ads. And this is also, keep in mind, this is right off the heels of them taking, going from 70% for streamers down to 50%. So they're saying, hey, we're going to cut your revenue. We're going to give you 20% less money. And it's 20% out of 100. But to be honest, you know, what's 20% out of 50? That's a lot, right? That is a huge amount. That, like, if you took a pay cut like that at your job, I bet you'd probably start looking for another job. And, you know, people are like, well, you can still make sponsorship money, etc., right? And now you can't even do that without Twitch trying to get their hand in the cookie jar. And that's really what's going on. This is mostly coming from Amazon top executives. Well, I don't really know where it's coming from. Does it really matter? And so anyway, the point that I'm making with this is that this is not being done in the interest of the viewer.
10 is in like 10%, like Twitch takes 90% of your ad revenue. I'm not sure what the 10 is for. Because like if Twitch is taking 90%, that's a little. 20%. Well, yeah, 20% of 50 is it's a big chunk, really.
In the interest of the viewer, maybe you would say it's the screen, it's the size of the logo, etc. And also, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to take anything that Twitch does in terms of advertising as it being in good faith of the best, what's best for the viewer. Whenever they allow streamers and they even incentivize streamers to run 3 minutes of ads at a time over their own live broadcasts. This is insane. And so, yeah, they do not care about the viewer experience. They care about making the ways that they want to monetize the platform literally against the rules for people to do on their own, so they can make all of the money and take a larger cut away from the streamers. And so let's talk about the other ones. Insert burned-in display ads. Streamers may not display or have banner ads directly into their streams. So what that means right here is that you're not able to have a banner on your screen. Now, is there a reason why you're not able to have a banner on your screen? Absolutely not. There's no logical reason why this is problematic. And how many of you guys, if you've looked at Twitch on like maybe your phone, or you've looked at it on maybe like your PC, you've seen these ads by Twitch? How many of you guys have seen these exact types of ads by Twitch? Yes, many people have seen this. And so I want to re-emphasize, they are only doing this so they can cut into more of creators' money, and they can take control more of what creators are doing. Yeah, there's a huge problem with them. Twitch doesn't get a 50% cut. Exactly, that's what it is. There's definitely a good reason they sell ad space. They can have streamers burn ads, compete with their ad sales. Well, there it is. And if they want to sell ad space and they want to do that, that sounds fine. That's
exactly what it is.
The truth is that there's platforms like YouTube, Rumble, and Kick that don't do that. And at a certain point, whenever you can't monetize...
From what Ludwig was saying, on YouTube, there is a similar thing, like where like you can't have burned in ad banners and stuff like that. You know, like they don't have a weird, you know, size requirement. Like you can't have 3% of your screen, you know, as an ad space. But Ludwig also said that YouTube was similar in that aspect. Scott Dog, you weren't here for it. I'm curious because, like, you know, you've been streaming for a bit, haven't you? And once those three platforms, because nearly as big as Twitch or live. Wait, hold on. Once those three platforms become nearly as big as Twitch for live streaming, which will probably never happen, they will do the same exact thing. Fair. One thing that I mentioned to Dimension when we were talking about this is, like, you know, I used a NASCAR analogy where it's like Twitch is the car, right? Twitch owns the vehicle, and it would be crazy to see a NASCAR driver say, oh, well, I know you have all of this ad space specifically for your car, but I'm going to add more ad space on there for my own usage, you know, and the NASCAR ownership isn't going to get a cut of that. I can see that argument. Again, don't really have a horse in the race right now. It's obviously they want to monopolize the revenue that comes through, and they're missing, you know, especially from the big streamers. You know, top 1% of streamers actually really make money off of Twitch, like where they can do it as a job. You know, we got a bunch of people out here like me and like a bunch of people who stream to either no one or 10 people, something like that. We aren't making money off of what's going on. We don't have sponsorships and stuff like that. I can see where, also sad to see huge streamers are making a year instead of a, well, even then, like, it's still putting in a lot of work, right? And like in our modern society, it is crazy that you can just make money off of creating content, right? That's a weird thing. Yeah, it's not a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Especially like you know, and for the people who are going through and like they're in that transition period where they have a full-time job and they're making just enough off of Twitch, where it almost makes sense to go Twitch full-time. You know what I mean? Like, that's a weird spot to be in, I can imagine. And to have this come up where it's like the only way I can really realistically do this is if I take a sponsorship, right? You know what I mean? Like, that really puts them in a weird spot where now they have to be working 2 full-time jobs to actually kind of make things work. I can see where that can be a stress point. Even then, that's still like it seems like it's still targeting that top 1% of Twitch streamers. But yeah, it's an interesting situation. But if I could make that much money by streaming, I would shave my beard every stream. I can't wait for the beard stream.
You're losing, close to 40% of your money from these ads. And sorry, that Twitch just decides to give you a 40% pay cut if you're taking 70-30 from Twitch. And then they also say, well, we're going to take this money from your branded deals as well. Why would you not be moving over to Rumble or Kick or another platform?
Because they don't have the market share, that's why.
Esports broadcasts are filled with sponsors and have ads in between matches. With this change, they might not even happen on Twitch anymore. It doesn't matter. And I want to make sure you guys understand this, that I'm going to be totally fine no matter what happens. Because I will always adapt and change.
Yeah, because no one's heard of Rumble. I've heard of Rumble.
Listen,
never looked at it.
That's just how it is. Don't worry about me. Everybody, all my friends, we're totally going to be fine.
Yeah.
I will always find a way to.
Twitch
take
has the market
advantage of and
share.
cheat the
That's really
system
what
in
it
my
comes
own
out to
best
be.
Interest.
And
this will be.
And when you have the market share, you get to determine how the game is played. At the end of the day, if you are the biggest fish in the pond, you get to determine what the rules are. And until you become a threat, you don't get to do shit. You just have to play by the rules and hope that eventually people come to your platform, right? That's exactly what it is. So because you have the market share, you can do stuff like this. And guess what? People are going to follow it. They're going to play by the rules, and Twitch is going to make a shit ton of money out of it. Because that's what companies do. They're like, companies don't work off of negative profit. You know what I mean?
Be no different. However, a lot of other people will not, and Twitch is just going to be taking more of their money for no reason. The problem is that the experience for streamers, especially small streamers, is not as important as the experience for the viewer. And the truth is that giving a streamer the autonomy to decide how large this banner is a decision
that's exactly
the
right,
streamer
Dimension.
makes in regards to their own community. They decide the size of this banner, and the community either accepts it or does not accept it. I think that there have been sponsorships probably you guys have seen before that, a streamer has done, and people are like, hey, that's too sellout-y, I don't really like that. It was too on the nose, so maybe try to dial it back a little bit more next time, and they do. Well, now Twitch takes that opportunity and that trust that the content creators built with their audience away from them, and now Twitch's ads are bigger than any streamer's ads. Fuck, they replace the whole stream sometimes.
Yeah, but not if you're subscribed, though.
So here's another one here. Streamers may not insert audio ads directly into their streams. So there we go. You're not able to insert an audio ad into your stream. Why is that? So now they're controlling the audio that you have on your stream. Make-A-Wish Foundation is banned. Theoretically, I could not do
that's a good point.
Actually, that's a very good point. So over the years,
that is a very good point. Thank you, Yasmin. Yeah, I think that is the most realistic situation here, is that they're doing something a little that'll piss enough people off, and then they'll dial it back just a little bit to see like, hey, it wasn't as bad as that one, right? And then they'll keep on going. They'll just dial it back. Twitch Turbo. I haven't even heard of Twitch Turbo. What the hell is Twitch Turbo? No, I think that makes total sense, honestly. Because like if you set a bar and then people are real pissed off about you, then you just dial it back down. It's like, all right, well, I guess we'll take it, you know. Ad-free pass on Twitch. Oh, so you could just pay Twitch directly and then not get ads on anyone? Do the streamers actually get anything from that? So instead of subbing to a ton, you can get turbo and that, but it doesn't support the streamers. Well, like, me being a viewer and also looking at Twitch as like, you know, people are doing this not just for a hobby, but some people are really trying to do this and actually make something out of it so that they can kind of get out of the rat race and the 9 to 5 and stuff like that. I don't think that would make sense, but maybe I'm just looking at it from a different point of view. Like if I was just a consumer and not trying to do content and create it, I can see saying, oh, I'll just pay Twitch and not get ads on anyone, right? You know what I mean? That's it. I need to hold on. I gotta widen out my little chat thing. Here we go. So I can see a little more now. No TV. Oh shit. Oh shit. I got a lot of chins. People literally watch Twitch and only Twitch. Yes. Yeah. If you're just watching Twitch just for fun, and you don't have any intentions of supporting creators, I can honestly see Twitch Turbo being good. You know, like when the internet came out, I know I'm a little young because, like, you know, I was born in 95, so by the time I was really gaining consciousness, that's when the internet came out. But it seems like we made a decision whether we want free websites and free content that we can enjoy, but will handle ad space, right? I can hear the dial up now. You know, like it was either we pay for all the content that we see and we get the content exactly like we want it, or we deal with free content and we have the freedom to kind of move around and subscribe to things and stuff like that, right? So when we made that decision to say, hey, we want free content, but we're accepting that we're just going to get ads everywhere. I think a lot of that is kind of not necessarily backfiring, but changing right now where it's like, okay, I really like Twitch, but I'm going to pay Twitch itself so that I can just view whatever I want within that specific website. And I think the thing about Twitch is that subscribing to a specific person means that you're supporting that person and what they're doing. You know, that's why I was telling Dimension earlier that I watch ads now on YouTube videos. You know, if it's a content creator that I enjoy watching, I will sit through their ads. Maybe I'll walk away and do something like that, but that's my way of supporting the content creator by sitting down, doing what I need to do and watch their ads. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, no, internet's not free, but like it's free to make a Facebook account. It's free to make a Twitch account. You can go through your whole Twitch experience and it be free for you. You just have to sit through ads. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I was getting at there. But yeah, we'll continue on through the video. Lots of good stuff happening in chat. I love it. This is what I'm here for.
Years, I have raised over $1 million, and whenever I say I mean we have raised.
I missed a little bit of that.
So there we go. You're not able to insert an audio ad into your stream. Why is that? So now they're controlling the audio that you have on your stream. Make-A-Wish Foundation is banned.
No, I get you.
Theoretically, I could not do my sponsored. Actually, that's a very good point.
Right, yeah.
So
imagine
over the
spending
years,
$1 every time you want to Google something.
I have raised over $1 million. And whenever I say I mean we. We have raised over $1 million for Games for Love. And this is basically like I was going to say agency, but it's a company that what they do is it's pretty simple. They just give, you know, PCs and like fucking like video game systems to kids in hospitals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we've raised over $1 million for them. Just on my stream, not to mention other people on the platform. And based off of Twitch's rules, that type of a sponsorship and that type of a deal would no longer be allowed on the platform, even if it's charity. That's right. We raised almost $400,000 for Ukraine whenever the Ukraine war started last year. Under these rules, I would get banned for that. Under these rules, I would get banned for raising
I just don't think
money
anyone's getting
to give
banned.
kids
for,
in hospitals a video
like you're
game
gonna get a
system.
few warnings. I would assume. You're not just
That's
gonna
right.
get flat out.
That's where
banned
we're
for it.
at. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Prohibited branded content categories. We do not allow promotion of products and services. I think that all of this kind of stuff is pretty much fine. Everybody pretty much agrees on this. And I think this has already been the case.
Right.
You know, they don't want to sell.
Yeah, they're more than
so
likely
you
not going to
can't
target
advertise,
charity shit.
KKK outfits. Probably not buying drugs. You can't do gambling.
Fair enough.
Only you can do.
You
gambling.
can do
I want
gambling.
to make this extremely
Yeah, you
clear.
can gamble.
You can advertise gambling on Twitch. You just can't advertise certain websites that are not based in the U.S. on Twitch, like Stake. Twitch did not ban gambling, and slots is still a popular category on the platform. So just keep that in mind, is gambling was not banned. Unauthorized sharing of private information, of course this makes sense, spam, and additional, we do not allow the following products and services. Weapons, so okay, adult-oriented products.
You know, for all those
pornography.
explosive,
So does that mean, like, for
explosive
example,
sponsors there are?
Patreon. How many of you guys know of a girl that does something on Patreon that's not art? Well, it is art, but it's not that kind of art. And
Not
does
that
that mean
kind of
no
art.
OnlyFans? Well, you already can't do that. But it's like, you know, for example, Cutie Cinderella had a Fansly advertisement during the Streamer Awards. And this was, by the way, an event that was sanctioned and promoted by Twitch. Like, I understand, like, for example, if Twitch wants to ban...
Dude,
you
don't
know,
get me
any sort of
started on
website like
early
that, that's fine
YouTube,
with me.
man.
You know, a
The
pornography
crazy
website,
shit that
'cause that's
we...
what fan...
What's it? I used to watch, not like routinely, but there is a website called wimp.com. I don't know if it's still around. I don't know if y'all have heard of it. Oh yeah, YouTube was the Wild West. Early internet was the Wild West. You can find beheading videos, people getting stoned, all kinds of crazy shit. Just browsing around. But wimp.com was like, it was kind of like a forum where you'd have just a bunch of links all throughout the page. That's all it was links. It was kind of like the early rendition of like 4chan or Reddit or Tumblr, where it's just like a big blog site. And it was just all links, and you click on a link and you had no idea what you were looking until you actually click the link. Early internet was fucking nuts. And it's weird because, like, I think my generation was the last generation to really experience early internet. You know, my little brother, he's 14 right now. Yeah, something like that. He's like 14 right now. He'll never understand what early internet was. Because, like, everything he consumes as far as internet goes is highly controlled. There's not many websites. Maybe Reddit is, or no, I guess 4chan is kind of the last unregulated, for the most part, website around. But even then, you can still find crazy shit. You can find crazy shit on YouTube too. I think what you used to watch on YouTube, and YouTube is still around, as if a site like YouTube came out today, it would be early YouTube and wouldn't last. Yeah, it would get shut down real quick, for sure.
Fansly is. If they want to ban that, that's totally okay. I don't mind that because you have a primarily young audience. But if you have such a primarily young audience, I wonder what kills more people here. Do you think, let's go ahead and let's do a tier list of what kills the most people.
Yep.
Watching a political advertisement, smoking weed, or drinking alcohol. I wonder which one is the worst. How many deaths a year does alcohol cause? So I just like to look at this
shit
right
ton.
here.
A crazy
and
amount.
show you right now. It's estimated that more than 140,000 people, approximately 97,000 men, die from alcohol-related causes annually, making alcohol the 4th leading preventable cause in death in the United States. This is only in the United States,
Yeah,
by the way.
that's so
Behind
fucking
tobacco,
nuts.
poor diet, and physical inactivity, and illegal drugs. So yeah.
And like, I'm not super into like drugs, you know what I mean? But that's a fair point. That alcohol is so much more dangerous than weed. I mentioned to Dimension earlier when he was hanging out, if you are drinking alcohol, if you're drunk, you have a 50% more likelihood of killing someone or being killed yourself simply for being drunk, which is crazy that is just accepted in society. No, and that's the thing. That's the thing to mention. I don't think alcohol should be banned. I don't think weed should be banned. I don't think substances should be banned, at least with the structure of America and how its constitution is set. And I think almost all, I wouldn't say almost all, a fair amount of websites and internet consumption is United States based, right? The most popular websites are based in the U.S., right? So there is that level of United States culture within websites. But no, I don't think alcohol should be banned. I don't think weed should be banned. I don't think. No, I get you. I think it's still I still think it's a reasonable idea to explore, though. You know what I mean? Even though it was a joke, and I get the joke. I make the joke myself. But no, I don't think the government and I don't think institutions should be in charge of determining what you should do to your own body. You know what I mean? Because we already have laws on assault and reckless driving and stuff like that. If this is where I want to be very specific with, very particular with my words. If someone wants to sit there and do meth in their house, I don't think that's my problem. Do I think meth is bad? Yeah, probably. I don't plan on doing meth anytime soon. But if someone just wants to chill out, do meth, whatever that may be, right? That's not my issue. It's when that person doing meth goes out and fucks up someone else's life. That's where the issue is. And there's already laws. The whole, I'm the government and I'm an institution, I'm going to determine what you do with your own body just doesn't make sense to me. It completely goes beyond what the idea of the nation is about. That's just a personal thing. Well, yeah, the government doesn't make sense at all. Yeah. Legalize everything. Focus on rehabilitation and assistance for addicts. Well, and like that's a thing. Is it all? So if it's not the government's job to determine what you can and cannot do with your own body, is it also their job to fix your problem when you have the problem? Is kind of a big thing. Separation of church and state. Literally every third word is God and their declaration. Well, so the separation of church and state isn't in the Constitution. Is the crazy thing. That was just an idea that one of the founders had. Like, the Constitution is a very Christian document when you read it through. It's a very Judeo-Christian idea. It pulls a lot from like things like the Ten Commandments and stuff like that. But even then, the founders had the idea that, well, if this is supposed to be a haven for everyone to come through, having a specific religion control the government doesn't make sense. If we're supposed to be a free nation, some people may not have the Judeo-Christian ideas. And at that time, I mean, fuck, the Quakers were the first ones to really come over here and try settling shit. So that's why there was the First Amendment, which allowed freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and freedom of press. That's kind of where that whole thing came from. Not to be their job to fix, yeah. but I like the idea that there would be programs that you can take part in. Yes, and I personally, and I could be wrong, this is just my own little feelies on that situation, right? It's not the government's job to fix you, but they should have kind of programs to help you. I think that's where charities come from. I think that's also not the purpose of government. I think that's the purpose of charities. Yeah, and again, could be wrong, could be insensitive of me, but it just, you know, the thing with the government is that it will never stop growing. So once it grows, it doesn't go backwards. You know what I mean? Sure. Yeah. A lot of charities are set up wrong for sure, and that's where the government would come into play. Is if your charity is not doing what it says it's supposed to do on paper, then that's where the government would take its place. Just want universal income and let the robots take my yeah, just accept it. Yeah, robots taking your jobs. Like that's another one, man. When so in the times where people were you know, like if we were farmers, right? I'm gonna sit there, I'm sitting there, I'm plowing my stuff, right? And then I see my neighbor, he's got a fucking ox doing the work for him. And it's like, shit, that ox is going to take my job. You know, and it goes on to, oh, my whole job is to take this cart, I'm going to pick it up, and I'm going to run someone to where they need to go. And then they see cars, and it's like, fuck, I can't do that. You know what I mean? So, like, something's always going to take your job. Like, that's kind of a ridiculous thing to say, like, what's it, Tucker Carlson had said something about that, where he said that he would ban automated trucks in a heartbeat if he was dictator for a day. And it's like, you're gonna, like, I get the technology might not necessarily be there right now, but there's always gonna be something to. I think there is an idea of universal basic income where, like, I pay so much in taxes, why not just stop taking taxes from me and let me keep my money? Right? And then that'll help me out, I think, more so than universal basic income. But, you know, that's probably, I haven't quite ironed out the details of that idea, but that's just my first instinct. But a robot taking job isn't a scary thing if we actually use all those astronomical profits to take care of our citizens. Well, I don't think the government should be a money-making machine. Like, that's not the point of the government. The government shouldn't be making money in the first place. It's supposed to be the government's supposed to be taking their tithe just enough so that they can do what they need to do, which is a very limited scope of things on what they're doing now. Enough of that little rant, though. I'm gonna get back to the YouTube video before I get myself in trouble.
Alcohol is still okay if you mark it as mature, but political content isn't okay in any context. So according to Twitch, political debate is more harmful to you than alcohol. Isn't that incredible? And by the way, I know some people are, you know, like, you're not a fan of Hassan's politics. This is only for sponsored political stuff. Mm-hmm. So Hassan isn't going to be able to.
Hassan's fine.
He can do whatever he wants because he's not getting paid for it.
Also, he's got fuck you money, so like it doesn't affect him.
It won't do anything to him. Burned in refers to pre-recorded ads or commercials that are embedded directly into the stream. Twitch streamers are not allowed to include promotions, sponsorships, or other advertisements for third-party sponsors or advertisers in their streams if Twitch offers a comparable ad format. And I actually never read this until right now. This line right here,
that kind of says it all.
Tells you everything that you need to know. Because what they're doing is they are making competing with Twitch against the rules. That's what they're doing. They're saying, you cannot compete with Twitch on our advertising. We want complete control over it, and you cannot monetize your platform in a way that we can monetize your platform, because we want to get our hands in your pocket and make money off of you. Does YouTube do this? No. Does Rumble do this? No. Does Kick do this? Absolutely not. There was a post about multi-streaming. Oh, yeah, here you go. I just want to read this. Simulcasting. When you are streaming live on Twitch services, you may not simultaneously live stream or broadcast simulcast on any other Twitch-like service, meaning any web-based network
streamers make money
platform
off of
service
Twitch.
that supports live streaming of user-generated content without advanced written permission from Twitch. For clarity, you may simulcast on mobile-first services that support live streaming.
Okay, so that there, right? You see a lot of streamers, at least I do. They'll stream on TikTok as well, but because it's primarily a mobile platform, they're allowed to stream on Twitch and stream on TikTok as well, which is nice that they didn't limit that. But what they're saying there, I guess, is like you can't stream on Twitch and stream on YouTube at the same time, for example. Yeah, and when I've seen people stream on Twitch or on TikTok, I'm like, oh, how are you streaming on Twitch and TikTok? I thought that was against the rules. But I guess it's because it's a primarily mobile-based platform.
This section does not apply to nonprofit or government entities. Yes, of course. And so what they're saying is that, yeah, Rip Ninja. So they're making simulcasting.
Yeah,
and
exactly. That's been a thing
against the rules for everybody, because previously it used to only be against the rules for partners, and I think also affiliates. So you had a lot of people who weren't taking affiliate or partner because they didn't want to have to exclusively stream on Twitch. And Twitch saw that, and so the way they solved that problem is that they just made it to where everybody can't do it. So
and that's actually something that I was talking to. I keep pausing a bit. Apologize for that. But I was actually talking to Jarl about that, where I was asking him about, well, do I want to take affiliate as soon as I get it? Because what if I find that, for example, I get more exposure, more discoverability, and more views on YouTube, for example, if I stream on Twitch and YouTube. And he mentioned that I guess it makes more sense, and it's better in the long run to just pick, get your affiliate, do what you got to do, and then just make YouTube videos, which I haven't done on YouTube videos, because honestly, if I had enough money for an editor, that would be perfect. I can't stand editing videos. It's fun to learn new things, but in like editing, and it's like, oh sweet, I know how to do that now, but fuck, I hate editing. So yeah, I guess I wasn't the only one in thinking, oh, I'm not going to take affiliate because I might be able to play both sides of the fence here. But I guess that's a good thing that I didn't, because that's not necessarily allowed.
This also applies to tournaments. Any sort of tournament that you could do on Twitch is now non-existent. You can't make money off of the tournaments anymore, because like they're also simulcasted on YouTube and also Twitch.
Right.
They also won't be able to monetize their tournaments at all because they can't use these branded deals that allow the tournaments to exist. As somebody who's set up multiple events, many events, this is something that will completely destroy any sort of event that Twitch ever wanted to have. Twitch will continue to add super rules because streamers like you are married to the platform. What's your opinion on switching to YouTube? Great question. I think that if this deal goes through, obviously they have until July 1st to start enforcing it. I will actively start looking for a non-exclusive deal on another platform. And I will pursue streaming on another platform. I'm not going to just completely quit Twitch. I don't think that's the right thing to do for the viewers, at least not right off the rip. But I will start actively looking for another platform to stream on, because it doesn't matter. The reason why I can make more money on another platform, my like awareness, the people that know about me, like my discoverability, maybe I might get a lower viewer count over there. But I got over 50 million views on YouTube last month. What the fuck do you think I care about if I'm getting 8 or 10,000 viewers?
I can't.
I think every single other person who's a streamer should do the exact same thing.
Look at the other two options.
There is no reason
fucking sandwich lady,
for Twitch to do this. other than to monetize, monopolize, and take advantage of smaller streamers.
Oh shit! Have a pie for
and
free.
keep in mind, this is all streamers. This is fucking somebody
want a
like
sandwich,
me
I
over,
want a
and it's
genie.
fucking over the 300 viewer Andy that you watch for your own niche game at night. This is fucking everybody over in a way that does not need to happen. So yes, I will move to another platform. Non-exclusively, I will still stream on Twitch occasionally. If this goes through, I will actively start pursuing a deal.
That's interesting.
Just for you and just 6 nights.
Meet your new self. Yeah, so that was an interesting breakdown. Asmongold has a lot of interesting opinions. At the end of the day, like we mentioned before, personally, I don't really have a horse in the race. That being said, I need to take a quick 5-10 minute break. Gonna pick up my boxes before I lose them again, and then we got another one. We'll be back in a little bit. So we'll turn the music back on here, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. And here we go. This back down. I still got my spot, which is nice. So yeah, that's a little bit of a YouTube journey we've been on today. Whew. That's what's going on. I gotta get like a playlist of, if I'm gonna be doing this more often, I gotta find like a playlist to what's going on here. Oh gee. Clan is doing clan things. Awesome. I gotta get like a playlist going of videos to watch while I'm doing this shit. Every upcoming MMO. I want to get into more MMOs. Like RuneScape's great. I love it. But I'd like something a little more engaging. Let's see. Dating a cheater. That's always fun. Hey, there's Dimension. Another shout out for Dimension. He is on YouTube. We mentioned that before. He just yeah. Oh, that's right. You mentioned that editing videos. Yeah, there he is. Yes, Lesser Rings, which is actually what we're playing tonight earlier on a Dimensions channel. Dimension, you can give yourself a shout out if you like. I need to get caught up, dude. I hate that I missed last session and I have no idea what's going on in the game. I hope I didn't miss anything too much. But yeah, you can give yourself a shout out, Dimension, if you want. We're gonna be, in a few hours actually? 3 hours ish, give or take. We'll be over at Dimension 119's channel playing the Lesser Rings. Our DM is Kevin, and he is awesome. He's so fucking good. He's a great player, really fun to play with. He's an awesome guy. Oh yeah, a bunch of Overwatch balance update, which is really interesting. Hey, we got Ray on here too. I got a little notification saying that she was playing Starbound earlier. So that's exciting. What's it? We got dinosaur games. One new about these RuneScape secrets. Oh, have you guys seen this? Rumble at the game. It's a VR like earthbending game. And I guess they're supposed to be adding on like waterbending and firebending from the Avatar universe, which is super interesting. If I was a VR player, I would absolutely check it out.
Apple
Look how good this shit is, though. That's not super exciting.
I have found the most cardiovascularly intense video game ever made.
Howard, you win. Oh my god.
Of all the games I've been
breath.
recommended over the last year, none of them have ever physically hurt me before like Rumble has. I don't know how the people who recommended this game to me managed to do it, because Rumble is earthbending in VR. That's the whole concept of the game, and it's perfectly fun and borderline addictive once you get the hang of it. But the problem is getting the hang of it.
Look at how long I've been here. Look at how many of these stupid sticks of butter this guy is throwing at me. I can't do it. Huh. Nothing.
Because for 2 days, I would put on my headset, boot up Rumble, and punch the air for 30 minutes straight while nothing.
Where do I sign? Yeah. Well, you got a VR, don't you, Dimension?
I was so bad, I thought it was the game's fault.
I'm doing the same movement. Sometimes it registers, sometimes it doesn't.
Howard, the tutorial robot, was wiping the floor with me.
I'm so sweaty. Please, Howard. Please make it stop.
I hate Howard. I hope Howard is in a constant state of agony every time he's turned off.
Yeah, you should check it out. That'd be a pretty interesting game.
My entire stream on Tuesday.
I don't know how
just
developed
so I could
it is.
Show someone how impossible playing this game was for me.
Do you see why I'm going crazy with this game?
But thankfully, I learned on that stream that it wasn't the game's fault. I was just truly that bad.
Your
playing
right
this
hand
and going
should be
insane.
palm inwards.
Same
not
spot with
palm
certain
down.
games trying to cast
Rotation
spells
is
and
very
shit.
Important.
Palm inwards, not palm down. Palm inwards? What? No, right here, it says like that. Oh. I think I can do it now. All right, let's see if I can kill Howard. I have not been able to beat the tutorial of this game.
Everyone should be able to. Oh yeah, you got a fancy PC now. You should. Oh, I can't wait to see the shit that you're doing now. We don't do VR streams. Yeah. There we go. It gives you a chance to do Visage or something like that on VR. That'd be fucking nutty.
Oh, I did it.
The movements being so precise makes for a very interesting experience. I'm pretty sure I said this on the stream, but I've never had to learn the form first for a video game.
I actually learned the form and now I can do it, which I've never had to learn form to play a video game before.
It feels a lot more like a sport than any other VR game I've ever
Yeah,
played.
horror
Jesus,
streams
good.
are
I don't
definitely.
even know how to do that
Dude,
yet. And especially when you start fighting someone
I still
else.
haven't completed shit on Visage. I can't do it. Oh, Phasmo. You know, I was gonna ask you, if I had $20 at most to put on a game, right? For us to get like a group together and play, what would I want to look at? Right? What would make sense, and what's something that, like, you know, you guys already have? I quit. They took oh, that's right, they did take Visage off a Game Pass, yeah. Well, that's fine. You can wait until VR comes out, and then you can finish Visage on VR. So it all makes sense. There's what, 3 or 4 chapters? You did at least one of them. Phasmo? I was thinking of picking up Phasmo. I was thinking of picking up Pico Park, because that actually looks hilarious with like a large group. Oh, did you get 2? Gotcha. What else? I looked at Left 4 Dead 2. On Twitch wise, there's not a huge viewership for Left 4 Dead 2. You've been wanting Pico Park for so long. It actually looks really fun. Left 4 Dead 2 is so fucking good. I remember playing that like when I was a kid. I think definitely like you, me, Ray, maybe Charlie, something like that, would definitely have a good time playing Left 4 Dead 2. And if we get more people, we can actually do 8 players and like 4 people be the zombie, like the special zombies, and that's really fun as well. At least that's what I remember it being. I don't know if that's still a thing. What's it? I was thinking about downloading Project Zomboid again. That was another thing. What else is going on? Yeah, there's a couple items in my Steam. It's on my wish list. A bunch of shit. I gotta keep going back and forth. Oh wait, no, I can do things. Oop. Fine. So we got Left 4 Dead 2. We got DayZ. The Isle is on there. I'm really debating on whether I want to get it or not. It's probably going to be a couple paychecks until I want to spend that much money on a game that I can't stream. You're going to be doing Project Zomboid more? Nice. Yeah, I really like Project Zomboid. I uninstalled it because I just wasn't playing it a lot. But that's definitely something I'm interested in. AZ is 40% off though right now, so I was thinking about that. Squad uses the same Arma engine, Arma game kind of mod thing. And it's like a military realism kind of thing. Stardew Valley is always a great one. Aura Right seems fun. Oh, what's that? Essence and Blink, can I catch you? Oh. Catch. Get him. Nice. Oh, that was lame. Oh, did you? Nice. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, for DayZ, yeah, it looks really cool. Far Cry New Dawn. I don't know if that's a good one or not, but it's $8, so that just, I don't know. I've always liked the idea of Far Cry games. Never played. Hogwarts Legacy is probably a miss. I'm probably not going to pick that up. I was excited for it though. Played Up, that's what that was. I think I was looking for it, but I didn't know exactly what the game was called. But yeah, Played Up was another one. Crusader Kings, I played a trial for it, and I was like, this game's fucking sick. I loved it. Medieval Dynasty, I think I'm gonna wait for that to get Sons of the Forest would be real good too with our group as well. I definitely like that. Door Kickers was pretty cool. Have you seen this Starship Troopers Extermination? It's like a tower defense, it kind of seems, but except like you're like first person shooter trying to survive hordes of those aliens. I also have Raft. I'd like to try it someday. Raft seems interesting. Anytime that I've seen like a Raft stream or Raft gameplay, it's like they're already so far into the game where they get like this giant, floating city, and I'm like, I don't know how you fucking got there. Yeah, have you ever seen Starship Troopers, the movie? Yeah, let me see if we got
Earth's best and brightest land on planet Balaka. The mobile infantry ready to engage against the bug menace. Elite Deep Space Vanguard troopers.
No, I haven't watched them play that.
To find the bug hives.
Fuck, this is
the day.
Yeah, that looks fucking crazy. Did you? Did it look good? Like, speaking of Left 4 Dead 2, it gives me the sense of like those overwhelming hordes of Left 4 Dead 2, except you're on a base and they're coming after you. Is kind of what it seemed like. So I was like, oh, that actually might be really cool, because I loved the Starship Troopers movie. That was such a good movie. So yeah, I was really interested in that. It's only $25. I'm not really mad at it for how good it looks. And it's still in early access too. So might want to get into it now. I don't know. Kevin brought up Manor Lords. This looks fucking sick. It's like a mix between like a Crusader Kings and what's it called? Crusader Kings and
Welcome to Manor Lords.
I can't think of the name, like a Total War.
In this video, I'd like to introduce you to some of the core mechanics of the game, including regional development, trade, and military recruitment.
We need more workers here.
The map in Manor Lords is divided into regions. Each region has its own resources, as well as a development tree. When you upgrade the
it's a lot slower paced, but I'm a fan of those real slow paced games.
To unlock new development branches. This means that different regions may specialize in different.
I never played the Call of Duty with the
may be
aliens.
Optimized for farming.
I played zombies. I don't know if that's the same kind of thing.
Some for mining.
Yeah, like depending on what region you're in, you get specific access to certain resources.
Or clothing.
And kind of develop an economy within your town.
Depending on the optimization of your production chains, the price of the goods
gotcha,
will
same
change,
concept.
affecting the market attractiveness. Free merchants will travel more frequently to towns that have rare and more affordable goods. These merchants are the only way to get wealth in the game. Lord's treasury, however, is split from the regional wealth. As the Lord or Lady, you must tax your towns and villages.
Yeah, you get to control like the taxes and the economy. You streamed the Alien 1 year ago, yeah.
Various benefits. For example, the tithe goes straight to the church, but in return, The church gives you influence.
Yeah, it sounds like such a chill game
Every
to just
so
like
often, the king gives out
hang out
valuable
and
rewards to the most influential lords on the map,
It's,
including new territories. You
yeah,
can
this is like the
compliment or
combat they're
insult
getting
other
into now.
Feedback. It is now divided into 3 unit categories.
You get to control like
First
individual
type of
armies
recruits
and
are
shit.
the
Hey,
peasant
come on.
militia. They
Show the
have
battle.
to form an army. If you want better militia, you must train them at the training camp or the archery range. The second type of recruits are mercenaries. They cost silver and a lot of it. The last type is Lord's Retinue. This is a limited, heavily Thank you for joining in
Oh,
for
they
this
didn't show
short
the
preview of
combat, but it's like you manage your armies and you gotta like position them a certain way. What's it? Oh, then there's this one here. It looks like a good shitty game. It's like the Isle, except you're African animals. Like you play as like meerkats and lions and shit. Play as what's it? Yeah, so you got like wild dogs, meerkats, leopards, crocodiles, and you just like hang out in the fucking savannah, just living your life and try not to get eaten. So like same concept as the Isle, except just like real animals, not like extinct dinosaurs. But it looks really good, honestly. I hear like it's just kind of an unpolished game. Zebras and nose and shit. Eco Park definitely. 6 Days in Fallujah sounds fucking nuts. That's another one that I'm kind of waiting on as well. But yeah, I'm kind of mixed between getting Pico Park, and where is it? In Left 4 Dead 2, maybe some, what was it? Played Up, you said? That was the other one? Hop in here, bro. Store. Up. Yeah. Yeah, it's one that what's it, you and Jarl and what's it called? You, Jarl, Puppy were playing at some point. I think Scott Dog was playing at that looked like a fun one. Pop back into YouTube, see what's going on. Killer sandwich. Oh, is it that body cam game?
Do more on the new Samsung Galaxy
This thing
S23
looks so
Ultra
fucking
with Google
crazy.
Lens.
It's real fun with the group. Yeah, it seems like a good party game, for sure.
It's hard to believe, but what you're seeing right now is not real life footage.
Look at how
from
crazy
a camera.
this fucking
It's actually
game is.
gameplay from an Unreal Engine 5 video game called Unrecord that's currently in development from a new independent studio.
The
This video
video
has
game,
taken the
dude.
gaming internet by storm in the last few days. Many people blown away by the visual fidelity and others claiming that it's all fake or pre-rendered. So today, I'm going to dive in and take a look at this, tell you a bit about the game, and get to the bottom of it all. So the buzz for this actually started back in October 2022. Alexandre Spidler, who is creative director and lead programmer on this new project, released a video on Twitter saying simply, "I'm working on a body cam style game," with a few hashtags thrown in for good measure. And in that 45-second video, we see what looks like body cam footage of a person holding a gun, moving through a dilapidated
It looks like someone said, "Oh, this is a video game," but it's actually body cam video.
The quality of the clip is awful, as it's on Twitter and only in 720p resolution. But I think that actually helps it in a way, and it would.
Real quick, do you remember when 720p was like really good quality video? Now it's like, yeah, it's shitty 720p video.
Be easy at a glance to mistake this for real life footage. The environment was a shared Unreal Engine asset, but the camera style mixed with the animations made this look incredibly believable. So it sparked up some discussion, and then there was radio silence for months until we skipped to April 19th, 2023.
Oh, where the video dropped.
And Alexandre released a new video. This time it was on YouTube in 1440p,
This is like
60 FPS
disturbing
quality, alongside a
at how
press release
realistic
packed
it
full of
looks.
information and announcing the name of the game as Unrecord. And as you can see, this has to be one of the most realistic looking games ever. There's no doubt about it for me. And I think there's a few reasons for that. The main reason is that this isn't simulating what seeing through humans' eyes would look like. In fact, it's simulating what body camera footage looks like. The barrel distortion in the corners as if it were a lens, the wide field of view, the chromatic aberration, the shakiness, even the position of the gun in the hands. It's very unconventional.
It's like situations like that little, this little spot here where it's like, oh, okay, that's not just gonna be there in like real life. Like the layout of where he's going seems generated by someone creating a map. So that's what kind of tipped me off of after like the second time watching it. I was like, wait, hold on. This might actually be a game.
Even the position of the gun in the hands, it's very unconventional for a first-person shooter, of course, but you pair that up with the excellent animation of the hands and the pistol, and you end up with something
and
very
how like
convincing.
it shakes, because
Unreal
like when
Engine
you're
5 is
shooting,
doing
that's
a lot of the
that
heavy
motherfucker
lifting
goes
here
everywhere.
as well, adding in accurate lighting,
Even if you are
textures, and what appears to be ray tracing on the puddles and shiny surfaces. You may have noticed too that the faces of the combatants are pixelated and blurred. This is obviously a choice that the developers have made, and it leans into the body cam narrative. But more importantly, it solves a big problem that might make the game look less realistic, because as human beings, we're all very good at noticing when a face looks weird or fake, and video game faces, as much as they have improved, are still not photorealistic, especially when animated.
Look at that
but in this
shit.
case, that is irrelevant.
This
because
one
you can't
fucking
see the
freaks me
faces,
out.
and that
You
helps
see the
sell
reflection on the
overall
ground and
image.
shit?
Still, many people online were skeptical about this game and didn't believe that the video was real.
It doesn't
rather
look
a
fucking real.
pre-rendered sequence, or in fact a real video that's been filtered or doctored in some way. And so to prove it, the lead developer posted a new video showing the game running in the Unreal Engine editor. He flies a free camera around the environment to begin, and then he hits play and drops into the game, controlling the character, checking the pistol with the same animations, looking around and firing it off in different directions. He then flies to another area from the latest video
just so
and does the same
crazy.
thing again in a different fashion, checks his ammo, and
look
goes
at the
into free cam
reflections
again.
on the
So it does
water.
appear that this is in fact real, and this new video put many doubts to bed, but still a lot of questions remained. So what is Unrecord then? What is this game? Well, as I mentioned, there was a
You
press
play like
package
a-
that went
like a-
out, and
a
I'll take you
detective
through
or
the
something.
key details now. At the moment, you can only wishlist the game on Steam with an unannounced release date, but it is not expected to be released this year. In fact, the developers are still seeking publishers and investors to support the studio. I'm sure that they'll have a lot more interest now. The game is pitched as a tactical first-person shooter where players can expect an immersive and narrative experience featuring complex dialogues, innovative gameplay
Fucking
mechanics,
scary.
tough moral dilemmas.
Like it looks so good that it's disturbing. Oh shit, no, dude, you don't need to gift that to me. Oh, I'm gonna accept it though, cause that game looks fun as fuck. Thanks, buddy. Oh, you're the best. So does that mean we're gonna too late, bro? Does that mean we're going to be playing some Pico Park? Oh, I totally forgot about them. That means we're going to play some Pico Park. We got to get Ray and Charlie. We got to see if Kevin's airplane can play it. That would be really cool. All right, hold on. I gotta get my boxes settled before I can do shit again. Oh fuck yeah, we gotta play soon. Damn, someone got caught cheating in a tournament. Oh, that was 3. Fuck emo. Protect your eggs on the trailer. Oh shit, 40-year-long Dungeons and Dragons game? That sounds like some...
The Wells Fargo Active Cash
Was it
Card.
good?
Earn
Oh my
2%
god, I can't
cashback
wait to
on
see
what you
it.
want,
I
like a 22
eventually
speed road bike.
And
neat.
I'm gonna see the movie.
Like a ride back from your ride.
But man, I mentioned it to Cammie, she didn't seem interested, and I'm like, alright, well at some point I'm gonna watch the fucking movie with or without you.
I have a feeling
just deal with it.
Summer ever.
You bet.
Okay, Wired, not letting me skip your fucking ads. Damn, 10.3 million subscribers, 10 million views on this video?
Remember that game of D&D you started when you were 11? What if it never stopped?
My name is Robert Wardoff. I'm a history professor at the University of Western Ontario. I am a dungeon master for a campaign.
I heard it was really good.
Years.
Leaned into kind of the nerd aspect of what D&D really
takes
is.
Up much of Robert's life and most of his house. Robert has around 30,000 hand-painted figurines, countless custom-made pieces of terrain, and dozens of devoted players taking part in his campaign.
If you're going to keep a game going for 40 years, it's going to have to be a good game. If you're going to have people who are going to want to play and are going to want to fly in, you're going to have to offer a product that is going to be better than all the other alternatives that are out there. I can certainly say
I'm sorry, I'm
with
not flying
confidence
into a
that this
D&D
is the
game.
best Dungeons
I
and Dragons
apologize.
game in the world.
And the thing is, like, if he's playing a game for 40, you know damn well all of these little minis and shit, he probably hand painted himself. You know, because like minis didn't used to come fucking pre-painted and packaged. And it's 100%, but it's also a decent fantasy movie too. Like it. You don't have to know D&D to enjoy it. That's awesome. Does make it way better. Gotcha. Yeah,
If
see,
I'm
it
playing
looks
for
so
10
good.
hours a week at 52 weeks in a year, that means if I'm doing that times 40, that would be 20,800 hours.
How many minutes is that?
So if I figured that out in minutes, that would end up being 1.24 million minutes, I think.
As you
That's
crest the ridge, there seems to be quite a commotion.
Look at
you
this.
Estimate it could be as many as 24 or so goblins.
Low key,
You
that
surprise
looks
them
that's way
as
better
much as they
than
have
Roll
surprised
20.
you. I
I'd
need
take
a
this over
surprise
Roll
roll.
20 any day, honestly.
That's really just the start. Almost every major decision in Robert's life is designed to keep the game going.
When I was buying a house, the most important part for me was getting a gaming space that I could use. My
Nuh-uh.
entire basement is my gaming area.
If he doesn't slow down, he's gonna need a bigger house.
Get those.
I have a lot of figs. I've got orcs, I've got elves, I've got dwarves, I've got all the basic things that you'd expect, but I also have very distinct and unique figs. I have vampires,
Yeah,
I have
right.
undead, I have zombies, I have werewolves.
This is what I imagine like Erasmus's Erasmus's setup looks like. Because like he paints his own minis and shit too, doesn't he? And he's got a pretty long game going from his stuff. Yeah, this is what I picture. He's at this level.
Tiamat, the mother of all dragons.
Look at that
all the
motherfucker.
big demonic lords from the Demogorgon. But also heroes. So
We're in
all the
deep
great
shit.
kings and queens of countries, the high-level wizards, all of these things. My goal is to have everything.
But what's the point of having so many figurines if you don't have any amazing terrain to place them on? Robert has no shortage in that department either.
I need to be able to adapt to wherever the party's going to go. That means that I need to have my green terrains. I need to have mountain terrain. I need to have all of my winter terrain, my arid desert terrains, my water terrains. If they're going to go into a town, now I need a town. Okay, are they in a Roman town? Are they in an Anglo-Saxon town? Are they in an African town?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
it high medieval?
He doesn't just have town. He has different cultures of towns, depending on where he is.
Is it low medieval? So now I'm trying to be able to put out a village or a town for every one of these historical settings.
Whole ass Colosseum.
I can't put figurines on the table unless they are painted up to a certain level. That means that someone's got to do a heck of a lot of painting.
Yeah,
and so
you,
that
bro.
ends up being me. If you found me on an average day working on the game, you'd probably see me in my painting room, and I'm going to be spending 2, 3, 4 hours painting figs.
And do people take their figs home?
No.
Absolutely fucking not.
Home. Nobody is actually allowed to touch the figs on the table.
You don't touch shit. You're here to play and that's it. I do everything else. Don't you touch my fucking figs. That is nuts.
So that's also something that would be different. A person who played Dungeons & Dragons would probably come to my table and they would immediately reach over to grab their fig. I'm probably going to growl at them and tell them, don't touch the figs because I have to move everything. I'm sure my critics would say that there's a god complex.
It's like that guy when you go to Chili's and you get a fucking fajita and it's got like that sizzling cast iron plate. They're like, don't touch the plate. That's him with his fucking figs.
What's going on about that? This here is the figurine of the Demon Lord Orcus. It's well known in Dungeons & Dragons. And in my campaign, 100 years ago, which would be in actual time something like maybe 1989, the group banished this demon. So they thought that's fine. Only recently, last year actually, the demon's back. They don't know where he is. They're desperately trying to find him, and he's definitely up to no good.
While fantasy roleplay and nerd culture are often celebrated today, Robert's campaign started during a time when people felt like
either because you forgot or you're like, no, fuck you, you can't tell me what to do.
It was certainly more difficult to try to talk about or explain the game.
Oh no shit! The power of Orcus on your what's he, a
and
bard?
So the town inevitably found
That's
out
fucking
that we were
crazy.
playing, and they didn't know.
Wait. So if you have the power of Orcus, how does what's it? Is it Banbar? Is Scott Dog's character? Where like he's got like the Necronomicon and like he's like kind of a holy person, or is he not? Or am I thinking just a wizard or something? I kind of forget. Like how does that work with your group dynamic? If you have the power of a super demon, that's kind of crazy. Your old storytelling is so fucked. I can't with.
Know what the heck we were doing, and Dungeons & Dragons had very bad press at the time.
24 hours of renewed silky soft skin starts in the shower. New Dove Body Wash with 24-hour renewing micro moisture is infused with millions of moisturizing micro droplets for lasting softness and care.
Oh, you guys are
Dove
all
difference.
ascending to godhood. I mean, fuck, at this point, you better be gods. Hell, you got like the shit that you guys are doing at that point.
A connection between the two in a game called Dungeons and Dragons.
A movie came out while we were playing called Mazes and Monsters, and it's a story of how they play
Mazes
this game and then they
Monsters.
try to act it out in real life, and basically bad things certainly happen.
Can you tell me of the giant dragon?
On
my
damn thing
travels
down.
here, I heard him.
What's now called the Satanic Panic was going on at the time. Why does my son want to play this game all the time? Why is he obsessed about it? What are you doing to him? Are you a cult leader? I got called a cult leader, a communist, like all these crazy
fucking
labels.
commie.
When I watched Stranger Things, it obviously hit home for me.
It's almost here. What is it? What if it's the Demogorgon? Oh, Jesus, we're so screwed if it's the Demogorgon. It's not the Demogorgon.
The whole concept matched exactly what we were doing
That's
in
right,
the
man.
early 1980s.
Over the following decades, Robert went on to build a campaign of unrivaled complexity.
One of the things that makes my game unique is the story and the depth of the campaign. My world is an alternative fantasy version of historical Earth with then other historical aspects added to it. So if somebody comes in and they want to go to Athens, I can now bring in that history, philosophy, religion into the game. I'm able to create when I need to create, come up with totally new races, totally new nations, totally new cultures, totally new mythologies, but also to use what the world already has.
That's just so crazy.
A typical dungeon master
Like, how do you keep
curates
track
quests
of
for
all
a
that
handful of
history?
Players over the course of a few months. Robert, meanwhile, is tracking the adventures of more than 50 players with story arcs that
I can't keep track of 4 players. How the fuck do you keep track of? I mean, just dealing with 4 idiots. See that in our game. Fucking players over decades.
that often span decades.
Since the beginning, there's probably been about 500 characters that have been made and played within the game. When a new
and they all
player
have
comes in,
character
I'm
art
inviting
too?
them to play a game that they're going to be welcome to keep playing until I die. So you could start a character, 9 generations later, that family could take over, let's say, the Roman Empire. On one level, you're playing that individual character. On a macro level, you're also controlling the Roman Empire. So there are numerous story arcs that are going on. Many of those
Yeah,
last
they
for
wouldn't get
generations. There's
anywhere.
love stories, romances.
He runs a tight fucking ship. I'll tell you that much. Good lord, there's no way. I mean, I can't imagine that being a very like loose game. Like you probably have to. It can't be 50 players all at the same time. It's probably 50 players all around the whole fucking world that he's tracking. We would get kicked out real quick.
There's quest, there's vengeance. All these things are happening. So even though there is this large campaign quest, this large ultimate goal, you've got literally thousands of subplots and sub-campaigns going on.
Thousands.
From the beginning,
of
Robert
subplots.
quickly learned which
Look at
rules
this
could
fucking
bend
homie.
and which rules could be broken.
When we started playing, there was probably a short period of time when I played according to the...
I didn't even think about that. He started playing in 2nd edition, it looks right? So he's gone through, honestly, he's probably gone through 1st edition. He might not just have the books, AD&D original, and has probably gone through all different versions of the game.
The
That
actual
is
rules,
nuts.
But after that, I had to fill in holes, and so I developed my own rule system, and I've never really gone back. So I
Okay,
have
so he
what
doesn't even use the
gamers
fucking
would call
books.
a homebrew rule system. And actually, that's how the game was intended. When the game first came out, one of the lines
Yeah,
in the Dungeon
it
Master
was.
Guide told you that these are a set of rules, but to apply these loosely. And within my game and my world, there are all kinds of different aspects that you wouldn't see in an ordinary Dungeons and Dragons rule system. My rules are fast.
Oh, yeah. No, it can't be
quick-flowing.
it can't be
People
as
don't have
funny
to
as
stop
our
and
games.
check things. And that speed of gameplay is something that I find so different in my game from ordinary Dungeons and Dragons.
Robert strives to keep the stakes as high as possible for his players, especially when it comes to life and death consequences for their characters.
I want death to mean something. I don't want this to be like a video game that you simply hit the reset button and you're just going to start a new character. So when your character dies, if you don't have any other characters, then you're out of the game. The game's over for you. And so when
You get kicked
characters
the fuck
die
out.
or bad things happen, I have seen grown men weep at the table. And that's something also. People who don't play are a bit disturbed if they hear that somebody who's been playing a character for a long time weeps at the table. But
Yeah.
I'm trying to create emotion. I'm trying to create excitement. People are scared. And knowing that if you die, you could be out of the game or that character that you put so much time in is now dead. Obviously, people's heart rates are up. There's emotion going on. So I can't be shocked and surprised when that character dies.
All of a sudden, Strahd is a fucking menace. And I'm assuming this guy doesn't pull punches. He's gonna fucking hit you as hard as he can every time. Playing in 30 wears, guess. Here it dies. You're the weakest link. Goodbye.
That there's a show of
Holy
emotion.
shit, dude.
I have one daughter, and ever since she was a baby, she's been
Oh, cool.
around
She's
this.
plays, too.
I think maybe when she was 6 or 7 was the first time when she asked whether she could play. So she created a character.
Sorry, honey, you're out of the game. You fucking suck. You died. You died to goblins. You're never playing with me again.
As a fairy, and she still plays now. She's 20 years old. I mean, obviously, there's other stuff going on in her life, but she's been playing all the way through. The interesting thing happens when she starts dating, and then her boyfriend wants to play. And of course, I have to tell her straight off the
Go to
now,
your room,
this
you're
relationship
done.
may not last forever, but the game's going to last forever. So get ready, because I'm anticipating a situation when you break up with him, I can't break up with him. So once I allow somebody to come into the game...
Dude, this guy's based, though. It's like, listen, you brought him into this world, I take him out. You don't get to decide shit. If you don't want to play with him, then your character's gonna have to move across the fucking world and play with another fucking group.
I'm
That's
never ever
based.
going to stop them from playing the game. So, sure enough, that situation happened. And so it
Yeah,
can be
yeah,
a
of
little
course
bit
it
awkward
did.
at times. But it means a lot to be able to have my daughter play the game and to have her interested in the game. And she obviously knows what the game means to me, for sure.
Look at
I
this
think there's an
fucking
assumption
guy.
that at some point we're all going to grow up and we're going to stop playing games. And so people will say,
If
how
you
does your
looked at
game end?
him,
How's
you'd
it
say
gonna
he
end?
plays
And I'm saying,
D&D.
well, my answer is always, how does the world end? How is your world going to end? Well, it's probably going to end when I die. Well, for you it is, right? And so the answer is largely the same. It's much like life. More than anything else, the game represents friendship. And I find that friendship is based on planks. You need something to hold it together. So we may have gone to high school together, but as we go through our lives, unless we have a plank, we're not going to get together. We're not going to fly to see each other. So as long as I can keep doing it, hopefully for all of my life, I won't lose my friends. My basement's my sanctuary. It's a place that I can come and I can almost as soon as I walk.
My basement's my sanctuary. Said every gamer ever. That dude has never left the basement. I'm sure. Oh my god, he's got someone playing from somewhere else on fucking Discord or something. Could you imagine? That's how big the game is. He's got someone in California while he's in like, Utah or something. And I won't lose my friends until my character dies. Yeah, until the character
Down
dies
here,
and you're out of
I
my
am in
life.
a different world, and it
You're
opens
dead
up
to
all
me.
the doors of creativity. I don't ever intend on stopping playing, on stopping painting, on
Oh my
stopping building,
God.
and on stopping bringing my friends together to play the game. I don't ever intend on quitting.
Do more on the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra with Google Maps.
If you understand sneakers,
Could
you
you
start to
imagine
understand
playing a
squeaky,
game for that long?
Which leads to hardwood and the art of Kareem's famous skyhook. So you get how flying works, carbon, and our constantly changing world, which takes you to human evolution, which was shaped by chewing. And if you understand the appeal of gum,
Human evolution was shaped by chewing. Stuff caused. Title doesn't. Oh, Star Citizen sounds. You definitely need a supercomputer to play this fucking.
Okay, so Star Citizen's back and it kind of works again. And we're going to try some of the new stuff.
Fucking
Drop a
broken.
like below. Enjoy.
Look at that.
So we're going to go on a criminal salvage mission.
Okay.
There's a husk of a ship somewhere in space. We're going to find it and take all the parts and then sell them.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, Tommy spent actual £400 to buy this ship. That's not a joke.
Wait,
I'm
he
being
doesn't spend
deadly
$400
serious.
bucks to buy a
Okay, we
ship?
made it.
We've got 30 minutes to salvage this hammerhead.
What do we have to do? Just nick everything?
Yeah.
It's so beautiful. So something happened to that ship.
Well, it's an illegal salvage, though. This is not the
Okay, since everyone's been saying Starfield looks a lot like Star Citizen, and I've never played that game before, I figured we should check it out. Okay, so Star Citizen.
This shit looks
Okay, it's not
crazy.
on Steam. Star Citizen. What the hell is Roberts Space Industries? Okay, first-person adventure.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of money on this website. Okay, play now. Okay, for $45, I can get
$45 bucks.
3 months.
You can play the game for $45 bucks.
What does that even mean? Okay, this looks cool,
With
but
insurance.
we're gonna go with the cheap option, you know? I might not even like it. Embark on an epic single-player campaign, digital access upon release. So it's not out? So it wants me to pay for something that's not out yet? Nah. This is the most complicated purchase I've ever made for a video game.
Not
Do I wanna
looking good,
add
Star
light
Citizen.
and dark gray paint for $3. No. All right, so
Oh, it's a big
buying
old
this
money
early
grab,
access
isn't
is
it?
not a purchase. Because it's still in development. Okay,
Gotcha.
but there's a
Okay.
roadmap. What
there's a
is
road-
all
oh, well, at
of
least there's a
this?
roadmap.
What the f is this? Oh my god. So they've
None of
got
this shit
plans
makes
out to
sense.
March 2023. Jesus.
I mean, that's-
okay. Now we can download the game.
March.
Woo.
Yeah, so
okay, I
it's-
shit
that-
you
that's
not,
fine.
I'm clicking start the download,
month's soon.
and I go to this page, and it says I need to buy a game package on my account. So I click get a game pack.
Okay, so to even play this game, you're like, what, $60 in?
Package, and it brings me back to the
There's probably a
same
monthly
page.
subscription
Or no,
and
it wants me to buy other
microtransactions on
things?
top of
No,
it?
I've already bought the starter pack.
Wait, hold on,
Okay.
hold on. That's shipped
Now, so I
$200.
click get a game package, and it brings me
Okay, so game package, right? You get
back
$40
to the same page.
part,
Or no, it wants me to buy other things?
or you can get an actual ship and it's $200 USD.
No,
That's
I've already
actually
bought the
nuts.
starter pack. Okay, if I go to my hangar and
Okay,
billing
so
and
you're like
subscription,
almost $300
okay, it says
then.
that I paid, but the fulfillment is none and the payment is pending. What is even going on? Okay, I found this Reddit thread from 5 years ago, so it's a really long time ago, but
Okay.
this person waited 2 hours from buying the game to actually being able to play it. Okay, yeah, I guess I'll just wait. Oh, it's kind of cool. You can spend $1,100 for this pack. Do you get?
Oh, okay. What do you get in
6
it?
ships?
Yeah, 6 ships.
Thank God it's in stock. Oh, and luckily this
Nice.
one contains lifetime insurance. You know, you're gonna need that insurance. Okay, just out of sheer curiosity, I went to check my bank account and it has charged it. It's still pending because it's a recent
Right,
purchase, but usually that means you can like download what you bought. It can take up to 24 hours to process your payment.
Uh-huh.
All right, so it only took
Okay,
about
so
30 minutes.
you can play
Honestly,
tomorrow.
not that bad.
Okay.
It's still funny. Now I can download Star
Nice.
Citizen. Okay,
Nice,
let's sign into the Galactic Network.
Almost
All right,
there.
It's time to become a Star Citizen. To unlock your friends list, select a primary residence in the.
So for $300 and about 2 hours of work, you can actually play this game.
Persistent universe. Is this like Second Life or something? Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
Whoa.
seems like
that
it.
looks really good, actually. I can't decide which one looks
That does look
more
good.
like generic white guy number 3, which I'm pretty much generic white guy number 3. Okay, we're blending. So I'm like mixing guys.
What's going on that?
That's
Why?
kind of cool. Okay, we got our
are you
green
mixing
eyes, cool.
guys?
Nose blending. How do
Is
I
that your
change?
dad?
Yeah, let's change my hair color. I'm trying to make me. If you didn't know, this is what I look like. Okay, that looks
Mm-hmm.
about right. Oh yeah. Wow, that's quite the mohawk. I'm a mad
Oh, that's
scientist. Okay, I guess this is closest to me. Here we are. The character model is kind of insane, though. All right, this is
Looks
my
real good.
citizen.
Yeah.
We're gonna select our
That's your citizen.
system. We're in the Stanton system, Lorville or Area 18, New Babbage or Orison. Huh? I don't know. Let's do Lorville. Press action to stand up. Oh, wow. People weren't kidding about the choppiness. Let's turn down the quality maybe. Let's see if my 3080 can handle this. Okay. That looks a little bit better. This feels like Bruce Willis's
So
apartment
doesn't look
in The
bad,
Fifth
though.
Element. I would like to scan my ID. Scanning. Oh. Huh.
Little choppy. Oh, and then an ad for Star Citizen. I don't think you want this ad here, bud.
Hold on. Hey, what's wrong with that guy's face? Can I talk to this man?
Super
everyone's.
upset.
Are you guys okay? Oh man. How do I make this playable, like graphics wise? I'm gonna put it on low quality. Open and close your Moby Glass. Ooh,
Still doesn't look that
this is
bad on
cool.
low
I have
quality.
20,000 credits. Comlink.
Well, good. Yeah, you
No
spent
friends.
$300 on
That's
it.
fine. There's my vehicle. I'm not gonna mess with anything. I swear I'm probably just gonna screw something up. I'm on this planet. Oh, Oh, here's the system we're in. That's cool. Mo Trader, secure and convenient personal transactions from anywhere. I don't need to send anyone any money. No
Okay.
one. No. I paid for that money. Contracts. We're looking to hire a pilot who's interested in running a local route for us. Hell yeah, let's do it. I'm curious though, like,
have a ship?
I've seen really good gameplay of this, and I have a really good computer. Can I make this not choppy? Confirm an inner thought selection. What? Geez, what floor do I need? Let's go back to our Moby Glass. Moby Glass. Okay, accepted contracts. Okay, I just need to pick it up from HDMS Anderson on Aberdeen. Aberdeen's another planet. We're on floor. Okay, so let's just go to the ground floor. That's my inner thought. Let's go to the ground floor. Can I talk to this man? Hey, I'm clicking on you. It's my inner thought. Inner thought. Inner thought. Ew, they're just like pumping the waste out of there? They're just dumping all over the place. Oh,
you know, shit
pick up
happens.
package. That far away. Okay. Hey, where's my ship? Hey, buddy. Are you a real person? I can't tell who's a real person. Okay, admin office. Residences. Huh. Perhaps there is a map in my special Hollow Watch. Oh.
No, the map probably costs $30. You don't get a map.
Oh, okay. I need to go to a Moon of Hurston to pick up a package. Oh, okay, now we're in third person. This is what I look like. Okay, let's go to the spaceport. So we're gonna get on... Oh, nice. Just in time. Oh god, I didn't check what...
And like, keep in mind, this is low graphics. Honestly, it doesn't look bad at all on low graphics. You definitely need a supercomputer to play this game, it seems.
Line I need to get off on. I really do feel like a star citizen taking public transit. All right. We're at the spaceport, baby. So let's read the map. I took the spaceport line out to the spaceport from the Metro Center.
Like navigating New
Central
York.
Business District. I don't need to do a business yet. Customs area? I think that's probably what I need because I need to get out of here.
Right.
At ease, gentlemen. New Star Citizen coming through. Buy now, fly today. How much does that cost? How much real money do you think that costs? Elevators to hangars. Do I know where my ship is docked at?
Welcome to the new deal.
He's talking to me.
Definitely take a look around. Got some great stuff in stock right now.
Oh, no, he's just trying to sell me something. I'm not interested. I wonder if someone can tell me where my ship is. I bought the crappy ship. I'm looking for the crappiest ship. Everyone's just trying to sell me a ship. I already have a ship. That ship's cool. Okay.
Welcome to New Deal Shipyard.
No, I own a ship.
You sound like the other
God,
guy.
I found another one of these guys. Oh, whoa. Is that a real person? Hey, get back here. Hey. Hey, buddy. I'm gonna follow this guy. They look like they know what they're doing. Do you speak in the universal language of teabag? Hello. What's wrong with their mouth? It's like chewing something. So that's probably their ship. Okay, since I can't find my ship, it's asking me to look for a real person to help me find my ship. I just want to find...
They don't even have a tutorial. They're like, yeah, talk to the community. If anyone's ever played a game, you know you never talk to the community to actually try to learn.
My ship. Okay, we got a guide. Vehicle retrieval terminal. Oh, hell yeah.
Welcome.
There we go. You found it.
Vehicle retrieval system.
I want to retrieve my vehicle.
Selected.
Yep.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the
Hangar
following
8.
location.
Find your way there.
What's going on here? Okay. No. Where's Hangar 8? Damn it. Oh my god. I can scroll down the list of hangars. Oh,
I feel like
my
that one's
God.
user error.
I'm
That's
an
your
idiot.
fault.
There she is. This is my baby in all her
Looks really
glory.
good, though.
Let's where's the button? Enter ship. Ooh. Enter pilot seat.
Dude, you're telling me this chair here is like... One, the cat scratched the shit out of this chair. But it's got no back support. It doesn't go up or down. And by the time I'm done with like a 4-hour stream, I'm literally in pain. Like, I got hernias, I got a slip disc, all kinds of shit. You don't want to talk about chairs, man. Show you my chair. Dude, let me see it. I feel like I would rather like a kitchen chair. than what I have.
Got it. So we're gonna, I don't know how to do this. I don't know what I'm doing. Honestly, I'm probably gonna crash this thing.
Oh yeah, you're gonna fuck it up, dude.
Oh.
You spend $200 on this ship, like 200 actual monies in your currency, and you're gonna crash the shit out of it. But at least you got insurance for 3 months.
Uh-oh. No. I don't think it's even open. I think I need like permission for takeoff or something. What I didn't do is contact the spaceport to ask to leave.
Obviously.
Which is like, you know, rookie mistake, right?
Come on, get your shit
Comlink,
together.
This is JV to Loreville. Yeah, landing services.
You are clear to launch.
Sweet. Engine on.
EVE Online. That's another like space game. That thing's been around since a while. What, like 2006, 2007, something like that? It looks fucking wild. It's not like a first-person space simulator thing, but I've seen some shit about EVE Online that sounds crazy.
Beautiful sci-fi environment.
Shit.
And you're seeing intrigue, the espionage, the alliances form, the power that shifts around, and it's amazing to watch.
Yeah, that shit looks crazy.
Simple actions can have a
Yeah.
Not that crazy.
Okay.
There you go, buddy.
Whoa.
Oh, the fucking ceiling was open.
Okay. Whoa. Surely you can't go anywhere, right? This place is quite dense. Let me tell you that. Press action to toggle spooling. Ships must fully spool up their quantum drives. I knew they were going to ask me to spool. I don't want to spool, but they insist on it. Okay, we need to go this direction. Let's level out here. How do I, like, get this bad boy going?
I always get
really
hello on it.
Like punch it. Use left shift to activate boost and overclock your thrusters for high maneuverability. Where I need to raise my
Did you send that
landing
through
gear.
Discord Dimension? Because I
Which
think
we've
I have
just
your
done.
chat open. I don't want to like blast out all of my Discord stuff real quick.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
I
kinda
think
cool.
I have you
We're
open
moving,
here.
but somehow I'm
Look
not getting
at this
closer.
fucking beauty. Wow. Would you spend like $40 on that? God, that looks so uncomfortable. Yeah. That looks so uncomfortable. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. That doesn't look comfortable at all. Yeah, like 30. I definitely... Oh, shit. I forgot about... Oh, my God. Oh, shit. I'm going to lose my boxes. Hold on. Get the things. Whoo! I literally forgot I was actually doing a thing. It was like that or 50. Yeah. What's that? I was looking at like gaming chairs, and what I was thinking is, or what I found on like reviews and stuff, is that if you want a good chair, look at office chairs. Because like office chairs are specifically made for you to sit down for 8 hours and be as comfortable as possible, so that you don't get up and like stretch out and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I was first looking for gaming chairs, but I think I'm gonna look at office chairs. Because this thing's bullshit. I have goddamn pillows for some lumbar support. Going cold turkey for a bit. That's fine. I don't need it. And then I'm get an office chair at some point. But oh, for sure. Yeah, like to start off, I mean, your ass is just going to have to hurt for a little bit.
Is that another ship below me? Hold on. Yeah, that's something. Darren Churchill is requesting combat assistance. I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry, Darren. Oh, ship systems. Thrusters. No, 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 no. Turn the thrusters back on.
Oh, he's in
Enable.
fucking free fall right now.
Whew. Still going like slower than molasses here. Maybe I should go out into space. Let's get out of the atmosphere. Ooh, we're going into space. This is cool. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend a ton of time.
Open the Arc Star map
right now, trying to set everything up
Select a
for sure. Yeah.
destination for quantum travel.
Yeah, wait until you start editing videos.
I want to go.
That shit's gonna
Aberdeen.
be
Once you've
wild.
selected
It took me
waypoint,
goddamn. What's it? It took me. So the few videos that I have up are they're like Overwatch 2 videos, right? And they're about, I don't know, a half hour long, give or take. It takes me a solid hour and a half to go through the video and make sure everything's kind of like lining up right. That Starbound video that I did, it was again about a half hour long. It took me easily an hour and a half, probably more, to edit. Wait until you start editing videos, dude. Yeah, dude, get those clips for sure. Get those clips, man. What's it? I gotta talk to you at some point about kind of what we're doing here as far as streaming, dude.
Target, press action to enter missile mode. Wait, no, I don't.
When you were talking about pausing the video, when you were talking about you know how you don't edit videos and stuff, you just upload the stream, which I think is great. From what I'm learning as far as looking at YouTube and how videos are consumed. What it seems like is either 10 minutes or a half hour is kind of like where that sweet spot is. Kind of one of those 2 points, because like you need at least 10 minutes to start getting like, I guess that's like a for you to get that discoverability, unless you're a massive streamer, right? I'm gonna take my breaks off the D&D games. Ooh, gotcha. But as far as I'm fucking up my boxes. As far as YouTube goes, like you want to get kind of like that half hour mark ish, give or take. And then with that, you split up your stream into what's that? 2, 4, 6, 8 different episodes of stuff. If you're playing a game, I think like for a D&D game in particular, it's probably best to keep it within like that hour mark episode, or even just keep the whole stream up. But for other stuff, I think the half hour mark is kind of where you want to be at, right? From what I've seen, at least. As far as that'll get you to the point where you can get some discoverability. It's easier to pull clips from that. It's just a lot of work. You know, you see a lot of big YouTube people, right? They have editors. They hire someone for, I don't know, $50 a video. Probably not. But once you get like an editor, which I don't have an editor, I'd like to. But once you have an editor, you just create the content and then you send that 4 hours of video to someone, and you know, and they'll turn that into consumable episodes or videos for your channel. And then at that point, the train just, you know, you start gaining that momentum from there. I like the idea of the whole stream setup for the D&D games, but I might be interested to see what would happen if I split it up. I think for right now, at the stage that we're at, in particular, kind of branching out and not being like pigeonholed into one thing is probably the best option. I think that's definitely a good idea. For sure. And I think I'm trying to determine whether like solo content versus group content is better for discoverability. Because like I see a lot of videos that are doing really well as far as, you know, video game stuff is getting really good engagement in views when it's like a group of people, right? And then at that point, your group of people can, if I'm watching a video and there's 3 people in the video, kind of like how our Starbound stuff is, right? When we post a video, people watching your video might say, "Oh, that Ray person sounds funny. I'm going to check out her channel." And that channel is pinned in the description, right? So then it's easy for them to access. So I'm trying to do a lot of collabs lately. Yes, I think that's definitely the play, especially for, we're obviously, from what I understand, we're doing this as a hobby right now. But if we could put in the work to make it actually full-time, kind of do this stuff instead of having to rely on a job, I think we all would really enjoy that. It helps my energy too. Absolutely, I'm 100% agree with you. That's why I can't do the podcast with just me. I can't do monologues because I get bored with myself, right? Oh shit, what was the evil word? What was the evil word mixed? Let me know. Job. Oh. Yeah, you'd be living on my hobby. That would be goals. Goals. That's so goals. And that's actually what I want to sit down and talk with you at some point, Dimension, and see. Hey, Dimension with the fucking... Dude, it still isn't giving Mixed what he's playing. I don't like that at all. Yeah, I'd like to sit down and talk with you and kind of see if we can set up like a partnership in the sense of we help each other out, kind of critique what we're doing and both work on some of that stuff, because that's both of our goal. It does it for everyone else except Mixed Nuts. I think he's being targeted by Twitch is what I think. Dude, Mix, we should all send in a report to Twitch and let him know. Oh, nice. Thank you for approving that. I can't believe it. It tried stopping Fact Up. He uses a program to stream though. Oh, he uses OBS. While you guys talk about that, I'm gonna keep the video on.
I don't want to blow up the planet. Okay, so I need to go into quantum mode. Wipe helmet visor. Really needed to do that. I'm so scared to press anything. Okay, so I've got further instructions from the internet. We're gonna start spooling, okay? I didn't know how to do that, but now I do. B. Oh, we're spooling, baby. We're spooling. Okay, we're ready. Spooling complete. Oh! Whoa.
That actually looks kind of sick.
This is sick. We're spooling. I hope it's gonna stop.
Almost ran into the fucking...
Whew. We spooled really hard. Oh. If I land in this game, it's gonna be an accomplishment. I need to pick up this package, so let's just start going. Can I quantum thrust here, or is that gonna blow me up? No, turn it off, turn it off. Turn off the quantum drive. No, where are we going? No! Oh, it's working. Oh, it's quantum driving me to the destination. This atmosphere is thick, but pretty cool, honestly. I feel like I'm flying blind here. Like I could, oh, there's actual planet here. Gonna hit anything. Oh, slow down. Oh, slow down. Oh yeah. Way down. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh, we made it. Oh, I gotta request air traffic control. Excuse me. Well, if you're not gonna answer, I'm just gonna land. Okay.
You have to actually ask for...
Very carefully. Okay. We're spinning. I would like to not spin.
Like, look how nuts that... Because, like, you can travel this whole fucking... Not, like, invisible wall shit. So, like, you're still paying, like, $300. Yeah, you're still paying, like, $300 to play a video game. And then... it's difficult as shit to find anything that you're doing. But at least when you actually get to playing it, if you have a supercomputer, you can actually like really enjoy the game. This is a lot.
Okay, let's extend our landing gear. Okay.
Like, look at that interface.
Now we're descending. Very slowly. We landed.
Stuff.
Wow. I made it. I can survive for 12 minutes here.
Oh.
That's a little rough. I'm actually surprised I made it. I thought I was going to have a lot more trouble. Cycle the airlock.
Oh my god, I don't want these random events. Dr. Jekyll, just give me a fucking genie.
Oh. Hi. Invite to party? Oh, that's a real person.
What can I do for you?
How's it going? This guy seems like a cool dude. We could be friends.
I don't know. Same as any other day, I guess.
Boring. Making a pickup.
I think you're confused.
What? Oh.
Question.
Oh, you just
Which
grabbed
lemon
shit
do
off the
you
shelf.
think tastes superior? The real one or the doppelganger? The real one, silly. It's not a trick question. Vodka, seltzer, real juice. It's neutral, the one with the umlaut.
Okay. Oh, excuse.
Here we go.
Excuse me. Didn't mean to bump into you. I'm just trying to be a good star citizen, you know? Literally picking up the package and delivering it. You know, it's kind of silly, but it's also kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Can I place this cargo down? Lie down. Can I just place...
And it's... So that there,
No.
it's not like...
I mean,
It's not like you get to your ship, you press a button, and then you're in the pilot seat. Like, walk through your ship. So if you have a massive ship, it'll take you 2 minutes to get to the damn pilot seat. You know, you almost have to have a crew.
Guess I could take a
actually
nap,
do
but
shit.
there's no time. Okay. Oh, yeah. I just put it on the ground there. That's perfect. It's my precious cargo. So to drop it off that far away. Okay.
And then you
let's
gotta
do
drop-
it. When people are
actually
nearby, your
physically
ship
drop it off.
remains on the server for a short time. During this time, there's a risk of someone stealing it. What? Nah, we're not gonna collide. It's fine. So we're gonna raise out of the old atmosphere again, and then just for good measure, I'm gonna wipe my
don't forget to
helmet
spool.
visor. You know, you never know, man. Be some sweat on there. Requesting deep space backup. No, I'm the wrong guy. Let me tell you that. Okay, we gotta drop it off at the
Not the guy.
station here. Set route. Now we're gonna start spooling, or actually, no. Let's get a little higher. Let's get a little higher. Everyone knows. I mean, you have to be born yesterday to be a star citizen and not know that you need to get out into space before you start spooling.
Only got 333 chins
Spooling's
left.
complete.
It's
3,
taken me
2,
5 hours
1.
to do it, but at the end of this will be great.
You know,
Then I can go hunt something else.
this is kind of cool. It may be like a real ripoff and people are paying like a lot of money, but I won't lie and say this isn't cool. It's pretty cool. Ho ho. Okay, we're actually gonna quantum closer.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Ooh, this is cool.
That looks
Look at
sick,
this.
honestly.
It's like a little space station. What is this?
This seems like
yeah,
the
yeah,
gr-
slow down,
oh,
slow
it
down,
is
slow down,
the
slow
grindiest
down.
of games.
Slow way down. Uh-oh.
And to put that into perspective, right? Some people, I'll put this in perspective right now. 85 mining. Do you know what I did to get 85 mining? What I did was I clicked. So hold on. Once I place this down here, right? I stood at a spot right here, and there were 3 ore blocks right here. I clicked that, clicked that, clicked that until I mined all 3, and then I dropped it. And then I clicked it and clicked it and clicked it, and then I dropped it. And I did that for 3 days. That's what I did to get 85 mining, of all things. It is the grindiest of games. But it's such a good... There's something about it that just... It feels nice. It's so ridiculous. Now, mind you, most of that was on my phone, because there's a mobile app for it. But it is nuts, right? And like, This one, I mean, it's just crazy. It is so ridiculous. But once you, so here's what I'm doing, right? I'm getting 80 hunter. So once I get 80 hunter, I can go to, I think I have time to place that box, right? Once I get 80 hunter, I can go hunt herbivore, which is on a different island in a completely different place. And what I do is I check a spot, I follow footprints, check a spot, follow footprints, check a spot, follow footprints, and then I catch a thing. And that thing gives me herbs so that I can level up my herb lore. And it's the gameplay loops in this game. Just, it's grindy, it's obnoxious, but there's some level of serotonin that gets spiked when you see 79 and you get to level 8, right? And you're like, oh, I fucking did it. I finally did it. All of that work is not gone to the wayside. I actually achieved something. And I think that's what makes it a good MMO for sure, because it's a game that makes you want to waste time. You don't feel like it's a terrible thing. You want to waste the time to get that little achievement, and at the end of the day, that's not an achievement, right? The amount of XP it takes for you to go to level 1 mining to level 92 mining is the same amount of experience that it takes for you to go to level 92 mining to 99 mining. And it's actually ridiculous. WoW was grindy. I feel like it was the human equivalent of a hamster wheel. It's very hamster wheel. Honestly, I've never played WoW. I kind of want to, though. I saw this thing earlier when we were kind of playing around on YouTube. It's like WoW Hardcore Classic or something like that. Yeah, it's like WoW Hardcore Classic, and it's like you get 1 life to just try to do your things, and the idea is to get to the max level, which is 60 in WoW, and then once you do that, like, you just kind of beat it. But there's so many different races and classes to do. This one here, there's not necessarily a class that you can select, right? I can train my magic, and I can train my combat and range, and not be like pigeonholed into one specific combat style, which is kind of what I like about it. But looking at my stats, I don't do any combat. Level 3 is the lowest you can go. Is the lowest you can be. That's what you start off as. Honestly, more stimulating than RuneScape for grinding, etc. But I played RuneScape for 20 years and only WoW on and off. Isn't that weird though? Like, because that's not an uncommon thing, right? People will play this game since it came out, like RuneScape Classic, which is way different than this, right? And you might take like a 6-month hiatus, but you're more than likely going to come back to RuneScape, oddly enough. You know what I mean? And it just seems like if you're okay with a grindy kind of second monitor game. Oh, that's an interesting way of looking at it. WoW is more competitive. Maybe. I've never played WoW, but I can probably see that. Put enough time into one WoW character that if I had spent in school, it would have been a master's degree. Oh, you should see some of these guys. There's one guy on YouTube. He plays RuneScape, right? But you don't get a bank. All he has is this inventory, right? You don't get a bank. You don't get to trade other players. It's all... This is your whole life right here. And then on top of that, he started off with 1 square unlocked, right? You see how all these little pixelated squares? He had this 1 square unlocked, right? And every 1,000 experience, he unlocks another square. Yeah, Tile Man, it's settled, yeah. That dude is an absolute psychopath. And there's no way I could ever envision doing anything like him. But he's gotten to the point where, like, he's trying to take on all of these crazy challenges with... Yeah, I mean, it's taking like 7,000 hours at least to get where he's at, and he's nowhere near where he wants to be, like the goals that he wants to achieve. I mean, people play this game absolutely insane. Me, like, I spend a bunch of money to like level up herb lore and fucking farming, fletching, all that other shit. It's just nuts. Yeah, Tile Man is crazy. Yeah. I like the updated stuff more. It was more into the world lore and stuff. Oh, okay, gotcha, guy. You know, I hear that you know, like obviously OSRS and RuneScape 3 kind of are obviously different games, but from what I heard, like one of the big things is like the quest lines and stuff like that. If you actually pay attention to them, there's actually it's a pretty decent storyline. Like in OSRS, a lot of the quests are you're just kind of an idiot adventurer that keeps getting into stupid shit and having to fix problems and stuff. And in RuneScape 3, I hear that a lot of like the late game quests are actually kind of like intricate and interesting to play, which is nice. Haven't played RS3 either. I stopped playing RuneScape when they did like the evolution of combat. I think OSRS has a bunch of nostalgic classes on for much of the hype. Sure. But it's not bad. Yeah. Oh, EOC. That was a weird thing. Just like when people rate it substantially more than there's a bias, which is natural. Well, even then, like when you look at like the Twitch numbers, right? And just like overall player base, old school RuneScape has a wildly massive player base compared to RS3. And quite honestly, like look at this game. There's nothing interesting or special about this. It's not a great looking game. And honestly, the skills and how you train them are terrible. There's no reason why this should be fun. But it is, for some reason. Exactly, Dyro. I get it, and I don't get it at the same time. Yeah. I would, at some point, once I kind of finish what I want to do here, I kind of finish my main goal, I might check out RS3. I might even check out WoW Classic Hardcore, because like WoW was one of those games where I never wanted. Takes all the stuff I loved, but gives me more visual stimulation and music. Yeah. I 100% agree with it. WoW was the game when I was playing RS3 and I made a new account every 3 months because I forgot the password, right? WoW was one of the games where I sat there and I was like, man, I would love to play this game, but never had the opportunity to. So I'd like to go back and actually play WoW at some point. For sure. Yeah, but on a mixed kind of idea here, there's no reason why this game should be fun. Thank you. Dungeoneering, bro. I tell you, if they added Dungeoneering, I would go to RS3 simply for Dungeoneering. Like that's kind of a crazy thing because I talked to some OSRS players about Dungeoneering and they hated it. And I have no idea why. Like absolutely no idea. Because Dungeoneering was the fucking best. Hit me up for that Dungeoneering. That's what I'm talking about. I wish they had Dungeoneering in OSRS. It was a crazy thing. Because like even then, within Dungeoneering, there was still stuff that you couldn't do unless you were members. But yeah, there's still stuff that you couldn't do for unless you were members. But even then, at level 3, you could still go and do Dungeoneering. And it was fun. It was exploratory. It had every checkbox that I would want in a game. And I just, for some reason, once they added Evolution of Combat, I think what it was is the game got too complicated for my little kid brain. And I just stopped playing. I was like, oh, this isn't the point and click combat that I really enjoyed. Which is weird because it was much more engaging. It was a lot more flashy and exciting. But I at that time, the one thing that stopped me from ever exploring WoW is you see like they have their whole, bottom quarter of their screen full of like actions and buttons and all kinds of stuff. And I was like, why would I ever want to learn how that is? You know what I mean? And it seemed like that's where it was going, and that I guess maybe as a kid that made me uncomfortable, and I didn't want to explore that. Is I think what it was. You see, it was complex at the start for sure. It's much simpler now. That's interesting. I was thinking, I heard that I was watching videos and shit. That if you're gonna play RuneScape 3 now, do an Iron Man, and it kind of alleviates you from all those microtransaction stuff that happens, because that's another aspect of RuneScape 3 that I'm really not super happy about. But I think Jagex as a company did the right thing at having RS3 as its own game, and then bring back kind of OSRS and run them as two separate games. One's very transactiony, and one is as close to subscription based only as you can really get. And I think it works out well. I'm not at this point. I'm open to trying RS3. I think it would be fun. I think it'd be like exploring RuneScape for the first time all over again. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's interesting here. But they are there, yeah. Well, and like that's kind of the thing here. Like, sure, OSRS, you can drop $50 on bonds, sell however many bonds you get, right, at 6 mil a pop. And then at that point you can buy a whole bunch of gear and stuff like that. And you can basically buy enough material to max out, herb lore or fucking fletching, crafting, stuff like that, right? But to get certain things, like you can't buy Slayer, right? You can't buy fishing, you can't buy mining. You know what I mean? So I think that's one of those things that really turns a lot of people off. Hypertransaction games, though, it could be desensitized. I'm used to. Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, and that being said, right? The hatred, quote unquote, for those microtransactions and those heavily monetized games like that. It's really only a Western thing. Like, Eastern player bases would rather a microtransaction based game anyway. And I talked about this a lot earlier in stream, like when I first started, right? The view on it is, hey, I work my job 40 hours, 50 hours a week. I just want to come home and play a game. I don't want to sit here and grind. I'm on like 6 hours of getting chins right now, right? I don't want to grind 6 hours to get 80 hunter to go do the thing that I want to do. So I'm just going to put $20 into the game, get a boost, and get to where I want to do so that I can actually enjoy the game. And honestly, I don't blame them. I don't blame anyone who does that. If that's how you want to play the game, if that's how you enjoy the game, I'm not mad at it, honestly. It's not what I want to do. Maybe that's just because it doesn't seem like I get a lot of value for that. But I can see where the appeal would be, for sure. If you only have 3 hours to play, a day, or 6 hours to play a week, yeah, I don't want to be sitting here fucking doing this shit. Yeah, exactly. You do you. Sure. So in RS3, it feels a lot less like mandatory, because I know in some games, right, it's like you really cannot progress through the game unless you get like 5-star hero or like loading into the game and you get 17 ads slapped in your face about like, hey, buy this loot box, buy this, you know, spin the wheel, do this thing, hit the brick. Yeah, see, that's good. And honestly, as far as like MMO games, the pop-ups on logins, yeah. As far as like MMO games, I feel like Jagex is a lot less in your face about having to hit +7 X's to yeah. Yeah, exactly. I feel like Jagex is a lot less like predatory on it. Oh, yeah. Come up and hang out. Yeah, I feel like Jagex is a lot less predatory about it, for sure. And like I remember, like I like the bond system in OSRS, where if you play enough, you can buy a bond with in-game money, right? And then you can kind of work on keeping that up for free. But there's always the option to pay the $7.99, which it might be more now, right? I don't know what the RuneScape subscription is now, but I can see that being a thing. I like the process that Jag for OSRS. I don't know a lot about RS3. I'll tell you one thing though. RS3 looks fucking sick. Like the graphics in that game look so good. I remember when they first started updating the armor, and it still had like the old combat system like OSRS has, but the armor just looked fucking crazy. I was like, this is the coolest thing. Oh, it looks so good. Yeah. Oh man. Shit. Oh damn! All my RuneScape. Take a look. Is RuneScape 3 worth playing? That was 3 weeks ago. We'll check that out. Like at the end of the day, it's all a matter of opinion.
When we had Jack and we were at UVA, friends and family.
It looks so good though, especially when you go from especially when you go from playing like, you know, 2007 RuneScape, not old school RuneScape, because it's really not the same game. A lot of old school players will say like, oh, this is exactly what it was like playing in 2007. It's like, no, the fuck it wasn't, right? When I had to go through Tutorial Island every single month and explore this whole new world every month, brand new, because I kept forgetting my passwords and shit, right? Making so many email addresses. This is not the game that we had. Like, yeah, like all the skills are fine, like, you know, whatever. But like the content within the game is way different than what we had in 2007, right? So I like that it keeps kind of the same nostalgic vibe like you mentioned, but they're still adding more content. I want to see what RuneScape 3 is all about.
MMO for it. So I like RuneScape 3. I think there's a lot of charm to it. It's got a lot of character. There are good systems. There are bad systems.
Ooh, $12.50 a month. $10 for 6 months. Okay, gotcha. So $80 gets you a whole year. Oh, plus a lot of bonuses. What for RuneScape 3? You get a lot of bonuses. Like I'm guessing like what's it? They do like keys and stuff, right? Keys or scrolls or like you have to unlock something. I popped in there for a little bit. The Premier 12 month. Okay. Yeah. And like at very least, when you get that 12-month subscription, you actually get something a little extra on it. You know what I mean? So if you're gonna be playing RS3, if you're gonna be putting money into the game like that, it makes total sense that you should actually get something out of it. And quite honestly, that's probably a tactic. Like, you know, like, hey, if we get you for $70 a month, when you get an extra $20 in the paycheck, you might buy a couple more keys, or you might buy. Yeah, it's less of a subscription and more of a big package. That's cool though. I like that. I'm not mad at that at all. I mean, fuck, the game has to pay people at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people are so upset that, you know, free-to-play games aren't run on, like, hopes and dreams. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, somebody's got to pay for the game. You know, whether it's buying skins or cosmetics or something like that, whatever it is.
With some improvements, but as a game, I think it is a decent game. I think RuneScape 3 is much better played Iron Man than it is played regular. But that's just me, because it makes you explore all of the content. The problem with RuneScape 3, and this is going to sound silly, is there is so much content that when you want to play RuneScape 3, you want to play efficiently. You want to have, you know, everything ready to maximize the experience you're going to gain over a period of time. But there are so many systems in RuneScape 3 that you need to have active at the same time that it's overwhelming to do, and you will never achieve all of them, and so you tend to not want to train anything because you're not being efficient, because you have so many systems you need to activate at the
That's
same
a
time.
huge thing.
It's
yeah.
You have to kind of accept that RuneScape 3 will never be played efficiently. It's impossible to play it efficiently. There is too much stuff.
That's never an
there is
issue for
so
me.
much to
I'm
do with
so
RuneScape 3
inefficient.
that you log in, you see it, and you
Going
log
on
out
over here?
because it's overwhelming. And that's you never want the player to feel overwhelmed. You want them to know they have a lot to do, but you don't want them to feel like they have to do a lot.
I think that's one of those things that makes OSRS a little easier to jump into. Yeah, the feel of the need is a stretch, but I get it. Yeah, so like I think one of the things that I liked about RuneScape 3 when they were kind of making that transition, because like I said, I made so many different accounts before OSRS came out that it seemed like every time I logged in, RuneScape was trying a different way to introduce me to all of the mechanics in the game. Whether like there's a tutorial island, and there was like this one where you go into like the basement of the crypt over in the graveyard over by in Lumbridge, and you had to fight like 3 different types of fighters. There's like a magic, a ranged, and a warrior. And I was like, okay, that's really cool. And then there's one where like you had to fight a dragon with Sir something or other from the White Knights. And it's like, it seemed like RS3 never developed a system to introduce all of the mechanics in an easy way. They were all really cool. But it's a lot in a game, and both of the versions. And I think just OSRS is easier to see. So I think OSRS might be a little easier to. Gotcha. Oh, I mean, I assume. I mean, fuck. Tutorial Island did everything. It introduced every single thing that you would need to get started, one step at a time, and you didn't feel like you were missing anything. You know, of course, there's a lot of mechanics within the game that you can't cover in Tutorial Island. But I really dig the way that they do this here.
Kind of got the issue with ESO, yeah. You want the player to be whelmed.
Formulatic
you
and
don't want them
flowchart
to be
feeling.
underwhelmed
Yeah.
or overwhelmed. You want them to log into a game and think, yes, this is exactly what I expected and exactly what I wanted. This is whelming. That's good. Same thing as Retail WoW. Yeah, it's very overwhelming. RuneScape 3 is an interesting game. The only way to win is not to play. Good reference there to war games. If you are very deeply enfranchised in an MMORPG, and I say, oh, your game is overwhelming, and you often say to me, no, it's not. You just need to do this, and this, and it's easy. This is what I ask people to do. Go and play an MMORPG that you have never played, and see how long it takes until you get overwhelmed or feel that the opening experience is not very good. And
Fair
then
enough.
please understand, that is what new players feel about your game. That's exactly what it is. I mean, I like Adventure Quest, but when I log into Adventure Quest, the opening screen does not feel new player friendly at all. It's almost like the opening screen assumes that you are returning to the game after several years, or you've been playing it for absolutely ages and know exactly what to do. I don't even know where to go in Adventure Quest Classic. It's not very well laid out at all. Although I like the game, it's just, it's very awkward to play. As soon as the game tries to install spy or anti-cheat, just, don't. I know you talked about Lost Ark a year ago when it got released, but did your opinion change? Not even played it. Didn't even want to.
That wasn't a
no
whole
desire
lot.
to whatsoever.
Open the door to
wasn't
a new
whole lot of
career
what I
with
was
Penn
expecting.
Foster.
I
Our
wanted
affordable
like
online programs
a little
prepare
more of a
you for the
video
essential
there.
jobs in demand today and in the future. Enroll today. Call or visit us online.
Your AAA membership gets you more than...
Which RuneScape should you... Watch this? I don't remember.
MMOs share a common goal.
Oh,
make
I
you
know
play
this guy.
And make sure you never stop playing. Immersion, expansion, narratives, numbers going up. Developers are always looking for that special recipe that hits it just right for you. And this is no easy task. Not a lot of games are able to do this, but a select few have beat the odds and are still...
So we got Guild Wars, EVE Online, Second Life, Maple Story, man. That was kind of a fun game on EverQuest. I remember EverQuest. Oh, Ultima Online. I've heard about that. I haven't played it.
Still around to this
Guild
day,
Wars is still
20
still
years
around.
later. And as someone who's played none of those, I don't want to, because behind the success of all of these titles are 20 years worth of content meant to make me want to keep playing forever and ever. I'm sure a lot of those games have a great new player experience. Maybe they don't. I don't know. I'm not going to find out. If you've got a funny story about trying any of those
how you
games
have everything laid
recently, tell me in the comments. I like reading funny stories. I read things. Diving into an MMO that has been pumping content into itself for 80% of my lifetime sounds incredibly hard and very irresponsible. But some of you love incredibly hard things and being irresponsible.
That's one thing I do like about games with like a whole fucking bar and things and banners all over the place that you can actually move them around. But it's so much on the screen that I think maybe just because I didn't kind of build up from just like one little bar and then had like 2 and 3 and then a banner and then this over here tracking like who's doing DPS and all that kind of shit. Like I think because I've never built up from just the basics going around, it's just overwhelming to kind of look at. Yeah, congestion. That's a perfect word for it. Yep, that's exactly what it is. I think that's one of those other things that kind of make me look at RS3 or even WoW for that matter. Like WoW, when you see some of these like, you know, diehard WoW guys, they got their whole fucking screen filled up with shit. I'm like, how do you even play the game? You know?
Of the games that has survived its 20 plus years of pumping into itself happens to be RuneScape. But RuneScape offers a very unique dilemma for new players or returning players. There's 2 of them. Same company, same offices, just 2 different games. If you've tried to navigate this fork in the road on your own, you've probably not found an answer. Unfortunately for you, there's a lot of pros and cons to weigh out with each game. And it calls for you watching this video essay in its entirety from start to finish. And look, I'm going to do my best to not be biased
that retention.
here. I've played both games. I've been in the RuneScape community for about 17 years now, and I can assure you, I hate both games equally. So whether you're a returning player trying to figure out what's going on, confused as hell, or you're a new guy who's lost and scared, or you're a viewer here because you know that I don't make bad videos, come along with me. We're going to figure out which game's right for you. Before we get too into it, we've got a sponsor today. Who is it? Oh, no shot. Oh, no shot.
Oh, this fucking guy.
Hey, what about my world? What about my world?
Oh, no, I heard you. Everybody knows about your world now. No one's trying to debunk your world. It's never happened.
That is not true.
You're in mine now. This is a problem.
Hero Wars has vibrant graphics, cool gameplay, and a user-friendly interface.
It's not even what I was saying. You're just talking about yourself. Every time I see you, you're doing this. Let me guess. You want me to tell everyone about it?
Tell them more about it.
Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Today is sponsored by Hero Wars. Everyone can find a character that suits them. Cyborgs, aliens, vampires. Unlock Chaba. He's a tank. I can't believe we almost forgot. Celeste, S tier character. You're going to be playing it all the time. Starting
I hate games like that where you have to... Oh, you can't do these ads? Low key, I think they're kind of hilarious. But it's the same exact ad every time. I saw this guy on, not seen him, but I heard him on a podcast one time talking about how when you have like, you know, when you're doing YouTube, you have like sponsors and ad reads and stuff. So many of the, the satire behind it. So many of these like mobile game ads, right? Like Raid Shadow Legends, right? They want you to stick to such a specific script. And he was actually talking about how he was like Raids wanted him to do ads, right? For his videos. And then he got into like a big old fight with them on like, listen, if you want me to do the ad, I'm willing to do it, but you have to give me some creative, you know, leeway in how I deliver the ads, or else it's just going to be gross and sellouty to my audience. Like I just can't do it. So he got to do his ads a specific way without Raids like being all pissed off at him.
February 13th, you can gather soul stones and skin coins with 3 amazing heroes. While you're sitting there, you're thinking, how can I get 30,000 coins, 600
Raid
emeralds,
wants me to do
and 5
ads, bro.
characters so that you don't start dominating? And you're lucky I knew you were thinking that, because you can do that right now. Just click the link in the description.
And because there's so many Raid ads, I never want to play the game. Like, it makes me actively not want to play the fucking game. Because every video that I go on is like, Raid Shadow Legends, check it out, new heroes, blah, blah, blah. I don't like hero builders anyway, though, is the thing.
Type it in, you've never been here before, this is what you see. They don't give you a lot of time to think here. You gotta choose a game. Which one do you want to play? There's 2 of them. We've got 2. But hold on for a minute, because one of these clicks,
I mean, they're making a shit ton of money
than the other one. No one's forcing you to make this choice. Don't feel pressured. That's why I'm here. Let's give Jagex a chance. Let's see what they have to say about these 2 different games. I'll translate what they actually mean to say. So let's start with old school RuneScape and find out more. Gielinor, like it used to be. Now, I don't want you to be alarmed. It never used to be Blender models and oversaturated backgrounds that you will never see in the game. Jagex chose this design because half the RuneScape content creators are using unrecognizable and disgusting Blender thumbnails. So it's just a phase. They'll get over it. Everything will be back to normal soon. It's just a bad time. Choose your challenge. Hanging out with friends, doing dangerous quests, the hunt for the world's strongest wand, or a fabulous hat. Okay, so yes, there's a lot of activities to do in the game. I think it's kind of funny that hanging out with your friends is in the category of challenges. They understand you. But if you want to go bossing or PVM with friends, you can expect to clock in about 200 hours of gameplay before you're able to. And if you're a new player, make that about 300 to 500, depending on you. I just don't want you to get excited about the literal first thing they tell you about. A rich story and a deep well of lore, corrupt rulers, musings of the village baker, world-shattering urgencies, and casual procrastination. I'll be the first to tell you, there is some very deep lore in Old School. I'll probably be the last as well, because no one else gives a shit about it. It's just not people's favorite thing in this game. We'll get to that later, but quests
I've never read
are not
any
something
line
people
of text
boast
from
about in Old
requests.
School. Players have the deciding vote. Yeah, you're gonna forget to vote in these polls. It's probably for the best. You have no right to tell us what's good for this game. If you're new, don't just pretend like you never read this. Don't come here just to ruin things for us. We've got a little cinematic playing at the bottom. Castle Wars minigame, not what that looks like in the real game. That's not what's going on there. That character looks really cool doing that. The person playing is about 45 hours deep into doing that exact same activity.
So when I was a kid and I saw the idea of doing agility, I was like, oh man, that's gonna be the coolest thing. And then I got to, where am I at, 70 agility, I was like, I fucking hate everything about this game. I'm gonna uninstall. Like, I hate this shit so much.
They're sad. Okay, now this is the most nostalgic thing in here. This is very accurate probably
Dragon
what you will
Slayer,
look like. Straight out of
man.
2007, this is actually a very good representation. This guy has a dragon longsword before a rune plate body. I like this one. Okay, so that was old school. Let's give RuneScape 3 a look. A classic adventure reborn. I know what you're thinking. Wait a second, wasn't that the last game? A classic reborn, old school RuneScape? Yes, this seems to just be an extremely poor choice of words. You're gonna have to just trust me on this, that we're about to read about RuneScape 3. Play your way. Will you explore Gielinor with friends or seek fame and fortune alone? Play how you want, wherever you want. The choice is yours. What type of hero will you be? Yeah, so I think whoever wrote this was just kind of out of ideas at this point. The story of RuneScape 3 is fairly linear. I feel like you can explore with friends and make money whenever you want. You don't have to pick one or the other. You can do either one. This is basically a blurb of nothingness. Endless discovery. Join hundreds of millions of players. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second, Jagex. Boy, let's back up here. Hundreds of millions of people have not played this game. There has maybe been 100 million players that have ever logged in to either version of RuneScape in its entire history. All these hundreds of millions of players are either bots or one of us just making our 12th alt account that's free to make however many times we want. RuneScape 3 is not even the more populated game here, so I don't even know why they chose these words of all to describe this game. This all doesn't even matter in the grand scheme of things today, but they wrote that and I read it. So that's their fault. With 28 skills to master, what does your future hold? Will you be one with nature by woodcutting and fishing? Or would you prefer creativity with smithing and construction? With so many paths to follow, you can truly become whatever you dream of. Here's a spoiler. Your future holds all of these. If you want to play this game, get into mid-level and end-game content, you'll be doing all of the things listed. You are not a woodcutter fisher or a construction smithing guy. You are all of the above at some point. There's no limits to what you can train and when you can train, except for invention maybe, but don't worry about that. You're not going to get to invention. You do everything in this game. So there's the answer to the rhetorical questions that someone got paid to write. And also, oh my God, wait, you got to tell them to like the video. We do that now, remember? We beg really? for likes. Do it. Say it. Just say it. Oh, you'll love telling them. Just do it. Try it out. Like the video. Oh,
God,
please, God, like the video. Both the games had trailers.
Like, from a video production standpoint, that's a great call to action. Like, make fun of the fact that you have to ask for likes and comment. Or likes and subscribes. That's beautiful.
At the end of them, they don't really do much information-wise, but they're both very accurate representations of themselves. RuneScape 3's was fast-paced, aesthetically pleasing, but just felt very wrong and weird for some reason that I can't explain. Also very confusing in the grand scheme of things. And minus the terribly inserted overhead text, Old School's was well put together, very true to itself in the classic aesthetic it promotes, but good God, it went on for way too long. It was a grind getting through it, you could say. Jagex has made this huge marketing pitch to us. Let's summarize a little bit what we've gathered. Nothing. We've pretty much learned nothing.
I'm Peter Davidson, because before 11 a.m., I like to keep it toned down.
This is an ad that I really can't say.
With fluff.
Now, the deeper you get in any MMO, the more complex things become. When you're at the surface and
I'm okay watching ads for people I like,
complexity should pretty much be non-existent. Old school RuneScape's famous tutorial island, it's almost comforting. In the classic fixed mode of the game, which looks like this, the interface takes up more than half the screen. There is more UI here than game.
The interface is so massive. I remember the first time I was on Tutorial Island. This game is the shit. And all I did was fish some fucking shrimp and burn them.
Itself, but the UI is introduced to you one icon at a time. They don't overwhelm you with all this crazy stuff. They just kind of show you how simple everything is as you move along. Simplicity at its finest, and it's what makes Old School so charming, handsome even. There's a reason that this was a lot of people's first MMO. It just holds your hand and welcomes you before it
actually holds your hand on
anyone can get a grasp on this game from the tutorial alone. RuneScape 3, on the other hand, they've been trying to figure out a good tutorial for about 10 years now. In 2008, a tutorial called Learning the Ropes
Yeah,
replaced
the
Tutorial Island.
square
They eventually
back
realized
monitors.
that one sucks, and they reintroduced Tutorial Island for a while.
And
then
the
they
loudest
took it away
computers
again when they
ever.
introduced
That's what I was talking about, the fucking dragon thing, dude. Oh my god, I remember that shit. Yeah, you had to fight a goblin over here while he was like fending off a dragon, and then you had to like run away or something, and it all collapsed on him. Holy shit, I remember that.
Foundations, the new
Look how
tutorial
different
into the
that
game. And then
is.
5 years later, in 2014, the tutorial Ashdale replaced that one. And then finally in 2018, they
remember.
took Ashdale out, they put Tutorial Island back, and it is currently the tutorial for RuneScape 3. Unless you're on mobile, then you're given a completely different tutorial.
I remember that because it takes you to what's it? The mobile version of RuneScape 3. Apparently, I thought this was just the new tutorial. It takes you when you still, yeah, you have to like. My God, there's like a whole line of quests, and it's in fuck, what's that place called? Where the Slayer Master is. Slayer Masters and Birth Up. Yeah, it's over in the Birth Up area, and there's like a bunch of whole ring of an area, and you got to do like all the little things, like woodcutting over here, construction over here, herb lore, summoning. They had it all kind of in the same area, so you can explore it. I remember
Tutorial
that.
called Davendale.
Combat! Oh!
Yeah.
Left click your backpack to open it. There's no backpack for me to open. There's no icons. They disappeared. I can't click anything. I can't do anything. I'm stuck on Dave's Island or whatever the fuck. I have to report a
Still in
bug.
the
I'm actually
game.
reporting a bug
Is
right
it?
now.
It's safe to say that Jagex has never really figured out a good way to introduce new guys to RuneScape 3. It's not as simple as it used to be. I mean, they try to introduce the UI one icon at a time like it used to do. Watch as I go from Tutorial Island to the mainland. That is a lot more than was there a second ago. They skipped a lot of things suddenly. Where it is anything anymore. I am what happened. But don't let that discourage you from becoming
introduction
a new
to a
player of
raid
RuneScape
boss,
3.
gotcha.
Because luckily, the RuneScape 3 video making community has a lot of people who make guides and make guides. There is nothing in this game that some dude has not tried to start a YouTube career explaining. The RuneScape 3 Tutorial Island is YouTube. To be able to see Lumbridge for the first time again, dude, I would pay a lot of money.
Oh my God. Can you remember the first time you saw these goblins at Lumbridge? Like, such a congestion of icons. Yeah. And it's like, yeah. Oh my God. I 100% agree with this guy here. Like, if I could go back and experience Lumbridge for the first time, that would be wild. Oh my goodness, I'd pay for that.
Of money. If you've never logged into RuneScape before, just go do it, dude. Go fix the childhood you
Heckin'
missed out on.
murdered.
If not for you,
The fuck's
for
the
me,
heckin'?
just go do it and tell us how it feels. There's a reason
Ethan?
that old school players have done the early game over and over and over again, and every time
God,
there's a
killing
new
the
game
fucking
mode or something that
cows.
comes out, they
Lumbridge looks nothing like that now. It's completely fucking empty.
don't mind starting from nothing. No matter what kind of player you are, the early game content is going to be
geez,
awesome.
the
You can take your
goblins,
time
man.
killing cows for dozens of hours for your first few levels,
Or the fucking Dark Wizards when you go to the western gate of Varrock, or I guess technically the southern gate of Varrock, the Dark Wizards, they done got me hard one time. And then on the northeastern side of Varrock, there's that little mining pit, but there was like a level 6 rat there. And I was like, oh fuck, I can't fight that guy.
or you can rush a mid-game quest as a level 3 and skip the first like 40 attack levels. Old school RuneScape early game is good. Just a couple months ago,
now you just go
I
straight to the
experienced
stronghold of
RuneScape 3's early
security.
game, and I've realized that the developer's favorite part about the early game of RuneScape 3 is getting you the hell out of it. If you couldn't tell by the whole tutorial dilemma, these dudes are kind of just scratching their heads when it comes to new guys. They don't really know what to do with you. RuneScape 3 is fast.
Yeah, the swag boots, man. What are they called? Are they called the fancy boots? I think they're called the fancy boots, yeah. Just walking around in style.
So I think one of the most important things about playing a video game is understanding what exactly is in that video game. You should know that. The roots of these two games are identical. A lot of content from characters
after this video, I gotta
items,
hop
even
off
quests,
and get
a lot
the
of them will be
Dimension stream.
similar, if not exactly the same. These two games just kind of went down two entirely different directions and just kept going with it. RuneScape 3 took the path of lore focus, immersion, world expansion, timelines. For example, in old school, one of the RuneScape gods is named Zamorak. In that world, he's just some dude that a bunch of evil people worship. We don't really know too much about him. People, we've heard stories. We've never seen him in person. That'd be crazy. He's just red and bad. In RuneScape 3, you can literally talk to the guy during some of the quests.
Oh,
You can
he
see
looks
his story.
badass. Look at this guy. He looks scary as fuck. Fuck, I'd worship him if he popped up in front of me and was like, oh shit, did I run away? Ah! Trying to hold my mouse a different way. Sometimes I misclick hard. Yeah, he looks rad as fuck.
Unravel, learn as much about him as you want, and as of a few months ago, literally fight him as an endgame boss, like the endgame boss of RuneScape 3
how sick
right
he
now. I mean,
looks.
there is an entire skill dedicated to the lore of RuneScape 3. It just goes so deep.
Oh,
so
like,
if you're
what's it,
really into
archaeology or
immersing
something,
yourself
right?
in a more fantasy setting and learning lore and really getting to know the...
I remember, I popped into RuneScape a few times when I did actually remember my password. And I remember there was a thing going on like behind the Lumbridge Castle, where there's like a big rift in between, like behind the Lumbridge Castle, and there was like a battle of gods, like Saradomin versus Zamorak and stuff, and you had like, I don't know, you had like mine something, I want to say, to actually like give one god or the other power. I thought that was really cool, actually.
characters that you're talking to and why you're doing certain quests, you'll enjoy RuneScape 3. Starting in the 5th age as a good-for-nothing nobody who's just a pain in the ass for everybody. You evolve into the universe
There's
hero.
in the wild now?
Guardian
yeah,
of the
God
Galaxy,
Wars,
whatever
man.
they call you. You have an
yeah,
actual
that's
hero
what it was. It
arc
was God
in the
Wars.
RuneScape 3
I remember that now.
Whereas you're just a permanent nuisance in old school RuneScape's
the
universe,
Wildy
which
fucking
I
scared
like.
the
I
shit
think
out of
there's
me,
a
dude.
Charm to being just a guy. Don't get me wrong, quests and storylines have been added to the game and expanded upon. Old school RuneScape's focus is less so on the lore of the game and more on the grind set. Mini games to expand skills and provide new training methods.
Oh
That's
no!
community,
No! Fuck! I goofed. Oh, it was like shit. Skipped a whole bunch. Ah, damn! I really done goofed up.
The universe hero or guardian. You can literally talk to the guy.
Damn, I misclicked hard.
Talking nuisance in old school RuneScape's universe, which I like. I think there's a charm to being
It was skilling. I was
player. You can't really go wrong for either game for combat because both of them you're to new mechanics. Now skilling, that's where these two games are very different. In old school, there is a balance to new methods introduced to the game between XP per.
Damn, I really fucked up
purple
this
chest
video.
at the end. Click that. RuneScape's focus is
Okay, there we
less so whatever they call you. You
Yeah,
have an
yeah, yeah.
actual hero arc in the RuneScape 3 world, whereas
Go,
you're
get the
just
thing,
a
get the thing.
permanent nuisance in old school
Okay.
RuneScape's
Gotcha.
universe, which I like. I think there's a charm to being
don't hesitate to hit me up. I love the
just a
vibe.
guy. Don't get
Yeah,
me wrong,
man,
quests
hell
and
yeah.
storylines have been
I might
added
actually
to the
check
game
that
and
out.
expanded upon. Old school
For
RuneScape's
sure.
focus is less so on
Yeah, Wintertot. That is the entire goal of this account. I'm trying to get all of my stats to 80 so I can get maximum loot drops from Wintertot. That's it. That's the whole purpose of this account. And it's the most efficient way to go through Wintertot and get 99 fire making is to be a level 3 with at least base 80 stats and everything that you can get as far as loot. That's it. That's what I'm here for.
On the lore of the game,
I might
and
actually.
more
I'll hit
on
you
the
up
grind
possibly.
set.
Yeah, I might check
Mini-games
out
to
RS3.
expand skills
Honestly.
and provide new training methods, quality of life updates and upgrades to work towards, raids with insane movement mechanics, even PvP at one point. Theater of Blood, which is a raid. 90% of players who are doing it, they could not tell you a sentence of lore of how you got there, what your character's doing there, why you're able to be in there. They know nothing. They don't care. Do not bother them with that information. They just know they need to move at certain times, click on certain squares at certain moments, switch to certain gear in the combat triangle to make sure they stay alive and hit efficiently, eat when life number
Dairo,
low, and
we
click
might get
chest,
into like
click,
a.
hopefully.
We'll try to pop into a group chat or something on Discord. You can walk me through how the fuck to play RS3. that actually be a good one. Yellow Menace to Gillinor Society. Yeah, dude.
Purple chest at the end.
Dungeoneering.
Click
I
that,
would go,
open it up
honestly.
and
I
make
might
money
go
and then
back
do it
just for
again.
dungeon.
Players are not here for the story, to say the least.
loved
They're here for their
dungeoneering
own
so
set
much.
goals and achievements. In fact, a vast majority of old school players use a client called RuneLite, and this client has skill calculators, plugins for
exactly what
quality
I'm
of
doing.
life. And one of the most praised plugins on this client is called Quest Helper. And oh boy, does it help with quests. It does a whole lot more than hold your hand. It puts you on its
dungeoneering.
shoulders and
What's
fights
it? Do
anything
a
in its path.
dungeoneering
you can finish every
only in
quest in the
Iron
game
Man.
and wear a quest cape without reading a line of dialogue. It will tell you where to click. You'll never need to wonder. An NPC during a quest could literally tell a player their IP address and their social security number, and they would not blink an eye because they wouldn't see it. They're not
Fucking
paying
me.
attention to it. They've space barred. They're already past it. Don't get me wrong. You can get into the stories of old school. Trust me, you can. But no one's getting too excited about slowing down their progress so they can read about some lore they're not really invested in because it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, there's that meme during, I think it's one of the elf quest line where there's like a slide puzzle. So you could do the slide puzzle or just pay 200k and have someone else do it. You're like, here, take my 200k and fuck off.
Now, if I had a nickel for every time I've talked about the old school and RuneScape 3 combat systems, I'd have about 40 cents. But it comes down to this. Both games are point and click. RuneScape 3's is just a little more customizable to how it's automated or whether it's automated
look at all
at
that
all. Old
shit.
school's combat is about as simple as it can get in a video game. You
As
click a
simple as it
monster,
can
you
get.
eat when your health is low, and you move on to the next one. Late game raids
You know what
and
puzzle
big
I'm
quest
talking about,
bosses
yeah.
on either game are going to call for you to learn some new mechanics. Old school's gonna end up focusing more on movement
I
and
said,
understanding
fuck that
game
puzzle,
ticks,
take my
whereas RuneScape
200K,
3 more
get the
so
fuck out
on
of my
abilities
face.
and the combat triangle. As a new player, you can't really go wrong for either
Yeah,
game
the
for
combat
because
triangle,
both of
I
them,
remember
you're gonna
that.
start out extremely simple and work your way up to new mechanics.
Yep. Scaling.
Now, skilling,
That's my
where
thing.
these two games are very different. In old school, there is a balance to new methods introduced to the game. Between XP per hour and cost, nothing's going to be introduced into old school that would invalidate someone's accomplishment. Now, RuneScape 3 is a different story. The skilling of RuneScape 3 is where things start getting weird. The methods of the main game are so fast that 99 capes aren't really a big deal anymore. Nowadays, it's a 120 cape that mostly means something. 13 million XP for 99 versus 104.
That's nuts. That's a crazy amount of XP. But like, my question is, right, to get a 120 cape and Slayer, can you buy that? Like, can you just buy a whole bunch of keys and then just get 104 million XP for to get the 120 cape and Slayer?
4 million XP for a 120 cape. It's like getting that 99 cape 8 times. Most skills in the
That's
game
nuts.
are completely AFKable from the bank. You're not going to do anything in the world. You're staying at the bank and AFKing skills like agility and Slayer and Hunter, even construction. And how is that?
That's
Well,
easy.
it was inevitable that we got to this part.
Oh, there it is.
Unfortunately, RuneScape 3 has dug itself the
There it
hole
is.
of pay to win. You can spend as much as you want on
Okay, yeah, so it was keys. Damn, you can buy out 450 keys for $120, right? How much experience is that per key though on average?
treasure hunter keys. Guaranteed shitload of XP. A player can be at the
treasure
bank,
chest
look at
keys,
their
gotcha.
skills, see they have 87 hunter, and say to themselves, well, I want that to say 99. They can proceed to blow their paycheck on keys, and it will be 99 in about 30 minutes of clicking on lamps. And that's just from lamps. Things are AFKable
lamps.
because you could get skilling dummies, and you can set them up at the
Wait,
bank.
a Slayer skilled training dummy? The hell is that? Oh, I guess with the treasure chest keys, not a lot. So you can just set up a dummy and then like play with it, and then you get Slayer XP. That's kind of
wild. And you
wild.
can train pretty much every skill in the game and just get XP by not doing anything. And the reason it sucks is because if you have two players standing next to each other wearing 99 capes, you don't know the difference between the player who grinded for hours and hours a day to get that cape and the guy who paid $400 and got his
he could be
And over the years,
you know,
this has been a huge slap in the face to players who feel like they got their
kind of
accomplishment
exaggerating
completely
that for
stripped from
sure.
them. It's definitely destroyed people's sense of achievement. But the good news is you're a new player. You don't have any previous achievements. You're starting
Right,
from
yeah, you don't have any
scratch.
fucking
And if you feel like
achievements.
buying XP isn't going to ruin your sense of accomplishment, which it will, then you have that option. Just don't mention it to anybody in the old school community.
But like that's why you would, if you're that worried about buying keys and not having that sense of accomplishment, then you would just play an Iron Man, right? Like that's, or you just do it yourself and just know personally that that's the thing that you achieved. Yeah, I get it. Like I do get it.
Old school does not and will
Right.
not ever have any form of microtransactions. I promise you that. Don't ask about it. Don't mention it. Just pretend that microtransactions
Exaggerated, but
are it's
definitely you
non-existent. But I mean,
show
over
a
here,
salary
go
on
crazy.
cape, I
Every
guess.
single person here has
Superbly
participated in microtransactions. They won't admit it out loud, but you know they have. They definitely have. But as a side note, there is
Dude,
a way
wasn't
to
a
feel
shark
accomplished about your RuneScape 3 achievements without microtransactions ruining it for you, and that's to play an Iron Man. At first, I was kind of hesitant to suggest playing an Iron Man on either games to new players, because there's no doubt, playing an Iron Man is harder than playing an ordinary account. Playing an MMO as if it's single player. No trading other players, just you and the world's resources. It might be frustrating at points, but it's still fun. There are loads of guides to get you through any challenge you might find
50 plus
yourself in.
treasure
I think
hunter
it might be
keys,
one of the only
and,
ways to get that true,
gotcha,
authentic
okay.
first-time RuneScape
So
experience.
you can earn the treasure hunter keys. What's it? Like I'm free to play right now. Just not playing enough to justify pay to play. Fair enough. I'm sitting on 50 plus treasure hunter keys, and you're using them. So you can accrue treasure hunter keys without buying them. Like you just can gain them passively or doing activities in game. Get them from quests and grinding. Okay, gotcha. So there's still an ability to gain the keys by just playing the game. You don't have to buy them. That honestly, I'm not mad at that, because it still gives players who don't want to buy it the opportunity to gain that at some point. You have to put a lot more work into it, obviously. I'm not mad at that. I think that's perfectly fine, honestly. Like that changes a lot. Because you go into thinking of RS3 with the preconception of like, oh, it's pay to win and you have to buy things just to get ahead in the game. But if you can just get them from doing shit, that makes a lot more sense. And it seems a lot more like what a microtransaction to Jagex would. Right. It's just not as fast, which is perfectly fine. I mean, the whole game is a balance between, do I want to sit here and AFK do something for not as fast experience, or do I want to sit here and heavy click on shit to get optimal experience? And with RS3, there's just that option if you want to go through, put your paycheck into it, and then get to where you want to go so you can actually play the game. But even then, like, and I think this is true with RS3 anyway, is that even at lower levels, there's still exciting and cool shit for you to do. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I dig it. I dig it.
Experience again, you're gonna have to learn everything. If it's too much, just make a new account and just beg people for things. We all did that at some point too. And on the RuneScape 3 side, Iron Man
What's it? The fucking selling 12 trout. That's why the monetization isn't a problem at all. Yeah. No, that honestly, looking at it from that sense and kind of getting an idea, makes a lot more sense. Like it's not as, it doesn't seem as like money hungry and gross as your first idea is. Yeah, it's a lot more acceptable.
Participate in microtransactions. Sure. There's no treasure hunter keys available for you if you're an Iron Man. If someone has an Iron Man symbol next to their name, you can immediately confirm that everything on their account was through in-game grinding, and players who also play RuneScape 3 that people don't really care about feeling rewarded anymore. So for RuneScape 3, I think I might recommend playing an Iron Man over a normal account. Glad you did.
Whatever.
So this might be a factor that players forget about when considering which game they should play, and that's community. My favorite part about the game is social interaction, specifically the goofballs of free-to-play. Even though both games have had a massive decline of social interaction, Old Schools is definitely still there. Not all of it is necessarily good, but it's still there. On RuneScape 3, I've noticed that social interactions are almost kind of a rare thing. Not as many people really care to respond to you or talk to you. But even the most crowded places are just people selling items. Free to play is empty. It's a matter of fact that RuneScape 3 does not have as many active players as Old School. There's simply less people playing the game. And to some, that might not matter. But if you plan on asking for help,
well, yeah, I'm going to be dungeoneering, so like I don't give a shit.
Be the easier game for that. You'll have no problem finding a group of people to hang out with and make friends. You know, just don't be yourself. You'll find somewhere. Well, that was a lot of stuff to consider. I don't even know if any new players are watching this. Chances are the majority of you already play RuneScape and you've made your mind up years ago of which game you're going to play. Being the guy that's presented all of this, you probably want to know what I think you should play. And I don't know if it's obvious, but neither. It's not too late for you. Go on Steam.
Yeah.
There's so many games on there, dude. God, dude. Do you know how many games are on Steam? I don't care which one you play, man.
Yeah, it's the same idea of like, if you want to win at RuneScape, just never play. Feeling feisty, I burn my keys, and I stack up bonus XP. Most of the lamps give bonus XP means, right. And hit the casual grind. Yeah, I mean that.
Try them both out. They're fine. Just pick one, dude. You're thinking way too hard about this. You're overthinking, dude. If you made it this far, you're just overthinking. But that's all I've got about this. It's been great. Good to see you. Quick little shout out. I have started actively streaming on Twitch. That's very real. Twitch.tv/Jimmy with a 1. I have that in my name still. Nothing's changed there. I will be playing games of all sorts and posting highlight videos on my second channel. I have a...
Yeah. Okay, so that actually is my college grind game. Yeah, man. Low key, I think I might try some RS3. Yeah. Yeah, I like that idea. I think it definitely, especially talking to you, Dyro, like giving me like someone who's actually played RS3 and not someone who's like, obviously he's an old school player, you know what I mean? So seeing it from someone who actually plays RS3 and hearing that it's honestly not that bad, definitely gives me a sense of, nice, got him. Gives me a sense that it might be worth the try for sure. Sweet. That being said, I have to get ready for, I've got my time in both. I'm able to step back and take off the glass. Yeah. And honestly, like at the end of the day, that's kind of where Jimmy settled on as well. Like, you know, just play both games. It's not a huge deal. You're overthinking it. Just if you like one better, you play that one. If you like the other one better, you play that one. Yeah, I'm digging it. That being said, I gotta head out to, well, I gotta eat some dinner and get ready for Dimensions stream. We're gonna shout him out one more time. So in about an hour or two, we're going to head over to Dimension 119 stream, and we're going to be playing Adventures in Middle-earth. It is a tabletop RPG, D&D-esque game where we are in the setting of Lord of the Rings. That's going to be very exciting. I'm very excited for this game. We do it bi-weekly. And then check out, we got Dyro. Dyro, do you stream, Dyro? Oh, 30 minutes, bro? In about 30 minutes, we'll be on Dimension 119 stream. Oh, you did. Okay. Well, Dimension, could you give Dyro a quick shout out just in case he decides to stream a little bit more? Give him some love here. He plans to. There we go. And before we head off, Saturday is a big day. What we're doing is we're doing an episode of the Viva La Vega podcast. So I have a very special guest, MK Ultra, and we're going to be talking about Elden Ring. Love it. MK Ultra is going to be on the podcast. We're going to be talking about kind of his streaming journey. He's still a small streamer, but he's kind of at a real healthy point in his streaming. His community is fantastic, and make him game if we have to. Yeah. So yeah, check that out. Saturday around 10 p.m. Eastern is where we're gonna do that. If you can't catch it there, we'll have the VOD uploaded on YouTube, and then it'll stick on the channel for. So that's what I got. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I really appreciate it. And I guess that's where we go. See you later. How do I end the stream? We're just gonna go over here and